Chapter 127. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian's family departed. The Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had specially prepared a large carriage for Duan Lingtian, and it was pulled by 5 strong and tall horses. On the way out of Aurora City, it attracted the gazes of many people. Where did this great figure come from? He's actually riding such an exaggerated carriage. Didn't you see the Li clan crest carved on the side of the carriage? Could it be that the Li clan's patriarch is inside? Ignorant and inexperienced. It's Duan Lingtian inside. He's preparing to depart for the imperial city. Could it be that you've all forgotten that Duan Lingtian and the Xiao clan's Xiao Yu both passed the Genius Camp's training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy? He's leaving so early. Since he's riding a carriage, he naturally has to leave early. We're very far from the imperial city. This Duan Lingtian is only 17 this year. I'm sure that he'll surely become a great figure of our Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future. Nonsense. Who doesn't know this? The gazes of the Aurora City residents that stood by the roadside and gazed at the departing carriage from afar emitted reverence. They only recovered from their shock when the carriage disappeared before their eyes. They felt proud that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in Aurora City. As a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses, the interior of the carriage was spacious and luxurious. 2 beds covered in top-quality mink fur were separated into 2 sides, and there was even a small table in the middle that was filled with fresh fruits and snacks. The carriage the patriarch prepared isn't bad. Duan Lingtian lazily lay on the soft bed, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. He could imagine that Patriarch Li Ao had certainly spent a lot of effort for this carriage. Of course, I heard that the Patriarch ordered the craftsman to spend 2 days and 2 nights to rush this carriage. As Li Fei spoke, she touched the mink fur on the bed and sighed with emotion. Just these top-quality mink furs are probably worth hundreds of thousands of silver. Li Ro sat on the edge of the other bed, looking at Duan Lingtian, smiling faintly as she said, "Family leader is really considerate. Tian, you must remember this favor of the family leader." "Mother, I know." Duan Lingtian was lying comfortably on the bed with his legs crossed and swaying gently. He was extremely satisfied. "Young master, where did you find our coachman? Why did he call you master?" Ker's eyes curved like 2 crescent moons as she asked Duan Lingtian softly. Li Fei and Li Ro also looked at Duan Lingtian. They both realized that the middle-aged coachman who was driving them was not simple. He was wearing a mask and had a cold and extraordinary appearance. He was definitely not an ordinary coachman. He is not a coachman. He is my servant. Duan Lingtian corrected, and then he said with a smile, "When the time comes when you marry me, he'll have to address you respectfully as mistress." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ker was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She was speechless. "Scoundrel, you're bullying little sister Ker again." Li Fei stretched out her slender jade-like hands and pinched the flesh on Duan Lingtian's waist, twisting it slightly. "Little Fei, are you trying to murder your husband?" Duan Lingtian cried out in pain. He stretched out his hands and pulled Li Fei into his arms, slapping her sexy butt. "Pa!" Li Fei's sensitive body trembled. She realized that Li Ro and Ker were also present. Her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She was so embarrassed that she sat to the side, not daring to bully Duan Lingtian anymore. "Tian, pay attention to the occasion." Li Ro lightly coughed and shook her head helplessly. "Yes, mother." Duan Lingtian laughed slyly and was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that his mother was still sitting opposite him. On the way to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian's group would take a short rest if they passed by a town before continuing on their way. The speed of this carriage far surpassed ordinary carriages, so there was no rush in terms of time. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Xiongquan became more and more familiar with driving the carriage. As a former guardian of the Boundless sect, it was the first time in his life that Xiongquan was acting as a coachman. However, he didn't dare complain, as his life was in the hands of the violet-clothed youth within the carriage. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Giddy up! Accompanied by a loud shout, a Fergana horse that was completely drenched in blood dashed on the streets of the county city, and it quickly arrived at the entrance of the Yu clan estate. The person on the horse dismounted and dashed into the Yu clan estate. Within the Yu clan audience hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat at the head of the table, and beside him sat a middle-aged man and a young man. They were precisely the Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Jian, the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li, and Yu Xiang. Presently, the gazes of the three had descended onto the Yu clan disciple that was gasping for breath. "Have you found it?" The dignified middle-aged man lightly rubbed the stubble on his chin and slowly asked with a calm expression. After this calm expression, there seemed to be a trace of breathtaking coldness mixed within. Patriarch, the Duan Lingtian that young Master Xiang spoke of is a disciple with another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan. As for that Xiaoyu, he's a member of the Aurora City Xiao clan. Supposedly, he's the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. That Xiao clan's supreme elder is a nascent soul stage expert. The Yu clan disciple caught his breath and reported respectfully. The grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? Yu Xiang's face sank slightly. That Xiaoyu actually has such a background? However, so what if he's the grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? The nascent soul stage experts in those small clans are at most at the first level of the nascent soul stage. You said Aurora City earlier? Unexpectedly, Yu Dian's brows knit together. Yes. The Yu clan disciple respectfully nodded. Uncle, what's wrong? A bad premonition arose within Yu Xiang's heart. According to what I know, the Aurora City's Xiao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. Yu Jian slowly said. A branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan? Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiang's face went gloomy as he recalled something. No wonder I was wondering how he could have such a strong defensive martial skill. I never imagined that the clan he's from is related to a large clan in the Imperial City. Second brother, Xiang, you can't touch this Xiaoyu. Yu Jian looked at Yu Li and Yu Xiang as he slowly spoke. Their Yu clan could be considered a large clan in Swallow Mountain County, but when compared to the large clans in the Imperial City, it was nothing. The clans that truly had deep pockets within the Crimson Sky Kingdom were none other than the few large clans in the Imperial City and the Imperial City. The Yu clan was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog before them. Uncle, he's only a branch family disciple. Even if we kill him, the Imperial City's Xiao clan might not pursue the matter. A trace of coldness flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes. Until now, he still couldn't forget the scene of Xiaoyu making him swallow the steamed bun that was covered in mud and grass. Also, Xiaoyu challenged him and even knocked him out. This matter was a great humiliation to him. The hatred he had towards Xiaoyu in his heart was second only to Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang's father, Yu Li, spoke in a deep voice. Xiang, don't cause trouble. That Xiaoyu might have been looked down upon by the Imperial City's Xiao clan in the past. But now that he's passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his significance is completely different. Even if it's the Imperial City's Xiao clan, such a person would be heavily fostered. If our Yu clan were to touch him, once the Imperial City's Xiao clan finds out, it would be a disaster for our Yu clan. Do you understand? The Yu clan could look down upon the Aurora City Xiao clan. But to the Yu clan, the Imperial City's Xiao clan was an unreachable colossus. Father, I understand. Yu Xiang took a deep breath. Although killing intent still shot out from his eyes, he knew that it was impossible for the clan to take such a huge risk for him. Xiao Yu, consider yourself lucky. What's the background of that Duan Ling Tian? Yu Xiang looked at the Yu clan disciple that had returned from scouting and asked in a deep voice. He recalled the offensive inscription that Duan Ling Tian used to kill his brother. This Duan Ling Tian wouldn't have some background, right? He was slightly perturbed in his heart. The Yu clan disciple said respectfully, Young Master Xiang, that Duan Ling Tian doesn't have any background. He's only a disciple of another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan, and is said to be a branch family disciple. Uncle, you must seek justice for my brother. Yu Xiang had an excited expression as he looked at Yu Jian with eyes filled with pleading. I've never heard of that Li clan having any background. Moreover, that Duan Ling Tian is a disciple of another surname from the Li clan's branch family. Humph. He's only a country bumpkin. This person killed Yu Hong, so he's dead for sure. Yu Dian's eyes flickered, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Patriarch. Meanwhile, the Yu clan disciple spoke again. 10 days ago, when I arrived at Aurora City to investigate that Duan Ling Tian, I found out that he had already left Aurora City on a carriage 2 months ago and headed towards the Imperial City. On a carriage? He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Yu Xiang sneered as killing intent flickered in his eyes, ready to devour someone. Big brother, I want to take revenge for my son with my own hands. Yu Li looked at Yu Jian and was slightly excited. Don't worry, second brother. I'll go with you to see the Grand Elder right now and ask the Grand Elder to go with you. There's only one official road from Aurora City to the Imperial City, so I presume he wouldn't have gone far if he rode on a carriage. You guys can easily catch up to him if you chase after him on Fergana horses. Yu Jian stood up and spoke with a clear voice. Grand Elder? Yu Li's gaze abruptly lit up. Their Yu clan's Grand Elder was the 4th nascent soul stage expert besides the 3 supreme elders. With a nascent soul stage expert accompanying him, it would be absolutely safe. Father, I recognize that Duan Ling Tian, I'll go with you. Yu Xiang was extremely excited as well, and his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Yu Li hadn't even spoken when Yu Jian had already agreed. Xiang, don't worry. Uncle will prepare a Fergana horse for you. At that time, I'll let you personally witness the Grand Elder and your father kill your brother's enemy. Even to the extent that you can ask the Grand Elder to capture that Duan Ling Tian alive for you to personally deal with him. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 128. Under the setting sun, the quaint little town seemed to have transformed into a tranquil painting, causing one to feel relaxed and happy at a glance. A large horse carriage pulled by 5 tall horses entered the small town, causing a commotion. Oh my God! What a large carriage! I wonder where this great figure came from. The residents of the little town had never seen such an exaggerated carriage, and they all stopped to look. Master, we've entered the town. The middle-aged carriage driver slightly turned his head and spoke towards the carriage. A lazy voice sounded out from within the carriage, as if someone had just woken up. Yes, find an inn to stay at. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Yes. The middle-aged carriage driver respectfully nodded. The people in this carriage were naturally Duan Lingtian's group. Now, an entire 3 months had passed since they left Aurora City. Under the gazes of many people, the carriage stopped at the entrance of an inn. Under the gazes of everyone present, the middle-aged carriage driver pulled open the curtain of the carriage. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 17 slowly walked out from within. Subsequently, under the support of the violet-clothed youth, a beautiful young girl around the same age as him walked out as well. The moment the young girl appeared, she attracted the gazes of everyone present. Skin like white jade, appearance like a celestial fairy. The same thought abruptly emerged in everyone's minds. Very quickly, their gazes became sluggish again. After the young girl, another beautiful young girl that wasn't even 20 years old walked out. The young girl had an angelic face and a devilish figure, causing the eyes of all the males present to be unable to help but light up. Very quickly, another young and beautiful woman that still retained her charm walked out of the carriage. At this moment, everyone was numb. When had they ever seen such a beautiful young girl? Today, they saw 3 of them. "Guests, please come in." 2 servants walked out from the inn and welcomed Duan Lingtian's group in with a respectful and humble attitude. At this moment, the group of people outside the inn gradually dispersed. Why are there so many boring people everywhere? What's there to see? Li Fei's beautiful brows knit together and she had an unhappy expression. Along the way, every time they stopped at a place, she would enjoy the same treatment and become the center of attention. Isn't it because my little Fei, is beautiful? This is my recognition of you. Why are you unhappy instead? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile and immediately went to book a total of 4 rooms. His mother, Li Rou, Xiong Quan, him, Li Fei and Ke were in the same room. After settling down, Duan Lingtian left his room and easily found his way into Li Fei and Ke's rooms. "You scoundrel, always leaving a room empty. What a waste of money." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Along the way, every time they stopped at a town, Duan Lingtian would book 4 rooms. But at night, his room would always be empty and he would directly sneak into Li Fei and Ke's rooms and sleep with them. Li Fei and Ke also changed from their initial resistance to helplessness. In the end, they simply followed Duan Lingtian. It's not a waste. The biggest use of that room is to deceive people. Duan Lingtian chuckled and his eyes wandered over the beautiful bodies of the 2 girls without the slightest scruple. "Young master, you're deceiving the madam," Ke said with a red face. "Ke, you've been led astray by little Fei, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. That pure and cute little maid of his seemed to be gone forever. "Pei! If anyone is to be led astray, it's you who led us astray. Scoundrel, I plan to go out with little sister Ke to buy a veil. Do you want to come with us?" Li Fei asked Duan Lingtian. Obviously, Li Fei didn't want to be the center of attention. "Why do you want to buy a veil? There's nothing shameful about you too." Duan Lingtian's thoughts were different from Li Fei's. In his opinion, a woman's beautiful side should be shown. There was no need to hide it. It wasn't like they were thieves. "Humph. If you're not going with us, we'll go by ourselves." "I'm just joking. If you 2 want to go out, how can you miss out on me? Let's go." Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked out of the room and out of the inn. Li Fei and Ke, one on the left and one on the right, walked side by side with him. Now that the sky had darkened, the streets of the small town were brightly lit, and the night market was extremely lively, full of people bustling with activity. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked past and naturally attracted the gazes of many people. Right at this moment, at the corner of the road that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 took, a young man in embroidered clothes that was a little over 20 years old was slowly walking over with 2 servants. "I heard that a carriage with 5 horses came to town today." The young man in embroidered clothes suddenly spoke and asked the 2 servants behind him. "Yes, young master, I was there at that time." One of the servants hurriedly nodded. Thinking of the scene at that time, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. Those 3 women that came down from the carriage were absolutely the most beautiful women he'd seen in his life. They were so perfect that there was practically no flaw to pick out. Now the more the rumors spread, the more amazing it is. They even said that the 3 women that came down from the carriage were all beautiful like celestial fairies. The young man in embroidered clothes lightly shook his head and didn't mind. "Young master, it's not the rumors, it's true. Those 3 women are absolutely not inferior to celestial fairies," the servant hurriedly said. At that time, he'd seen it with his own eyes, so he knew that the rumors were true. Is it so exaggerated? Although the young man in embroidered clothes didn't mind on the surface, a trace of a luster flashed in his eyes. I'm slightly curious now. Come, follow me to that inn to take a look. Young master. The other servant's face went grim. Those people obviously have extraordinary origins, and the clan probably can't afford to offend them. Humph. I'm only going to take a look and don't intend to do anything. Besides, they only have 3 women, a young man, and a carriage driver. Even if they're members of a large clan outside, if we secretly detain them, who would know that it was us? The young man in embroidered clothes' eyes revealed a trace of a fierce light as he spoke with disdain. Young master, it's them. Suddenly, the servant behind the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have discovered a new continent and pointed towards the distance. Duan Lingtian had just helped Li Fei and Ke put on their veils when he noticed 3 gazes sweeping over, and he couldn't help but frown. With a glance, it was a young man around the age of 20 in embroidered clothes, and he brought along 2 servants as he walked over. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them, and he held the hands of the 2 women. Come, let's go ahead and take a look. Stop. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone as he blocked the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Although the 2 women before him had veils covering their faces, those 2 lively eyes and half of their faces that were pure white like jade undoubtedly spoke of their beauty. The young man in embroidered clothes swallowed a mouthful of saliva as a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. K off. Li Fei frowned with disgust as she berated. Your temper is hot enough, this young master likes it. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up as he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's expression that sank, and he looked at Li Fei and Ke. 2 little beauties, come, take off your veils and let this young master have a look. This young master is very curious if the 2 of you are really as beautiful as the rumors say. I told you to K off, didn't you hear? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and his voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, causing one's heart to tremble. Usually, when people were stunned by Li Fei and Ke's peerless appearance and took a few more glances, it was nothing in his opinion. After all, everyone had the heart to love beauty. But the actions of this young man before him had already touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of spectators increased as they discussed animatedly. Isn't this the violet-clothed youth that walked out of the carriage that entered the town at night? And these 2 women, aren't they the 2 little fairies? Just by looking at their carriage, I know they aren't ordinary people. This Tian clan's eldest young master actually dared to offend them. Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Tian clan? Many people recognized Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the young man in embroidered clothes' expression was as unsightly as it could be. But now, he was in a difficult position. Could it be that he had to admit defeat in front of so many people? If this happened, how would he still have a foothold in Rain Valley Town? As the son of the Tian clan's patriarch, one of the 3 great clans of Rain Valley Town, the eldest young master of the Tian clan, Tian Guang had his own dignity. My patience is limited, I'll give you one more chance. Scram. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Kid, I don't care where you're from, but you have to understand that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Today, if you don't let them lift their veils for this young master to see, this young master will waste his time with you. Tian Guang sneered, with an expression of a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Little Fei, Ke, close your eyes. Duan Lingtian's voice was very calm. Li Fei and Ke were able to detect traces of breathtaking coldness within this calmness. However, Duan Lingtian standing up for them like this caused them to feel extremely happy in their hearts. What? Scared? That's fine, beauties should look pretty good when they lift their veils with their eyes closed. Tian Guang's eyes shone, as he didn't notice the arrival of danger in the slightest. Whoosh. A wisp of violet sword light instantly flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered its sheath. Under the night sky, the numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian's head flashed and vanished, and no one was able to notice it. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out almost instantly. At the same time that Tian Guang screamed shrilly, his body lay straight down, and then he started rolling all over the ground. At his lower abdomen, blood gushed out without end, and the lump of flesh that belonged to a man had fallen off as well. It would probably be completely useless in the future, young master. The faces of the two servants went pale as they hurriedly rushed up to help Tian Guang stop the bleeding, but they discovered that they were completely unable to stop it. As a person, one must have self-awareness. In this world, there are some people that you can't afford to offend. I'm a rather kind person, so I'll spare your life today. If there's a next time, you'll die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Tian Guang with his gaze, then held Li Fei in Ker's hands and walked forward. Pooh! When Tian Guang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Before he fainted, he only had one thought left. Chapter 129. The surrounding crowd of spectators went deathly silent as they gazed at the violet figure that held the two girls' hands and left. That violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He actually directly crippled the Tian clan's young master's family jewels. This Tian Guang was the only son of the Tian clan's patriarch. It could be imagined that the Tian clan was bound to be unable to calm down tonight. Duan Lingtian didn't think so much as he patiently accompanied Li Fei and Ker to walk around the night market before returning to the inn. Scoundrel, do you think that local bully will call someone to look for trouble with you? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes with a spurious smile. Local bully? I think it's just a local bug. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, not taking it to heart. It was only a clan in a small town and probably didn't even have an origin core stage martial artist. It was fine if they didn't look for trouble, but if they did, instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. I'll go give the veil to madam. When they were strolling around the night market, Ker didn't forget to buy another veil for Li Ro. Little sister Ker is really considerate. No wonder Aunt Ro dotes on her so much, even I'm slightly jealous. Li Fei looked at Ker's back and spoke with slight envy. I feel that my mother dotes on you as well and has long since taken you as her daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to embrace Li Fei's small waist, and his mouth pressed against her earlobe as he panted heavily and said in a light voice, Little Fei, I haven't eaten you in a long time, scoundrel. Li Fei's cheeks flushed red as she struggled free from Duan Lingtian and ran back to her room. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this little girl couldn't withstand teasing so easily. After Ker returned, Duan Lingtian embraced the two girls and prepared to sleep. Knock! Knock! Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. The voice of the inn's attendant sounded out. Guest, the Tian clan's patriarch and two Tian clan elders have arrived. They've invited you to meet them. Tian clan? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he let go of the two girls and got off the bed. You two go to sleep first. Duan Lingtian said to Kuer and Li Fei before leaving the room. His voice was as gentle as water. Xiong Quan. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian was just about to knock on the door next door when the door opened with a creak. Xiong Quan walked out in large strides. Master, continue to rest. I'll go deal with them. Xiong wait. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. I want to see what exactly they want to do. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. Under Xiong Quan's escort, Duan Lingtian saw the Tian clan's patriarch, a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Beside him were two old men. At this moment, when the two old men looked at Duan Ling Tian, their faces were filled with fear. "You're that Tian clan's patriarch?" Duan Ling Tian lazily glanced at the middle-aged man and yawned. "Just say what you have to say. This young master has to wake up early tomorrow and doesn't have time to waste here with you, you." The Tian clan's patriarch, whose expression was already extremely gloomy, saw Duan Lingtian's attitude and his expression changed greatly. "Patriarch?" Between the two old men, the grey-robed old man frowned slightly and stopped the Tian clan's patriarch from turning hostile. The Tian clan's patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed the fury in his heart. Only now did he remember that the other party's background was probably not simple. If it wasn't because of this, why would he swallow his anger? Tian Guang was his only son, and now that his family jewels were crippled, it also meant that he would have no descendants. The fury in his heart could not be any greater. "Where exactly are you from? Why are you so vicious?" The other green-robed old man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see something from Duan Ling Tian's face. "Vicious?" Duan Ling Tian laughed. "Old man, it's easy for you to say. If your wife was taken liberties with in public, I wonder what your reaction would be? I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Otherwise, based on my character in the past, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough." What Duan Ling Tian said was the truth. If it was him from his previous life, even if Tian Guang died 8 or 10 times, it wouldn't be too much. What big words! "I'm curious, where exactly are you from? Which clan are you from?" The Tian clan's patriarch asked in a low voice. As long as the other party wasn't from the county city or the imperial city, even if he had to take the risk, he would still kill the other party to vent the hatred in his heart and take revenge for his son. On this point, before he came, he had already obtained the approval of the two elders beside him. At that time, they would make a move together and eliminate all hidden dangers. Tian clan patriarch thinks too highly of me. I'm only a nobody, not worth mentioning. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. When the 3 Tian clan people heard this, their faces couldn't help but sink. The more Duan Ling Tian was like this, the more they felt that Duan Ling Tian was mysterious and unfathomable, and didn't dare to act rashly. "What, you dare to cripple my son, but you don't even have the courage to introduce yourself?" Tian clan patriarch said in a low voice, intending to use provocation to force Duan Ling Tian to reveal his background. But unfortunately, how could Duan Ling Tian fall for this little trick of his? "Tian clan patriarch, I know what you're thinking in your heart. Today, I'll say this, I'm just a nobody, and I don't have any backing behind me. So, there are many things that you really don't have to worry about. Just do what you think in your heart." Duan Lingtian's words caused the Tian clan patriarch to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and the 2 old men beside him became even more fearful, not to mention anything else. Just this composure was sufficient to show that this youth wasn't simple. "Then I want to see exactly how capable a nobody like you is." The Tian clan patriarch's face sank, and the origin energy that he had long since accumulated exploded out. Instantly, his figure moved, pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian like a rock spreading its wings with a menacing aura. Above him, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 7th level of the core formation stage. Patriarch. The faces of the 2 old men of the Tian clan went pale, as they never imagined that the patriarch would be so rash. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They noticed that the violet-clothed youth had a warm smile on his face from the beginning. He stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he completely didn't care about their Tian clan patriarch's methods. In next to no time, they obtained their answer. "Humph. A mere 7th level core formation martial artist dares be presumptuous before my master." Xiong Quan moved, his entire body seemed to have suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Ling Tian. The Tian clan patriarch's face went pale. Isn't this masked person a carriage driver? How could he have such terrifying speed? He wasn't able to catch the slightest trace of Xiaofan's movement speed earlier. He knew clearly in his heart what this meant. Bang! Xiaofan attacked, striking out with his fist. He didn't use any martial skills, and the simple and unadorned punch carried an incomparably violent force as it smashed onto the Tian clan patriarch's chest. The terrifying origin energy exploded out, blasting the Tian clan patriarch flying. Instantly, more than 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Xiaofan. The Tian clan patriarch crashed onto the ground, his chest completely caved in, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled for a few moments before losing all signs of life. Dead. Origin core stage. The two old men's faces went pale. Even though their Tian clan patriarch was killed in front of them, they didn't dare act rashly. Their strength was only at the 8th level of the core formation stage. If an origin core stage martial artist wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as cutting grass. The two old men took a deep breath, glanced at each other, then looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time. Young master, all of this is the fault of our Tian clan's patriarch and his son, please forgive us. Yeah, young master, you're a great person and don't fuss over the past wrongs committed by us lowly people. The two old men bowed in apology with perturbed expressions. Not far away, the inn's manager and the two attendants were completely dumbstruck when they saw this scene. As residents of Ravine Rain Town, they naturally knew who these two old men were. They were the two elders with the strongest strength in the Tian clan. Normally, they were existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in Ravine Rain Town, and were no different than local tyrants. But now, in front of this violet-clothed youth, they were like grandsons. Originally, if you two didn't come looking for me tonight, I wouldn't have pursued this matter. What a pity. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he calmly looked at the two old men. The two old men's faces went pale. Young master, please be magnanimous and let our Tian clan off. Our Tian clan is willing to pay the price as compensation. An origin core stage martial artist could easily annihilate the Tian clan. This was something they didn't doubt in the slightest. Compensation? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone, and his expression that was originally cold as ice changed to reveal a brilliant smile. Why didn't you two elders say so earlier? Since it's like this, I won't be courteous. How about 1 million silver? Such a small amount is probably not worth mentioning to your Tian clan. 1 million silver? The two old men were completely dumbstruck. This youth had such a big tone. They originally thought that spending 200,000 or 300,000 silver would be enough to get rid of the calamity, but they never expected that the youth would ask for 1 million silver right off the bat. The Tian clan was only a clan in a small town. In terms of resources, it was far from being comparable to those clans in large cities. Although the Tian clan was able to take out 1 million silver, it would still hurt them greatly. They were just about to open their mouths to plead for leniency. Xiaofan, accompany the two elders. Come back once you get the silver. Don't be rash. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to give Xiaofan an order. After he finished speaking, he yawned and waved his hand at the two old men. Elders, I'll be going back to sleep first. Thank you for your Tian clan's generous gift. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian left. The two Tian clan elders looked at each other with a helpless and bitter smile. Looks like they couldn't save that 1 million silver. Now, they wished for nothing more than to strangle Tian Guang to death. If it wasn't for that kid causing trouble, the Tian clan wouldn't have lost 1 million silver for no reason. They secretly swore in their hearts that after this incident, they must severely punish Tian Guang as a warning to others, so as to prevent such a black sheep from appearing in the Tian clan in the future. Let's go. Xiong Quan's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the two old men, causing them to tremble as they respectfully led the way. My God! Our inn actually has such a great figure. Chapter 130. Early in the morning, everything came to life as the dawn rose from the east and enveloped the earth. Within Rain Valley town, a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses galloped out. After a night, it once again walked on the spacious road and continued towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Swoosh. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian weighed the stack of silver in his hand as his face revealed a brilliant smile. He never imagined that money would come so easily. Presently, the silver in his hand had already exceeded the 10 million mark. Tian, where did these silver come from? Li Ro's beautiful brows slightly knit together as she had a puzzled expression. She only saw that the money was given to Duan Lingtian by Xiong Quan, but she didn't know what had happened or where the money came from. Aunt Ro, it's surely him extorting the Tian clan from Rain Valley town. Li Fei covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. Although she didn't see the entire process of what happened last night, when Xiong Quan gave the silver to Duan Lingtian this morning, he mentioned the Tian clan, so it wasn't difficult for her to connect all of this. When Li Ro found out the sequence of events, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. That Tian Guang really went for wool and came home shorn. But, Tian, who exactly is that Xiong Quan, and why did he acknowledge you as his master? To be able to deter the entire Tian clan, Li Ro realized that Xiong Quan wasn't simple. Mom, he was captured to be a slave, and I coincidentally saved him, so he acknowledged me as his master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly explained. With his strength, how could he be captured to be a slave? Li Ro was slightly puzzled, but at the same time, she came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Xiong Quan wore a mask, it turned out that it was to conceal the slave brand. He was poisoned before and only had a strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I saved him and cured the poison for him. His current strength has barely recovered to the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian leaned on Ker's jade legs as he ate the grapes that Ker passed over as he spoke with a lisp. Nascent soul stage? At this moment, not only Li Ro, but even Li Fei was stunned. Although Li Fei could tell that Xiong Quan was very strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Nascent soul realm. Such a cultivation base was already not inferior to the Aurora City's 3 great clans' grand elders. She was deeply shocked. Ker was the only one who didn't seem too surprised. She continued to peel the grapes for Duan Lingtian and put them into Duan Lingtian's mouth. In her heart, the young master she admired the most was omnipotent. No wonder you were so resolute about the Fong family in Fresh Breeze Town. Li Ro was relieved. Some of the doubts in her heart were completely solved. I really didn't expect Xiong Quan to be a nascent soul realm expert. Li Fei was stunned for a long time. Isn't he just a nascent soul stage martial artist? Is there a need to be so surprised? Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei and slowly said, Little Fei, as long as you cultivate the Starry Sun technique seriously, it won't be difficult for you to step into the nascent soul stage within 5 years. Only now did Li Fei recall that the Starry Sun technique she cultivated was a top cultivation technique that could be cultivated to Emperor Wu's level, coupled with the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian refined, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Tian, is that Xiong Quan reliable? Compared to Li Fei, Li Ro considered more, and her peerlessly beautiful face became serious as she was slightly worried. As far as she was concerned, keeping such a strong person by her side was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He naturally knew what his mother was worried about. It was none other than being afraid that Xiong Quan would harm him, but unfortunately, Xiong Quan's life was currently in his hands. In the entire world, besides him, no one was able to cure the slow-acting poison he gave Xiongquan. That was the secret recipe of the rebirth martial emperor, a royal-grade alchemist. When Duan Lingtian's group left, the atmosphere in the entire Tian clan was extremely oppressive. Their Tian clan's patriarch was dead. Dad. When Tian Guang woke up and noticed that his family jewels were gone, he was already deeply shocked. Now that he heard the news of his father being killed, he cried out in sorrow and was unable to accept this sudden double blow, causing him to faint once more. He understood that the death of his father meant that his status in the Tian clan would plummet. A few days later, Tian Guang, who'd recovered slightly with great difficulty, was dragged to the punishment court by a few Tian clan disciples, and he was beaten 100 times before the eyes of everyone in the Tian clan. Before he fainted from the pain, he heard the words of the Tian clan's grand elder. Tian Guang brought calamity to our Tian clan. According to the orders of the two guardian elders, he is hereby punished. If anyone commits the same mistake in the future, they'll be directly executed according to the clan rules. When he woke up once more, his aura was weak, and his eyes were filled with regret. Never had he imagined that a single thought from that night would cause him to fall to such an end. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, then even if he abandoned his dignity and kowtowed 10 times to that violet-clothed young man, he would still beg for the young man's forgiveness. Now, he had nothing, let alone dignity. Tian Guang, the grand elder, asked you to go to the audience hall. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside, and it caused Tian Guang's face to go pale. When he arrived at the audience hall, Tian Guang directly knelt before the Tian clan's grand elder and hugged the grand elder's legs as he cried bitterly. "Grand elder, I know my mistake, I really know my mistake. Don't punish me anymore. I beg you, I beg you." The Tian clan's grand elder frowned, and his expression was slightly unsightly as he glanced at the nearby 3 people and said embarrassedly, "Distinguished guests, please excuse me." Subsequently, his face sank as he kicked Tian Guang flying. "Tian Guang, I didn't ask you to come here today to punish you. Besides the 2 guardian elders, only you are familiar with that violet-clothed young man's appearance. Now, describe in detail the appearance of that violet-clothed young man to these 3 distinguished guests." When Tian Guang heard that it wasn't to punish him, he caught his breath and noticed that there were 3 more people in the audience hall, an aged old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man around the age of 20. "You all. What's your relationship with that violet-clothed young man?" Tian Guang asked with slight trepidation. He was really afraid that these 3 people were on the same side as the violet-clothed young man and had come to stand up for the violet-clothed young man. If it was like this, then he would really be extremely unlucky. "He's our irreconcilable enemy. We came here this time precisely for the sake of catching up to him and killing him." The young man around the age of 20 spoke, and his voice was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Tian Guang's eyes abruptly lit up when he heard this, but he seemed to have thought of something and dimmed down. "It's useless. He has an origin core stage expert protecting him, and even my father, the Tian clan's patriarch, died at his hands. Origin core stage?" The young man laughed in disdain. "He's only at the origin core stage, what's there to fear? This person beside me is Ru clan's grand elder, an existence at the nascent soul stage. A mere origin core stage martial artist. If the grand elder were to make a move, he'd be able to kill him with a flip of his palm. Nascent soul stage expert?" Tian Guang was shocked. The Tian clan's grand elder's pupils constricted, and he only reacted after a short moment. "You clan? Nascent soul stage expert? You all wouldn't be members of our Swallow Mountain County's county cities, you clan, right?" Tian Guang's gaze lit up once again, like the numerous stars in the night sky, and when he looked at the young man, it was as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. "Exactly, we're members of the Yu clan. This is our Yu clan's grand elder, and this is my father, the Yu clan's second elder. The young man raised his head arrogantly and enjoyed the reverent gazes of the two Tian clan members. So it's the Yu clan's grand elder, second elder, and young master Yu. Tian Xiong has not received you well, please forgive me. Tian Guang, quickly get the kitchen to prepare a first-class banquet. I have to properly entertain our distinguished guests. The Tian clan's grand elder, Tian Xiong, looked at Tian Guang and ordered. Yes, yes. Tian Guang hurriedly stood up. His eyes flickered and his mood surged. Father, there's going to be someone taking revenge for you soon. So what if that little bastard has an origin core stage martial artist by his side? The Yu clan has dispatched a nascent soul stage expert this time, and it's even the Yu clan's grand elder. That little bastard is dead for sure. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Wait. Right at this moment, the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui, stopped Tian Guang and said indifferently, we didn't come to your Tian clan this time for a meal. Now, describe the appearance of that violet-clothed youth to me right now. Tian Guang didn't dare dally and hurriedly nodded. He recalled the scene of when he saw the violet-clothed youth that night and roughly described the youth's appearance. Grand elder, it's right, it's him. The young man, who was the Yu clan's Yu Xiang, had a face full of excitement. It's fine as long as it's him. In this way, he left this place 7 days ago. Yu Hui nodded. Since it's like this, let's depart now. Grand elder. Tian Xiong took a step forward and said respectfully, the three of you have traveled for an entire day and I'm sure you're hungry. How about staying for a meal in our Tian clan? It's our honor that the three of you are able to come to our Tian clan, and I hope that the three of you can allow us to fulfill our duties as hosts. Yu Hui didn't directly agree, but instead looked at Yu Xiang and the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li. What do the two of you think? Grand elder, since that Duan Ling Tian has already left 7 days ago, we're not in a hurry. Let's finish this meal before we depart. Yu Xiang suggested. Exactly, we'll use the Fergana horses to travel. No matter if we eat this meal or not, we'll surely be able to catch up to him within 2 days. Yu Li nodded as well, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. Yu Hui nodded, then looked at Tian Xiong. Then I'll be troubling Elder Tian. It's no trouble, no trouble. A smile had bloomed on Tian Xiong's face since long ago. During these past few days, first, the Tian clan's patriarch had died, then they were exploited of 1 million silver. It could be said that the Tian clan was in a precarious situation. The other two great clans of Cove Rain Town had been restless these past few days, and they obviously wanted to annex the Tian clan in one fell swoop. As far as he was concerned, so long as the Tian clan was able to form a relationship with the county city's Yu clan, they would surely be able to ensure their safety. I'll go instruct the kitchen. Chapter 131. Bang! Origin energy charged out from Duan Lingtian's body, breaking through the last bottleneck, a carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon in a single day. At the instant his origin energy charged through the bottleneck, it instantly underwent a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Broke through. 4th level of the core formation stage. During these past 3 months, Duan Lingtian hadn't stopped cultivating on the way to the imperial city. The facts proved that his hard work wasn't in vain. With my current strength, I can exert the strength of 11 ancient mammoths without using a spirit weapon. Comparable to an ordinary 8th level core formation martial artist. Once I complete the tempering of my fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, the raging python form, I'll gain the strength of an ancient mammoth and be comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingxing, we'll meet soon. At that time, what you gave me, Ke, and Li Xian, I'll make you pay back 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. Raising his head to look, he noticed that his mother, Li Ro, was cultivating as well. As for Li Fei and Ke, they were both asleep. These two little girls are probably really tired. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his eyes were filled with gentleness like water. He would use his entire life to protect these two girls and make them the happiest women in the world. This was the vow and promise he made to himself, and it would never change in this lifetime. Pulling open the carriage's curtain, Duan Lingtian looked outside, and the scene that entered his eyes constantly moved behind him. Along the way, they did encounter some blind horse bandits. However, those bandits failed to kill and rob, and were all killed by Xiaofan in the end. With Xiaofan here, Duan Lingtian was extremely at ease. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired and dozed off for a while. Soon, he was awakened by the sound of galloping horses. The sound of hooves came from 3 horses. Their speed was far faster than that of an ordinary horse. 3 Fergana horses. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian lifted the curtain and looked back. His eyebrows moved slightly. Soon, he saw one of the 3 people who were getting closer and closer. Yu Xiang. The Yu clan's actions are quite fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He closed the car window without waking up his mother, Li Ro, Li Fei, and Ke. He pulled open the curtains and sat beside Xiaofan. Xiaofan, the 3 people behind us are coming for me. Stop the carriage by the side and let's go meet them. Yes, master. Xiaofan nodded and parked the carriage by the side of the road. He followed Duan Lingtian and ran in the direction behind the carriage. Law. Nay, the 3 Fergana horses stopped before Duan Lingtian. The sweat on their bodies was like fresh blood, and under the scorching sun, it flickered with a strange luster. The young man on one of the Fergana horses had a piercingly cold gaze as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you know you can't escape death, so you came here to give your life away? What? You want to use this to beg us to let your family go? Yu Xiang, you still like to think you're infallible. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and spoke indifferently. His gaze had never looked at Yu Xiang from the beginning until the end, but had instead descended onto the other 2 people. An old man and a middle-aged man. Martial artists above the core formation stage couldn't be easily discerned, but Duan Lingtian had, after all, inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could vaguely discern that the middle-aged man was an origin core stage martial artist, and the old man was a nascent soul stage martial artist. This old man's strength wasn't inferior to Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao. Humph. Duan Lingtian, you're still being stubborn when you're about to die. I'll say it today. Even if you deliver yourself to die, I won't let your family go. As long as it's someone related to you, they'll die without a doubt. Yu Xiang burst into rage when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to disregard him. What did you say? Duan Lingtian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and flashed towards Yu Xiang. His family was his reverse scale. Yu Xiang was suddenly enveloped by this killing intent, and his face went pale. His body trembled and he actually fell off the horse with a bang, in an extremely sorry state. The old man, the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui, glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Such killing intent was something he'd never developed even after fighting for more than half his life. This youth around the age of 17 wasn't simple. You're courting death. Yu Li's face sank, and his legs shook as he instantly left the back of his horse and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His palm descended, strong wind swept out, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Duan Lingtian, you killed my son, Yu Hong. Today is the day you die. Yu Hong. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he came to a sudden understanding. So this person was Yu Hong's father. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he gazed at the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Li. This Yu Hong's strength wasn't bad, as he'd actually cultivated to the 8th level of the origin core stage. However, this little bit of strength, you dare be rude to my master? Die! Xiaofan shouted out explosively as he instantly flashed out to intercept Yu Hong. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well, 7th level of the origin core stage. Yu Hui sat on the Fergana horse and was slightly surprised, but he had no intention of interfering. As far as he was concerned, Yu Li alone was sufficient to deal with a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Humph! A mere 7th level origin core stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before me? I'll kill you first and bury Duan Lingtian with your corpse. Yu Li's eyes revealed disdain as he sneered, then his palm strike that was filled with raging origin energy blasted towards Xiaofan. Whoosh! Right at this instant, the 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiaofan had instantly turned into 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. No! The sneer on the corners of Yu Li's mouth completely froze when he saw this scene, and his eyes revealed terror. He never imagined that his opponent was actually a nascent soul stage martial artist. Only a martial artist at the first level of the nascent soul stage or above was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but noticed that it was too late. All the strength in his body poured into this palm strike, and it was difficult to withdraw it. Stay your hand. Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale, as he never imagined that Xiaofan had concealed his strength. His figure swiftly flashed as he pounced over, wanting to save Yu Li. Above him, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed when he saw Yu Hui attack, but his expression remained unchanged. Whoosh! Xiaofan moved, and a 3-foot-long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It whistled past and instantly swept past Yu Li's throat. After he succeeded, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Yu Hui caught Yu Li's body, but noticed that fresh blood was violently gushing out from Yu Li's throat, and Yu Li struggled for a moment before losing all signs of life. Second Elder. Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale. The middle-aged man in his embrace wasn't just the Yu clan's 2nd elder, he was also the patriarch's younger brother. Now that he had died before him, how would he explain this to the patriarch? Early on when Xiaofan exerted the strength of a nascent soul stage martial artist, Yu Xiang was already scared silly. Now that he saw Yu Li die, his face went ghastly pale, and he pounced forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Li's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Father! Father! Yu Hui put down Yu Li's corpse, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he strode out and walked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan. Today, even if you're at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage, you'll still die without a doubt. And you, Duan Lingtian, after I kill him, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and hand you over to Yu Xiang to be dealt with personally. Yu Hui's voice was cold and indifferent, and his chilly gaze first flashed past Xiaofan before descending onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is shaved off piece by piece by piece. I'll make you wish you were dead. Hearing Yu Hui's words, Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Then let's see if this old fellow can live up to your expectations. Whoosh! Yu Hui moved, and his speed was so swift that with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Hui. Xiaofan moved along with Yu Hui, but seemed to be able to easily see through Yu Hui's location and directly moved to intercept him. A mere 1st level nascent soul stage martial artist, die. Yu Hui revealed himself and coldly shouted. A spirit weapon narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing suddenly appeared in his hand, and it whistled out towards Xiong Quan. The saber light emitted outwards, and against the scorching sun, it flickered with a dazzling luster. Grade 8 Spirit Weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he discerned the grade of the spirit weapon in Yu Hui's hand. Meanwhile, beside the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Hui, another 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of strength from a spirit weapon. Grade 8 Spirit Weapon amplified strength by almost 20%. Yu Hui's saber art martial skill was extremely brilliant, and he perfectly displayed his strength, following like a shadow as he enveloped Xiong Quan. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, you encountered me. Facing Yu Hui's brilliant saber strike, Xiong Quan didn't dodge, and the 3-foot-long blade flashed out to intercept it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth curled into a sneer. But in next to no time, his expression completely changed. What did he see? Right at the instant Xiong Quan attacked, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan instantly became 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Third level of the nascent soul stage. This wasn't all. Along with the spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand flashing out, the might of the spirit weapon was perfectly displayed. Beside the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 100+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The amplification of the spirit weapon was almost 30%. The strength of 500+ ancient mammoths against the strength of 360 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all, and the outcome was obvious. Clang! As a grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long blade flashed past, instantly slashing apart Yu Hui's grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, and its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it went on to chop off Yu Hui's head. Before Yu Hui died, he only had one thought left. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Grade 7 Spirit Weapon. The eyes of Yu Hui's head that flew out from his body stared wide open, as if he never imagined that Xiong Quan would have such strength. Grand Elder. No, it can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming, I must be. The scene before him caused Yu Xiong's eyes to almost split open, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 132. Ah! The intense pain coming from his thigh caused Yu Xiong to be unable to stop himself from screaming out. Only now did he realize that everything before his eyes was real, and he wasn't dreaming. Yu Xiong. Seeing Yu Xiong's actions, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now, tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I let you watch as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece, living a life worse than death? Or should I give you a quick death? In the next moment, Yu Xiong's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Thump. This Yu Xiong actually directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him, ignoring the fresh blood flowing from his forehead. Duan Lingtian, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. As death approached, Yu Xiong forgot his dignity, forgot everything. Let you go? Duan Lingtian sneered, let you go, and then let you go back to the Yu clan to find someone to take revenge on me? Yu Xiong hurriedly shook his head. He was terrified to the extreme, and his body trembled. I won't take revenge on you, really, I won't take revenge on you. Your brother and father both died in my hands. Are you sure you won't take revenge on me? Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Really, really. Yu Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian with a begging expression. However, the cold light that flashed in the depths of his eyes was still noticed by Duan Lingtian. However, even if Duan Lingtian didn't notice this, he still didn't intend to let Yu Xiong go. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. This Yuxiang's heart was vicious, and Duan Lingtian could be considered to have witnessed it. Yuxiang, I still remember your overbearing and arrogant appearance when we first met. It was as if you didn't take me seriously at all. Originally, I didn't intend to bicker with you, but you actually conspired with your brother to get someone to take my life. It can be said that your brother's death, and even your father's death, was caused by you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yuxiang. You. The disappearance of Centurion Bai Feng is related to you? Yuxiang's expression changed drastically. When his brother's good friend, Bai Feng, went missing, he felt it was very strange. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he faintly guessed something. That's right, Bai Feng died in my hands. I used the same inscription that killed your brother to kill him in the setting sun mountain range. Duan Lingtian nodded and admitted it. Yuxiang's face was ashen. He didn't expect that from the beginning to the end. Duan Lingtian wasn't worried about his revenge. Now that he thought about it, all of this seemed to be caused by him. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. I can be your dog and be ordered around by you, how about it? Yuxiang's eyes emitted the desire to survive. He was only 20 this year and wasn't willing to lose his life. Be my dog? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Yuxiang would actually disregard his dignity in order to survive. The current Yuxiang was simply like a completely different person from the Yuxiang he met for the first time. If Yuxiang could still maintain his arrogant appearance like before, Duan Lingtian might think slightly more highly of him. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to kill this Yuxiang himself. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone contained dense coldness mixed within. Yes, master. Although Duan Lingtian didn't specifically instruct him to do anything, Xiong Quan was still able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant, as he'd followed Duan Lingtian for a few months after all. No. When he saw Xiong Quan walking over, Yuxiang realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, and he let out a sorrowful shout before turning around and fleeing. However, that bit of speed of his was nothing in front of Xiong Quan. After a short moment, Xiong Quan caught up to him and he died under Xiong Quan's sword. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, Xiong Quan searched the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members for a while before withdrawing some silver and a spatial ring. That spatial ring was precisely the possession of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. Master. Xiong Quan respectfully passed the spoils of the battle to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, then glanced at the broken grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, then glanced at the 3 Fergana horses. Put away his spirit weapon as well, I'll be able to use it when refining weapons in the future. As for these 3 Fergana horses, find a town ahead and replace our 5 horses, and let these 3 Fergana horses pull the carriage. Xiong Quan's gaze twitched as he said in astonishment, Master. You're also a weapons craftsman? Is it very strange? Come, let's go back. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, then he ignited his pill fire and burned the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members before turning around and leaving. Meanwhile, he claimed ownership of Yu Hui's spatial ring while he was at it, 2 million silver. Not bad, this Yu Hui is wealthier than Aqua Mist City's He clan's Hizudao. Xiong Quan led the 3 Fergana horses and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He felt that the master he'd acknowledged seemed to not be an ordinary person. What a joke! Could an ordinary person be so wise and farsighted at such an age, as if everything was under his control? Xiong Quan even felt that. Even the former sect leader of the Boundless sect was far inferior to his current master in certain aspects. Perhaps, being able to follow Master is my fortune. With Master's natural talent, he'll sooner or later go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I keep having the feeling that my life will change because of this. Such a thought suddenly arose within Xiong Quan's heart. This thought was like a seed that gradually took root and sprouted. Many years later, when he suddenly looked back, only then would he realize how correct his thoughts were at this moment. Returning to the carriage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of Li Fei, Ke, and his mother, Li Ro, had all descended onto him in unison. "You're all awake?" A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. "Young master, what happened?" Ke asked. "Nothing, it's just a few bandits that blocked the way." Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. For the sake of avoiding his mother from being too worried, he found an excuse. "Bandits? Since when did bandits ride Fergana horses to rob us?" Li Ro pulled open the carriage window and glanced outside. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile when she saw Duan Lingtian leading 3 fine horses that were covered in sweat that seemed to be dyed with blood. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. "It's really Fergana horses, and there's even 3 of them." Li Fei was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, and flowing lights flashed within her eyes. "What beautiful horses! These are Fergana horses? Big sister Fei Fei, are these Fergana horses very special?" Ke was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well. No matter if it was in terms of leg strength or appearance, a Fergana horse was absolutely the best amongst horses. Ke, the speed of a Fergana horse is a few times faster than an ordinary fine horse, and it can travel 500 kilometers in a day. Moreover, just a single Fergana horse is worth 1 million silver. Li Fei explained. "Ah." Ke was frightened. 1 million silver taels for a horse? Very quickly, the gazes of the 3 women that were slightly scrutinizing fell upon Duan Lingtian at the same time. Duan Lingtian's heart tightened, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. "Xiaofan, call me when we reach the town ahead. I'm sleepy, so I'm going to catch up on my sleep first." Duan Lingtian yawned and called out to Xiaofan outside. Under the burning gazes of the 3 women, he lay down on the bed and pretended to be asleep. "Scoundrel!" Li Fei angrily said. Li Ro also helplessly shook her head, but she didn't intend to probe any further. She closed her pair of beautiful eyes and continued to cultivate. After a moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at his mother, Li Ro. After discovering that she was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, he reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand. "Little Fei come." Li Fei was still puzzled. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a ring appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spatial ring of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. "This is..." Li Fei took a deep breath. She had a guess in her heart, and she was slightly excited. "Haven't you always envied Ke for having a spatial ring?" As Duan Lingtian spoke softly, he removed the ownership of the spatial ring and put it on Li Fei's hand. "It's really a spatial ring?" After Li Fei dripped her blood onto the spatial ring, she excitedly lowered her head and kissed Duan Lingtian. After that, she noticed Ke looking at her with a spurious smile. She was so embarrassed that she turned her head away and didn't dare look back for a long time. "Little Fei you're still shy." Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly pulled Li Fei into his embrace, and his other hand embraced Ke. He hugged one in each arm and fell asleep. Not long after, Xiaofan drove the carriage into a small town. After dealing with the original 5 steeds, he hitched the 3 Fergana horses onto the carriage. When they left the small town, 100% of the people turned their heads. There were even quite a few people who chased them out of the small town and only returned to their senses after they saw the carriage disappear into the distance. "My God, those are Fergana horses, right? 3 Fergana horses are worth 3 million taels of silver. Using 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage is too extravagant." The group of small-town residents deeply engraved this scene in their hearts. This was the most extravagant action they'd ever seen in their entire lives. After switching to the 3 Fergana horses, the carriage galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. In Duan Lingtian's original plan, it would take nearly a year to reach the imperial city. But now that he'd switched to the Fergana horses, it was an entire 3 months ahead of time. The imperial city is in front. Li Rou's gaze was complicated as she looked at the vast and majestic city in the distance through the carriage window. That year, she'd brought her son, who was still immature, and left this place. She didn't expect that after so many years, she'd once again set foot on this land. She seemed to have recalled that year, the scenes when her husband, Duan Rufeng, was still alive. Although her husband had been missing for many years, she was sure that her husband was still alive. Tian, Li Rou looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, "When we reach the imperial city this time, Mother hopes that you can accompany Mother to make a trip to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan." That year, it was she who'd secretly brought Duan Lingtian away. After all, Duan Lingtian had the blood of the Duan clan flowing through his veins, and he was still a member of the Duan clan. Acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan? Duan Lingtian frowned. Mother, I'm not going. Tian, Li Rou's tone became heavier. She'd always been a person who valued relationships and righteousness, and she couldn't bear to see her son being so immature. Mother. Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red as he said in a deep voice, "All these years, has the Duan clan ever cared about the life and death of us? Also, when Duan Lingxing almost killed me 2 years ago, has that so-called fourth uncle ever treated me fairly?" Chapter 133. Within the carriage, it was deathly silent. Li Fei and Ke were very sensible and didn't speak. Li Rou's eyes were slightly red. She could feel her son's resentment from his tone. After a long time, she sighed and said softly, "All right, Tian, if you're unwilling to go, then we won't go. Mom, don't be sad." Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache when he saw his mother like this. He sat over and held Li Rou's hand. "I know you want me to go and acknowledge my ancestors for father's sake. But, why did you leave the Duan clan that year? Could it be that you've forgotten everything? When father was still alive, everyone respected you. Once father went missing, those jealous people took the initiative to make things difficult for you. I believe that even if father was still alive, he wouldn't blame us." Li Rou nodded and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. "Tian, you've grown up. Mom can be at ease. Mom doesn't have any other wishes for the rest of her life. I only hope to be able to see you, Fei, and Ke give birth to children, and I'll be satisfied." Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A mother's love was as heavy as Mount Tai, causing his heart to feel slightly sour and his eyes to feel bitter. "Mom, you rest for a while." Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian returned to Li Fei and Ke's side and sighed. He would go to the Duan clan, but not to acknowledge his ancestors, it was to kill that Duan Lingxing. In next to no time, the carriage arrived at the foot of the imperial city. The enormous carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses naturally attracted the attention of many people everywhere it passed. The imperial city was vast and vast. It stood there like an enormous ferocious beast that was hibernating, and it brought a feeling of oppression to others. The imperial city was surrounded by a wide moat, leaving only a stone bridge that led to the entrance of the imperial city. This was also the only city gate of the imperial city. This was the only way in and out of the imperial city. As the carriage walked on the stone bridge, one could vaguely see numerous ferocious fish-type ferocious beasts leaping up from the moat and revealing their savage fangs. The density of these ferocious fish beasts made one's scalp numb. One could imagine that even if a nascent Soul Realm martial artist fell into it, they would most likely die. As the only gate of the imperial city, it was extremely large. It was made of steel and was dozens of meters tall. On both sides of the gate, there were mighty soldiers in armor. They held sharp spears in their hands and stood there in 2 lines, as motionless as mountains. Wherever Duan Lingtian's carriage passed, the crowd would make way. Even the soldiers on both sides of the city gate did not dare to approach. A carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was a rare sight even in the imperial city. Those who could sit in such a carriage were either rich or noble. After entering the imperial city, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Ke looked out the window and carefully observed everything in the imperial city. On both sides of the wide road, there were many shops and restaurants. It was very lively. Li Fei faintly sighed. Compared to the imperial city, Aurora City can only be considered as a small rural town. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed. Aurora City could not be compared to the imperial city at all. Master, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city is divided into an inner city and an outer city. We are currently only in the outer city. At this moment, Xiaofan's voice sounded. Outer city? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Such a bustling place was only in the outer city of the imperial city? Master, look, the inner city is in front. After the carriage traveled for another half an hour, Xiaofan's voice sounded out again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed that at the end of the road, there was a city within a city. This inner city did not look much different from the outer city. If there was a difference, it would be that the area it occupied was smaller than the outer city. No matter if it was the moat, the city walls that surrounded the city like a water bucket, or the only stone bridge, they were all no different from the outer city. Presently, the inner city's gate was tightly shut and there was not a single person on the stone bridge. The inner city is actually not open. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. There should be a time limit. Xiaofan said. Xiaofan, you seem to know the imperial city very well. Have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. From Xiaofan's introduction earlier, he noticed that Xiaofan seemed to be very familiar with the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. I've been here once before. Xiaofan sighed as he reminisced. At that time, he took the identity of the Boundless Sect's guardian and brought the Boundless Sect's disciples out to handle some matters, and they just happened to pass by here. Now that he thought back, he sighed endlessly. Let's find an inn in the outer city to stay first. Duan Lingtian instructed. Yes. Xiaofan replied respectfully and found a slightly luxurious inn to stay in. The innkeeper of the inn personally came out to welcome them. The carriage driven by 3 Fergana horses caused him to tremble with fear, as he was deeply afraid of offending the esteemed guests. Mother, let's go out to eat. Duan Lingtian arrived outside Li Ro's room and said softly. Mother isn't hungry and wants to rest for a while. You guys go ahead. Remember to bring Xiaofan along. The experts in the imperial city are as numerous as the clouds, so you must not take the initiative to cause trouble. Li Ro's voice sounded out, and she didn't forget to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied and left the inn with Li Fei and Ke. Xiaofan followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian found a nearby restaurant that looked pretty good and walked in with large strides. This restaurant was a pavilion that was divided into 3 floors. The surroundings of the first floor were filled with flowers and plants, and it was extremely pleasant. It was currently mealtime, and the lobby of the first floor was already full, bustling with activity, and extremely lively. Duan Lingtian followed the stairs and walked up to the second floor with large strides. Compared to the clamor of the first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Although there were many people talking, they intentionally lowered their voices and were extremely mindful of their image. Guest, this way please. Before long, a waitress greeted Duan Lingtian's group and brought them to a table near the street. Give me a portion of each of your signature dishes and a jug of good wine. Duan Lingtian instructed. Yes. The waitress nodded respectfully before turning and leaving. Before long, fine wine and delicacies were placed on the table. This restaurant is rather special. Li Fei lightly smiled. Sitting on the second floor, they were practically unable to hear the sounds of the lobby on the first floor. Everything seemed to be so quiet and peaceful. Although they could hear the conversations of some of the patrons on the second floor, they were all suppressed to an extremely low level. If they didn't intentionally listen, they would be completely ignored. A small portion of the patrons in the surroundings were discussing private matters, but most of them were discussing Paladin Academy. I wonder if Paladin Academy will receive a genius student like Su Qing this year. What kind of joke is this? That Su Qing is a rare genius martial artist. In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, there was only one person from 20+ years ago that was able to compare with him. Who? Naturally, it's the Duan Rufeng clan's Duan Rufeng. Who's Duan Rufeng? You actually don't even know who Duan Rufeng is? He's a peerless genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom 20 years ago, and he's also a direct descendant of the Duan clan. I've actually never heard anyone mention him. Of course, because he went missing 15 years ago. If he didn't go missing, then the #1 expert of our Crimson Sky Kingdom might not necessarily be that person from the Imperial family. Shoo. Be quiet, are you courting death? Is that person from the Imperial family someone you can talk about? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the discussion of the people at the nearby table. Duan Rufeng was precisely his father in this lifetime. I never imagined that there would still be people who remember that deadbeat father of mine. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. Humph. Duan Rufeng is only a short-lived ghost. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the stairs. A red-clothed young woman around the age of 19 walked up to the second floor, and behind her was an old woman. The old woman leaned on a walking stick, but her eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Obviously, her cultivation wasn't low. Little girl, you're too presumptuous. If that Duan Rufeng was here, would you dare say such words? The expression of the middle-aged man who'd been praising Duan Rufeng earlier sank slightly. Slap her. The red-clothed young woman's voice was icy cold, and it was unknown who she was talking to. Instantly, the old woman behind her moved, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards the middle-aged man. Above the old woman, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, then vanished in a flash. Slap! A clear sound echoed out as the old woman returned behind the red-clothed young woman, whereas, half of the middle-aged man's face was swollen, and his expression was extremely unsightly, yet he dared to be angry but didn't dare say anything. The old woman's strength was far above his. For a moment, the second floor was deathly silent. So overbearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flickered within them. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was still his father after all. Now that he was being insulted, a ball of flames couldn't help but arise within his heart. Truly laughable. A short-lived ghost is worthy of such praise from all of you. The red-clothed young woman's icy cold gaze descended onto the other people that participated in the discussion earlier, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads and not dare say another word. Humph. These days, people aren't even allowed to speak the truth. If that Duan Rufeng was still here, would you dare to insult him? Li Fei obviously couldn't bear to see the red-clothed young woman's actions, and she grunted coldly. The red-clothed young woman's gaze descended onto Li Fei's face, and she mocked. An ugly freak with a veil on her face is worthy of speaking to this young miss? I'll give you a chance, slap yourself 30 times. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ugly freak? Li Fei was dazed, then sneered. You really think highly of yourself. Even if you were to deliver yourself to a beggar on the side of the road, a beggar might not dare to marry you, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This girl's mouth is unforgiving, you're courting death. A trace of a cold light flashed within the red-clothed young woman's eyes. Her hand trembled, and a strong wind swept out. A black whip that was like a venomous snake brought out a string of whip images that were suffused with origin energy as it flashed straight towards Li Fei. Her attack was incomparably ruthless. Above her, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the core formation stage. Just when most people thought that Li Fei would suffer a loss, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! Just when Li Fei's gaze went slightly cold and she intended to make a move, Duan Lingtian embraced her and dodged the red-clothed young woman's attack. Chapter 134. Going too far? The red-clothed girl's expression was extremely unsightly after her attack missed. There are some people you can't afford to offend. In front of me, not to mention mocking, she doesn't even have the qualifications to speak. The qualifications to speak? That's really new. This is the first time I've heard that speaking requires qualifications. But I wonder where you got the qualifications to injure someone, and who gave you the qualifications? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he started laughing from extreme anger. Even if he didn't interfere earlier, with Li Fei's strength at the 5th level of the core formation stage, it would still be sufficient to defeat the red-clothed girl who was at the 4th level of the core formation stage. He embraced Li Fei and moved aside, not because he was worried that Li Fei would suffer a loss, but because he listened to his mother, Li Ro, and tried his best not to cause trouble. If the matter really got out of hand, then he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Some of the surrounding customers frowned as they looked at the red-clothed girl, as they all felt that she was going too far. Some people are born lowly, like ants. There are some people who are born to be noble and are supreme. The red-clothed girl arrogantly raised her head and said with a condescending tone, "You asked ere this young miss got the qualifications, and this is this young miss qualifications. In front of this young miss, she's only an ant. You're similarly an ant. So, you don't have the qualifications to speak in front of this young miss." The red-clothed girl had only just finished speaking when the black whip flashed out once again, swinging towards Duan Lingtian. What a good born lowly. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, and let you know that no one has the qualifications to casually trample on the dignity of another. Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold, as he was truly enraged. Die! The red-clothed girl shouted in a low voice, and the whip in her hand seemed to transform into numerous black poisonous snakes that scuttled towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand. He only used the strength of less than 7 ancient mammoths. Slap! He easily caught the red-clothed girl's whip in his hand and fiercely shook it. Pooh! The red-clothed girl's hand that held the whip trembled, and she was shaken to the point she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was ghastly pale as she stared at Duan Lingtian, as if she had encountered something extremely inconceivable. You actually dare injure this young miss? What a joke! You want to kill me, but I can't hurt you? Duan Lingtian sneered. Did this crazy woman really think that the heavens were the greatest and she was the second? She could kill people, but others could only stand there and let her kill them? What kind of logic was this? For a moment, all the customers in the restaurant looked at the woman in red as though they were looking at an idiot. Although they had seen many hedonistic sons of rich families, this was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated one. Do you know who I am? This young lady will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to this young lady 3 times. Perhaps this young lady will show mercy and spare your life. The woman in red looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice was cold as if she was giving alms to Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and the icy cold bloody killing intent on his body swept out. The woman in red was enveloped by the killing intent, and her face went pale. Her entire body trembled as she continuously retreated a few steps. She once again looked at Duan Lingtian as if she was looking at a devil. You! Don't come over here. Don't come over here, enough. The old woman spoke out as she took a step forward and blocked the woman in red, blocking the peerless killing intent that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even the old woman couldn't help but be moved. This youth that looked to be around 18 years old and not only had a strength that wasn't inferior to her young miss, he actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there probably weren't many people who possessed such killing intent. Who the hell are you? The old woman looked at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. She faintly realized that this violet-clothed youth wasn't simple, and might even have an extraordinary background. Who am I? Duan Lingtian started laughing as he swept the red-clothed woman behind the old woman with his gaze. I'm the ant she spoke of. A naturally lowly ant. What? The naturally noble young miss can only hide behind others now and don't dare make a move to show off your nobility? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with ridicule. Kill him, I want him to die. The red-clothed woman was provoked by Duan Lingtian to the point her face flushed red, and she roared with a fierce voice. The old woman's gaze focused as killing intent flashed within. Originally, when she saw Duan Lingtian being so mysterious and unfathomable, she still had misgivings in her heart. Now, when she heard her young miss's order, she didn't hesitate any longer. No matter how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's identity was, he would still die today. Whoosh! The old woman moved, attacking with her full strength, and 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, revealing her cultivation. 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Xiaofan, don't let her disturb me. Right when the hearts of the customers on the second floor were in suspense for Duan Lingtian instead suddenly spoke such words, causing these customers to feel slightly bewildered. Yes, master. Xiaofan moved, only using the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to stop the old woman and suppress her, causing her to be unable to make a move against Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The old woman glanced at Xiaofan in terror, and her face went ghastly pale. You! Don't come over here. Don't come over here. The red-clothed woman's face went ghastly pale when she saw her backer being stopped by someone, then she saw Duan Lingtian walking towards her. Slap! Duan Lingtian walked forward and raised his hand to slap the red-clothed girl, then he said in a cold voice, Noble eldest young miss, today, allow me, a lowly ant, to properly discipline you on behalf of your parents. This slap is for my wife. Li Fei sat at the side, and a happy smile appeared on her face. You dare slap me? The red-clothed woman was dumbstruck. Even her father had never hit her. Now, a strange man actually dared slap her. You're dead. You're dead. The red-clothed woman looked at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze, as if she was looking at a dead man. Slap. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, then sneered. This slap is for that big brother from before. Nearby, the middle-aged man with half his face swollen glanced at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. Kid, you'll regret this. Do you know who she is? Meanwhile, the old woman that was suppressed by Xiaofan, her body that seemed as if it would fall in the wind lightly trembled. Don't worry, no matter who she is, I'll properly teach her how to behave on behalf of her parents. Duan Lingtian swept the old woman with a cold and indifferent gaze, then looked at the red-clothed woman with a cold expression. Slap. 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 Slap after slap was swung out, hitting the red-clothed woman until her cheeks were completely swollen, turning her into a pig's head. Didn't you say that you were born noble and supreme? Didn't you say that I was born lowly and wanted to kill an ant like me? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with coldness and indifference. The red-clothed woman's eyes flickered with icy cold killing intent, as if she was already numb, and she spoke incoherently. You will surely, regret this. Stubborn. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, and after slapping her down, he stopped and coldly shouted. Fuck off. Don't appear before me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had also returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The old woman regained her freedom and helped the red-clothed woman up before walking down the stairs in large strides. Her icy cold voice sounded from afar. Kid, no matter who you are or what your background is, you prepare to receive the fury of the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Fair Sun County's county governor's estate? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The county governor's estate again. He seemed to have a special affinity with the people of the county governor's estate. First it was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate, and now it was the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Could it be that the red-clothed woman from before was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? I've long heard that the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter is an unruly girl, but I never imagined that she's unruly to such an extent. The expressions of many customers went pale as they paid their bills and left one by one, deeply afraid that they would get into trouble. Little brother. In a short while, only the middle-aged man with a swollen face remained. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate isn't to be trifled with, you'd better leave the imperial city quickly. This is the imperial city, could it be that the county governor's estate can overturn the heavens? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. No matter how strong the county governor's estate was, it seemed that its reputation was only spread far and wide within the county that it governed, right? Within the imperial city, a mere county governor's estate dared to be presumptuous? Perhaps he perceived Duan Lingtian's indifference. The middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face as he explained, little brother, you don't know. If it was the county governor's estate of the other 17 counties, then it would be fine. But the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate is different. If I'm not wrong, that red-clothed woman from before ought to be the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor and the younger sister of His Majesty's concubine. That concubine of His Majesty's concubine is also the mother of the current 5th prince. After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the restaurant, and he didn't forget to remind Duan Lingtian once again to quickly leave the imperial city. So in this way, that woman from before is the cousin of the 5th prince? Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. Scoundrel, what should we do now? They'd just arrived at the imperial city and had already indirectly offended the 5th prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. This wasn't a good sign. What's wrong, little Fei? Weren't you so confident just now? Are you afraid now? Duan Lingtian teased. Humph. I'm just worried about you. Li Fei grunted. Alright, let's eat. Duan Lingtian sat back between Li Fei and Kerr as he smiled. Before long, Duan Lingtian looked at the female attendant in the distance and called out to her. Guest, do you need anything? The female attendant didn't dare look straight at Duan Lingtian. She was also frightened by Duan Lingtian's overbearing side from before. Don't be nervous, I just wanted to ask you if you know when the inner city is open to the public? Duan Lingtian squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face as he asked curiously. Guest, the inner city is open for an hour in the morning, noon, and evening. The female attendant's expression eased up a bit. What's the difference between the inner city and the outer city? Duan Lingtian asked again. Compared to the outer city, the inner city is much more prosperous. The imperial palace, the mansions of the various large families, and Paladin Academy are all in the inner city. However, even if outsiders enter the inner city, they wouldn't spend the night inside. The inns inside are more than 10 times more expensive than the inns outside. Those who are able to buy a mansion inside are either wealthy or respectable. Chapter 135. From the female attendant, Duan Lingtian found out about the difference between the inner city and outer city. Compared to the outer city, every inch of land in the inner city was worth an inch of gold. "Young master, are we going to the inner city?" Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian smiled. "There's no rush. There's still some time before dusk. Let's return to the inn first after we finish eating." Kerr nodded obediently. When they left the inn, Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. He would enter the inner city at dusk and find an inn to stay at, then buy a house to house his family in the imperial city. After all, he had to spend the next few years in Paladin Academy. Looks like I have to work hard to earn money again. On the way back to the inn, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he had 10 million silver on him now, he understood that this little bit of money was probably enough to buy a house in the inner city where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. Swallow Mountain County's county city, Yu Clan Estate. Within the audience hall, a travel-worn Yu Clan disciple was reporting to the patriarch, Yu Jian. "Patriarch, I'm afraid the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and young Master Xiang have met with misfortune. I'm afraid?" Yu Dian's face sank and his voice was chilly. "This is the result of your investigation?" The Yu Clan disciple took a deep breath and slowly said, "Patriarch, I searched all along the way and didn't notice the tracks of the Grand Elder and the others. But, I've been tracking them all the way to the vicinity of the Imperial City, and I heard that someone used a carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses to travel, and that carriage had the Li Clan crest on it." "The Li Clan's crest? Humph. It ought to be that little bastard Duan Lingtian's carriage. Looks like I've underestimated him." Yu Dian's eyes went cold as he ordered. "You, go invite the 3 supreme elders over." "Yes." The Yu Clan disciple received his orders and left. Only when he left the hall did he heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, the patriarch's rage had pressured him to the point he was practically unable to breathe. "Second brother, Xiang, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian goes to the Imperial City, I'll still make his blood splatter everywhere to comfort your souls in heaven." At this moment, Yu Jian, the patriarch of the Yu Clan, was burning with rage. He understood that it was impossible for the 3 of them to still be alive after not hearing from them for nearly half a year. Outside the Imperial City, in an inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Pa! 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 The sound of things being smashed came from the best room in the inn. Obviously, the guests inside were venting their anger. In the room, the woman in red seemed to have gone mad. Almost everything in the guest room that could be smashed had been smashed by her. "When have I, Tong Li, ever suffered such humiliation in my life? If he doesn't die, I swear I'm not human." The red-clothed woman was tired from the fall and sat down on the bed. Her eyes were crimson red, as if she was a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out from hell. The old woman stood at the side and kept silent. She knew that when the young miss got angry, not to mention her, even the county governor would be powerless. "Granny Wang, the inner city should be open soon. Let's go, I'm going to look for cousin." Tong Li stood up and walked out angrily. "Yes." The old woman respectfully followed behind. Rumble. At dusk, along with the gate of the inner city slowly opening, the stream of people that had been waiting on the stone bridge at the gate, as well as the stream of people that had been waiting to leave the city, intertwined as they entered and exited. As a horse carriage walked onto the stone bridge, although the stream of people on the stone bridge surged endlessly, they still moved to the sides. Everyone looked at the horse carriage with reverence as it passed by. A horse carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses. The people inside were surely wealthy and respectable, and weren't people they could afford to offend. This is the inner city? So many people. Within the carriage, Kerr glanced outside and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Within the inner city, there was an endless stream of horse carriages, and what entered her eyes was a dense mass of people. When I saw so many people on the stone bridge earlier, I thought it would take half a day to squeeze in. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Li Fei's angelic face was filled with smiles, and her devilish figure lazily leaned against the carriage window. Of course. Don't underestimate the deterrent force of 3 Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian smiled. Even the county governors' estates of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom might not have the courage to use 3 Fergana horses to pull a horse carriage. It wasn't that they couldn't afford so many Fergana horses, but that they wouldn't waste them like this. Fergana horses were worth tens of thousands of gold, and very few people would be willing to let them pull a horse carriage. When Duan Lingtian's horse carriage smoothly entered the inner city and found an inn to stay at. Outside the gate of the inner city, a horse carriage that was similarly pulled by 3 horses walked onto the stone bridge, but it could only slowly walk on the stone bridge with the speed of an ant. Too slow. The red-clothed girl in the carriage had an extremely unsightly expression. Hey, hurry up. The red-clothed girl pulled open the carriage curtain and shouted at the coachman. Miss, I can't help it. There are so many people, and the carriage can't move at all. The coachman had an aggrieved expression. Humph. The red-clothed girl snorted coldly and walked out of the carriage. Her face sank as she looked at the surrounding people on both sides and in front of her. These lowly commoners actually dare to block my path. Slap. The red-clothed girl raised her hand, and the black whip in her hand tore through the sky with a sound. However, this sound was quickly covered by the surrounding clamor, and not many people were able to hear it. You lowly commoners, fuck off. The red-clothed girl swung the whip in her hand and roared with a stern voice. Her voice entered into the ears of the group of people around the horse carriage. These people revealed looks of disdain as they coldly glanced at the 3 ordinary yellow horses pulling the horse carriage, and mocked them without holding back. Do you really think her horse carriage is also pulled by Fergana horses? Yeah, sitting in such a lousy horse carriage, you really think you're somebody. If you have the ability, then go get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage, just like the horse carriage in front. You don't have to say anything, and we'll automatically make way for you. Brother, how can you say that? Do you think everyone has the courage to get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage? That's true. The mocking words entered into the red-clothed girl's ears, and it caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Slap. She swung the black whip in her hand, wanting to whip these people that mocked her. Miss. The old woman walked out of the carriage and grabbed the red-clothed girl's hand. Granny Wang, what are you doing? I want to teach this group of lowly commoners a lesson. The red-clothed girl's face sank. Miss, if you injure people in front of so many people, you'll surely become the target of everyone. Now, His Majesty the Emperor is old, and the throne is being replaced. Could it be that you want the matter of you whipping commoners for no reason to become a bargaining chip for the other princes to attack the 5th prince? The old woman laughed bitterly as she reminded in a light voice. The red-clothed girl took a deep breath and returned to the carriage with a gloomy expression. This miss can't take it anymore. These lowly commoners actually dared to talk about this miss like this. If this miss finds out who used 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage through the streets and caused this miss to be ridiculed, this miss won't forgive him. The red-clothed girl was precisely Tong Li, the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor. She was also the girl that Duan Lingtian taught a lesson in the restaurant. But if Tong Li knew that the owner of the carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was precisely the youth that slapped her in the restaurant not long ago, what expression would she have? In a quiet inn in the inner city. You two stay and chat with my mother. I'll go out with Xiongquan to do something. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei and Ke before leaving with Xiongquan. The inner city of the imperial city had businesses that specialized in selling houses, and these businesses were directly under the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Now, Duan Lingtian brought Xiongquan into a spacious store. Sir, may I know what kind of house you're looking for? Among the female attendants standing at the entrance of the store, the most beautiful one had a respectful expression as she welcomed Duan Lingtian into the hall. She was able to discern that the violet-clothed youth was the leader of the two people in front of her. The hall was very simple. Besides a few counters, there was only a model laid out in the middle of the hall. These models were all models of houses, and they were all separated from each other. I didn't expect that in this world, there would be something similar to the building models on Earth from my previous life. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and he felt a wave of familiarity. Sir, these are all houses that haven't been sold yet. Please take a look and see which one you like. The female attendant pointed at the rows of house models and introduced them with a smile. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to carefully size up these houses, a young man around the age of 19 walked into the store with an old man. The young man had an arrogant expression, and he was obviously a rich playboy. Sir, may I ask if you want to buy a house? Another female attendant went up to greet them. Nonsense, if this young master didn't come here to buy a house, could it be that I'm here to see you? Let this young master see what kind of houses you have here. The young man's words were full of condescension, causing the female attendant's face to turn green and white. However, she didn't dare to say anything. A person who could afford a house in the inner city was not someone she could afford to offend. Duan Lingtian frowned and glanced at the young man indifferently, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the house model in front of him. Hey, this young lady looks pretty good. Hey! It's you. This young master doesn't need her to entertain him. You entertain this young master. The young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at the female attendant who greeted Duan Lingtian. His lustful eyes seemed to be able to strip off all the clothes on the female attendant. Sorry, sir. I'm currently entertaining this customer, so I don't have time for the time being. The female attendant took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said in a low voice. What did you say? The young man glared and scolded. Young lady, do you fucking know who this young master is? This young master is a member of the Jade Orchid County's Duan clan. The Imperial City's Duan clan is the main clan of our Duan clan. Besides that, do you know the Imperial City's Duan clan's direct descendant, young master Duan Lingxing? Let me tell you, that's this young master's cousin. The female attendant was frightened to the point her face went pale when she heard this. Imperial City's Duan clan? That was one of the few great powers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was second only to the imperial family. Duan Lingxing? Duan Lingtian's mind was completely thrown into chaos by the young man, and a cold light flashed within his eyes as he looked at the young man. Duan Lingxing's cousin? Kid, what are you looking at? Unconvinced? Let me tell you, I, Duan Rong, am not someone you can afford to offend. The young man had a face of disdain when he saw Duan Lingtian look over, and he spoke with a condescending tone. Attention brothers and sisters using Apple devices. Because of copyright restrictions, the next chapter can't be seen in the reading center of the Apple mobile phone QQ. You can download the QQ reading app to see. If you find the Apple QQ reading app troublesome to recharge, you can open the browser on your mobile phone. After entering the web page, click on the top right corner to search for Ling Tian War Reverend and continue reading. Save the web page bookmark for convenience and speed. Chapter 136. Duan Lingtian was still surprised just now, as he didn't expect to meet Duan Lingxing's cousin here. Now, he hadn't even spoken when he was mocked and ridiculed by the other party, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Idiot! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curved as he slowly spat out these two words. Duan Rong was dumbfounded. This purple-clothed youth actually called him an idiot? He thought he had heard wrongly, and asked uncertainly, "What did you say just now?" Duan Lingtian didn't pay any more attention to this good-for-nothing. Although the other party was Duan Lingxing's cousin, it didn't have much to do with him. He had enmity with Duan Lingxing, but he wouldn't implicate the other party's family for no reason. In his previous life, he mixed in the mercenary world and licked blood on the blade. He always adhered to one of his principles. Don't implicate the family. Even his enemies in his previous life admired him from the bottom of their hearts on this point. Of course, if this Duan Rong didn't know what was good for him and wanted to find trouble with him, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. What's the price of these houses? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the female attendant beside him and asked. The female attendant came back to her senses, and Duan Lingtian's smile made her feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. The unhappiness caused by the matter just now was temporarily thrown to the back of her mind, and she seriously explained to Duan Lingtian. "Guest, look at this house. It's divided into two buildings, the main building and the secondary building. There are a total of 20 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, a hall, a front yard, and a backyard. Our house here is equipped with all new furniture and daily necessities. If you add everything up, it would cost 8 million silver. 8 million silver? Looking at the house that the female attendant pointed at, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue. Duan Rong stood at the side, his face flushed red. When had he ever been ignored like this? Looking at the purple-clothed youth and this beautiful female attendant talking and laughing, a ball of fire couldn't help but rise in his heart. "Kid, didn't you hear what this young master said just now? I want this female attendant." Duan Rong coldly said, his voice containing an unquestionable tone, and was incomparably overbearing. "Guest." The waitress turned pale and was frightened by Duan Lingtian's roar. She looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. "In this world, there are dogs barking everywhere. You'll get used to it. Continue." Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression on his face. Just as he had said, there were so many mad dogs in this world. He couldn't possibly kill all of them, could he? As long as they didn't bite him, he would just ignore them and let them scream as they wished. Seeing that Lingtian was so calm, the waitress heaved a sigh of relief. She also realized that even though this young man had heard of the other party's background, he was still fearless. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of the other party. Barking? Duan Rong's face completely darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Rong pounced on Duan Lingtian. Above him, 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 5th level of the core formation stage. "Guest, watch out." The waitress's face went pale. She never imagined that this good-for-nothing rich kid would actually have such a high cultivation, and she hurriedly warned Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she unconsciously blocked in front of Duan Lingtian, and she closed her eyes in fear as her delicate body trembled. "You're courting death." Duan Rong's eyes emitted a jealous and frenzied expression when he saw that the waitress was actually willing to be Duan Lingtian's shield. His palm descended, and origin energy palm images suffused the air as it blasted towards the waitress. "I think it's you who's courting death." Duan Lingtian's icy cold voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he moved along the waitress' delicate body and circled around to arrive in front of her. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's hands shook, and palm images and fist images whistled out to intercept Duan Rong's palm strike. Finishing touch. Amidst the palm images and fist images that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-piercing howl sounded out as his finger tapped onto Duan Rong's palm strike that whistled over. Whoosh! Instantly, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of almost 9 ancient mammoths in this finger strike. 6th level of the core formation stage. The old man that followed behind Duan Rong originally stood at the side with a calm expression. Even when Duan Rong attacked, he didn't express anything. But now, when he saw Duan Rong's opponent reveal a strength that firmly suppressed Duan Rong, his face sank, and he instantly moved, leaving behind a string of afterimages as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian and shouted out explosively, "Stop!" Above the old man, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths condensed into form, 4th level of the origin core stage. Humph! A cold snort that was like a thunderclap instantly resounded throughout the entire hall. A robust figure that was like a mountain instantly blocked the old man's path, and casually punched out, as if it was beneath him to even use a martial skill, as it smashed onto the old man's chest and directly blasted the old man flying. The old man came quickly, and left even faster. 7th level of the origin core stage. When the old man flew out, he vaguely saw 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above the person that attacked. And at almost the exact same moment. Hiss! Duan Lingtian's finger tapped onto Duan Rong's palm strike that approached menacingly. Instantly, the strength of his finger was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Ah! Accompanied by the strange sound of bones breaking, Duan Rong emitted a shrill cry, and his figure stopped, following in the old man's footsteps as he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's finger. Bang! Bang! The old man's body had just fallen to the ground when Duan Rong's body fell along with him, and just happened to land beside the old man. The intense pain that came from his palm caused Duan Rong to emit a wave of miserable shrill cries. 8th Elder. My wrist bone is broken. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, then glanced at the robust middle-aged man with terror before slowly standing up and supporting Duan Rong to leave the store and head towards the Duan clan estate that the Duan clan resided in. The female attendant had already opened her eyes. However, the palm strike that she expected didn't descend onto her, and she only saw the backs of the profligate young man and the old man by his side leaving. Who the heck is he? Subsequently, her gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and her eyes were filled with curiosity and disbelief. Everything that happened earlier only happened in the time it took for a bolt of lightning to return to her senses, yet she noticed that everything had already ended. But she was still able to recall that although she blocked in front of the violet-clothed youth, the violet-clothed youth still circled around to arrive before her in the end. Why? Suddenly, a slightly young voice entered into her ears. It caused her to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream, and she had a perturbed expression. Guest. Why did you block in front of me earlier? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he looked at the female attendant before him. I don't know either. I just felt at that time that I couldn't let anything happen to you, then. I subconsciously. The female attendant recalled everything that happened earlier and had an indescribable feeling. Even she herself didn't know why she'd done that earlier, and now that she recalled it, she felt a wave of lingering fear. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. Guest, I'm called Jing Ru. The female attendant replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded, then his gaze once again descended onto the model of the house that Jing Ru introduced earlier. I think this house isn't bad. Do you have one that's close to Paladin Academy? Paladin Academy. Jing Ru's delicate figure shook, and her eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. Guest, you're a student of Paladin Academy? I can be considered to be. I've obtained the qualifications to enter the academy and haven't reported myself yet. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Jing Ru was shocked. She'd never imagined that the youth before her would actually be a student of Paladin Academy. If one wanted to enter Paladin Academy, besides the imperial family and a few large clans in the imperial city that had the qualifications to recommend, only those genius martial artists that had passed through layers upon layers of screening and overcome all obstacles along the way were able to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. No matter how she looked at it, the violet-clothed youth before her was only around the age of 18. No matter what method he used to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy, it was sufficient to cause her to be shocked and even look up to him. Taking a deep breath, Jing Ru slowly said, "Guest, your luck isn't bad. There just happens to be a house like this near Paladin Academy." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Then this house it is. How do I go through the procedures?" With Jing Ru's help, Duan Lingtian spent 8 million silver to buy the house that Jing Ru introduced. Money handed over, goods handed over. Duan Lingtian withdrew 10 million silver with a wave of his hand, then counted out 8 million silver and threw it onto the counter. His entire movement was like moving clouds and flowing water. The manager behind the counter that was in charge of registration was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's large spending, and he respectfully handed over the title deed and key to Duan Lingtian. "Jing Ru, can you bring me over to have a look?" Duan Lingtian looked at Jing Ru and asked with a light smile. When Jing Ru heard this, she glanced at the manager with slight hesitation. "Go ahead." The manager nodded. Although this guest was young, he was so generous. Obviously, he had an extraordinary background, and he wasn't willing to easily offend him. Under Jing Ru's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the house he bought. The situation of the house was more or less the same as the model he saw before. The furniture and daily necessities were complete, and it saved him a lot of trouble. "Guest, do you have any other questions?" Jing Ru brought Duan Lingtian to walk around the courtyard house as she asked respectfully. "Jing Ru." Duan Lingtian looked at Jing Ru and lightly smiled. "Are you interested in being my manager?" Jing Ru was stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Duan Lingtian continued, "I'm afraid that Duan Rong will make trouble for you because of what happened today. Although, you are a member of the royal family's property, and he doesn't dare to make trouble for you openly. But he is a despicable person who can do anything secretly. If you are my manager, you are mainly responsible for the daily access and the daily management of the house. You don't need to do anything else, and it will definitely be easier than your previous job. In addition, I can pay you double." When he bought this house, Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind. He would find a manager. He would also find several maids and cooks. In the future, he would leave the trivial matters of the house to the manager, and let his mother and his 2 future daughters-in-law practice peacefully. Think about it carefully. You can come to me at any time within 3 days. Chapter 137. Duan Lingtian didn't have any other intentions when taking care of Jing Ru like this, and it was only purely out of concern. Although Jing Ru's appearance wasn't bad, but compared to Li Fei and Ke, she was still lacking by quite a bit. At most, she was only at the same level as Li Shi. As the former king of mercenaries, Duan Lingtian was a person who knew how to be grateful. Although Jing Ru's action of blocking in front of him was superfluous, Jing Ru didn't know his background at that time, so she obviously threw her life away. Such a kind-hearted girl was extremely suitable to be the housekeeper of the house he bought, and he could completely trust her. "Xiaofan, let's return to the inn and bring my mother and the others over." After Jing Ru left, Duan Lingtian locked the door to the house and left with Xiaofan. Duan Clan Estate. As a large clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Duan Clan Estate occupied a vast and boundless area. At this moment, in a large courtyard of the Duan clan estate, a fat woman around 150 kilograms was helping Duan Rong bandage his wounds. The fat woman's small eyes flickered with viciousness. "Rong, do you know who injured you?" Duan Rong angrily shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't worry, Aunt will surely find out and take revenge for you." The fat woman's voice revealed a sense of gloominess. "Thank you, Aunt." Duan Rong had a face full of excitement, as he knew the power of this aunt. Although his uncle, the second master of the Duan clan, had his dantian crippled by someone 20 years ago, but during these years, his uncle was in charge of many of the Duan clan's businesses, and his status in the Duan clan was only below the patriarch and a few supreme elders. His uncle, on the other hand, listened to his aunt the most. "Go rest first. I'll ask your uncle to send someone to help you with the matter of buying a house for you. When the time comes, you can directly move in. Also, after entering Paladin Academy, you must strive hard. The Duan clan only has 5 recommendation quotas every year, and your uncle gave you the only one he had. You can't lose face for him." The fat woman looked at Duan Rong as she slowly spoke. "Aunt, I will surely not disappoint you and uncle." Duan Rong nodded fiercely and turned away. After Duan Rong left, a cold light flashed through the chubby woman's small eyes. "No matter who you are, I'll kill you if you dare to hurt my nephew." Very soon, the plump woman stood up with great difficulty. Her body weighed more than 150 kilograms, and when she took a step forward, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. To the north of the Duan clan residence, there was a luxurious residence a few streets away. A carriage had just stopped at the entrance of the mansion when a red figure flew out of the carriage and headed straight for the gate of the mansion. "Who is it?" At the gate, 4 guards stopped him. "How dare you stop me? Open your dog eyes and see who I am." The woman in red flew into a rage and turned into a glaring Vajra. She tightened her grip on the black whip. One of the family guards recognized this person and his expression changed. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. "Young Lady Li, this lowly one didn't recognize you for a moment, please forgive me." "Miss Li?" The expressions of the other 3 guards also changed greatly, and they hurriedly bowed in salute. They also remembered. This demoness was none other than their 5th prince's cousin, the only daughter of the Pingyang County's county chief. "Tong Li, forgive me? Stop dreaming. I'll teach all of you a lesson on behalf of my cousin today." Tong Li wasn't so magnanimous. With a raise of her hand, the whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a black venomous snake that directly flashed towards the 4 guards and fiercely swung onto their bodies. Slap. 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 Although the 4 guards were beaten to the point their flesh was split open, they didn't dare make a sound. They knew that if they were to make a sound, the punishment would be even heavier. "Humph. At least all of you are sensible. Granny Wang, let's go look for my cousin." After Tong Li vented her anger, she put away the whip and walked into the residence in large strides. The faces of the 4 guards were ghastly pale. They only caught their breaths after Tong Li disappeared before their eyes, and they had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts. I never imagined that after a few years, this young Lady Li's temper hasn't changed in the slightest. Not only hasn't changed, I feel that it's even worse. I still remember when she came 3 years ago, half of my hair was burned by her. What's the meaning of this? 10 years ago, when she was still a little girl, she snuck into my room and put a venomous snake in my bathtub. If it wasn't for the 5th prince bestowing medicine, would have been poisoned to death at that time. This she-devil has come again. Looks like the residence is going to be troublesome again. The 4 guards had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts, and they had expressions of being unable to bear to recall the past. Within the luxurious residence, within the pergola in the rear courtyard, a refined young man around the age of 30 sat there as he calmly savored fragrant tea, behind him, an old man with white eyebrows stood there, unmoving like a mountain. "Cousin." Suddenly, a voice sounded out from afar, causing the refined young man's brows to twitch, and a trace of tender affection appeared on his face. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly unnatural. In next to no time, Tongli arrived before the refined young man, and her eyes turned red as tears flowed down like rain. "Cousin, you must seek justice for me." The refined young man, the fifth prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family, couldn't help but be stunned. "Li, what's wrong? Who offended you?" It was difficult for him to imagine that there was actually someone who could bully this cousin of his. "Woo-woo." Tongli threw herself into the fifth prince's embrace, and as if she'd found a place to vent, she started crying loudly. "Granny Wang, what's going on?" When the fifth prince looked at the old woman that followed Tongli over, the tender affection in his eyes vanished, and traces of dignity were emitted. This was the dignity of a person in a high position, and it pressured the old woman to the point of lowering her head. The old woman hurriedly said, "Fifth prince, the matter is like this, the young miss and I a few hours ago." The old woman spoke of what happened to them in the restaurant. Slap. The fifth prince's hand descended, and his origin energy skyrocketed, causing the stone table before him to be directly smashed into pieces. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, and his voice was low and deep. "What did you say? That person slapped Li over 10 times? Yes." The old woman lowered her head. Tongli raised her head and cried as she said, "Cousin, look, it's already been a few hours. Even though I've consumed the icy muscle pill, the bruises on my face still haven't been completely removed." The fifth prince looked at the faint bruises on Tong Li's face, and the fierce light in his eyes grew even more intense. Icy muscle pill, a grade 7 medicinal pill that treated external injuries of the skin, and its miraculous effect was remarkable. After consuming the icy muscle pill, a few hours had passed, and the bruises still hadn't been completely removed. It could be imagined how severe the injuries she suffered before were. "Who is he?" The refined temperament on the fifth prince's face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was fierceness. His gaze descended onto the old woman, and the old woman's face went pale. "Fifth prince, I don't know. I only know that there are 4 of them. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 18, a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the origin core stage, and 2 other girls that wore veils and weren't older than 20. The fifth prince took a deep breath. "Old Bai. White-browed is here." White-browed old man took a step forward, looked at the fifth prince, and bowed respectfully. "Go investigate thoroughly. I want to see who actually dares to injure even my cousin." The fifth prince instructed, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent. He was born in the imperial family, and although he had many brothers and sisters of the same father, there wasn't a single one that he could entrust his heart to. Only this cousin of his wouldn't scheme against him, and wouldn't fight for power and influence with him. So, he'd always doted on this cousin of his. "Cousin, capture him alive, I want to kill him with my own 2 hands." Tong Li's voice contained boundless icy coldness mixed within. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that on the first day he arrived at the imperial city, he'd provoked 2 big troubles. Presently, he was sitting on the carriage, chatting and laughing with the 3 girls as they headed towards the courtyard house he bought. "Scoundrel, why did you sell the Fergana horse?" Li Fei asked curiously. "I sold it when I lacked money. In any case, I won't have any use for it in the imperial city in the future. I'll just buy it when I need it in the future," Duan Lingtian casually said. Buying the courtyard house cost him 8 million silver, and now with the remaining 2 million silver and the 3 million silver he obtained from selling the Fergana horse, he had another 5 million silver. Walking in the imperial city, the Fergana horse didn't have any advantage, and an ordinary steed was sufficient. "Young master, what's the surprise you spoke of?" Kerr blinked her watery eyes as she asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you now. Why are you being so mysterious? Who cares? Li Fei rebuked Duan Lingtian, but the truth was that a trace of curiosity still flashed within the depths of her eyes. Finally, the carriage stopped. Master, we've arrived. Xiaofan's voice followed along. When the three girls saw Duan Lingtian unlock and open the door to the courtyard house before them, they were stunned for a moment. Tian, this is the courtyard house you bought? Li Ro asked in surprise. That year, she'd once lived in the Duan clan for a few years, so she naturally knew that every inch of land in the imperial city was precious. The courtyard house before them might not be worth mentioning when compared to the Duan clan estate, but even so, this courtyard house was at least 7 to 8 million silver. Surprised, right? Duan Lingtian smiled. The three girls nodded as they followed Duan Lingtian into the courtyard house. This surprise was too great. Xiaofan also led the carriage in and closed the door to the courtyard house on the way. Scoundrel, this courtyard house cost a lot of money, right? Li Fei suppressed the shock in her heart as she looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Don't worry about how much money it cost, see if you like it. The building on the left is the main building with 7 large bedrooms, and the main building leads directly to the backyard. The one on the right is a subsidiary building with 13 bedrooms. I plan to leave it for the servant girls and the chef to live in. Duan Lingtian slowly introduced. Soon, Li Ro was pulled around the courtyard house by the excited Li Fei and Kerr. In the future, they would be the owners of this courtyard house. Knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from the door. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Xiaofan walked over and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me." An anxious woman's voice came from outside the door. "Open the door." Duan Lingtian recognized that this was the voice of the housekeeper he'd decided on, Jingru. Chapter 138. Jingru, what's the matter? When Duan Lingtian saw Jingru once again, he couldn't help but ask curiously when he noticed that she had brought a package over. "Young master, the Duan clan's second master sent someone to inquire about the location of your courtyard house from the manager. Although the manager didn't say anything due to the rules, and that person couldn't do anything about it. But the Duan clan's second master's methods are too brilliant. I'm afraid it won't take long for him to find you here." After Jingru entered, she hadn't stopped talking, and after she finished speaking, she revealed a worried expression. "You're here to deliver the news?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly nodded, then asked. Jingru blushed. "I've come to seek refuge with young master this time. I didn't think that the Duan clan's second master would interfere. If he were to interfere, then he would sooner or later come looking for me. Since it's like this, I might as well leave." Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never thought that the Duan clan's second master would actually help him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current expression, Jingru's face went pale. "Young master, you wouldn't be regretting it, right? What are you thinking?" "I, Duan Lingtian, have never taken back the words I've said." How could Duan Lingtian not know that Jingru had misunderstood, and he lightly smiled as he explained. "Duan Lingtian?" Jingru's beautiful brows frowned. "Young master, you. Could it be that you're a member of the Duan clan as well? According to my knowledge, the younger generation of the Duan clan's direct line of descent is the Ling generation. I was in the past, but not now." Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He didn't have any sense of belonging to the Duan clan. Even if that cheapskate father of his returned, he still wouldn't return to the Duan clan. That clan that was cold and indifferent like ice. Forcing an orphan and a widow to leave alive, he would never forget the generous gift of the Duan clan in his entire life. Jingru was smart. She knew that Duan Lingtian didn't want to say, so she didn't ask. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up, then he withdrew a stack of silver and passed it to Jingru as he said with a light smile, "Jingru, from today onwards, you're the manager of this courtyard house of mine. Take this money. In these few days, go recruit a few servant girls with passable conduct that are diligent and reliable. Also find 2 chefs. As for the salary, make it double that of the servant girls and chefs of those large families." "Yes, young master." Jingru took the banknotes and nodded quickly. "I will do it well. I won't let you down. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you be the butler." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He made this decision because he liked Jingru's character. "Also, you can stay with us in the main building from now on. There are 7 bedrooms anyway. My family, Xiaofan, and I only occupy 5 bedrooms. That's 2 extra bedrooms." Duan Lingtian added. "Thank you, young master." Jingru's face was full of excitement and gratitude. In her opinion, the young master let her live in the main building, which meant that he didn't treat her as an outsider. "Bad guy, who is she?" A fragrant wind blew. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's arm as if she was declaring the ownership of Duan Lingtian. Her eyes fell on Jingru with a vigilant look. "This is the butler I found, Jingru. Jingru, this is my fiancée, Li Fei." Duan Lingtian introduced Li Fei and Jingru to each other. "Butler?" Li Fei's vigilance on her face relaxed. She smiled at Jingru. "Hello, Sister Jingru." Jingru was flattered and said quickly, "Young madam, you can call me Jingru." The words "young madam" from Jingru caused Li Fei to beam, then she held Jingru's hand and walked in. "Sister Jingru, let's go. I'll introduce Aunt Ro and Ker to you." Duan Lingtian revealed a smile as he looked at Jingru getting familiar with the 3 women of his family in the blink of an eye. Swish! Swish! Right at this moment, 2 flowing lights that were like bolts of lightning flashed out and flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. It was like a bolt of lightning. "Master, watch out!" The nearby Xiaofan's face went ghastly pale, and his figure flashed out to vanish on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. Swish! Instantly, his 3-foot-long sword flashed out, and above him, over 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Xiaofan used his full strength when facing the 2 flowing lights that flashed over, and it could be seen how fearful Xiaofan was of these 2 flowing lights that suddenly appeared. However, even then, Xiaofan's sword strike still missed. The 2 flowing lights flashed past his sword strike and flashed towards Duan Lingtian, "Master." Xiaofan's face went ghastly pale, and his entire body broke out in cold sweat. If his master died, he wouldn't be able to live either. "All right, Xiaofan, put away your sword." Duan Lingtian's voice sounded out, causing Xiaofan's heart to calm down. When he returned to his senses, he noticed that there were 2 strange little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand. "Little black, little white, you've finally woken up." Duan Lingtian teased the 2 little pythons, and he noticed that after sleeping for half a year, the 2 little pythons had actually undergone an extremely great transformation. Not only was the horn on their heads completely revealed now, it even flickered with a strand of light, a faint light. "I truly never imagined that your current speed would be so swift. Exactly what sort of variant are you?" Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When his origin energy fused into the bodies of the 2 little pythons, he noticed a shocking thing. The snow python's inner core had actually been completely digested by the 2 little pythons. No wonder, their current speed had obviously surpassed that of the snow pythons at their peak. Even when Xiaofan utilized a grade 7 spirit weapon at full strength, he was still unable to touch them, but luckily, they were fine. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of lingering fear. He hadn't mentioned the two little pythons to Xiong Quan, so Xiong Quan didn't know of their existence. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons flicked their tongues at Duan Lingtian, and they were extremely mischievous. Seeing this scene, Xiong Quan's scalp went numb, and he asked in disbelief, "Master, are these fierce beasts you're raising?" "Sort of." Duan Lingtian nodded. Now, his thoughts were still fixed at the moment the little pythons flashed towards him, and he vaguely saw over 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash past in the sky. It was so fast that he wasn't able to clearly see the exact number of ancient mammoth silhouettes, and he only vaguely caught some afterimages. "Xiao He, demonstrate for me how strong you are now." Duan Lingtian looked at the little black snake and lightly rubbed its little head. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it flicked out its tongue before instantly flashing out and scuttling up a large tree in the front courtyard. It flirtatiously hung upside down on a branch, and blinked its lively eyes at Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the little white snake moved as well, and copied the little black snake and hung on the branch. 600 mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He noticed that no matter if it was the little black snake or the little white snake, they both possessed a terrifying strength at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder they were able to dodge Xiong Quan's full strength strike. Xiong Quan had only recovered to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and if he didn't use a spirit weapon, his full strength would be comparable to the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. If he used his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to exert the strength of close to 520 ancient mammoths. Compared to any of the little pythons, there would be a large gap. I never imagined that after they completely digested the snow python's inner core, such a terrifying change would actually occur. Unbelievable. Duan Lingtian's mood was unable to calm down for a long time, and some doubts arose within his heart. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the snow python's inner core shouldn't be able to cause such a change to occur to the two little pythons. Perhaps, there was some secret within that he didn't know. Perhaps, there was something else within the snow python's inner core. But unfortunately, the snow python's inner core had been completely digested by the two little pythons, and there was no way to investigate. No matter what, the two little pythons transforming once again caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of joy. This also meant that he had two more experts with strengths that surpassed Xiong Quan by his side. The two little pythons were connected in their hearts, and so long as he slightly guided them, the little pythons would be able to transform into indestructible sharp blades in his hand, sharp blades that could pierce into the chest of an enemy. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and the two little pythons returned to his hand. Fear appeared in Xiong Quan's eyes. He understood that even if any of the little pythons were to attack him, it would be difficult for him to escape death now. Even if there was a 7th-grade spirit weapon, the result would still be the same. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Xiong Quan's gaze. This was also good. From now on, Xiong Quan not only had to worry about the poison he used, he also had to worry about these two little pythons that were completely obedient to his orders. He understood that Xiong Quan was a smart person and knew how to make a choice. Late at night. Because there was no chef, Jingru personally cooked dinner, and the taste made Duan Lingtian and the others praise it endlessly. "Sister Jingru, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so good," Kerr said with a smile. "Young mistress, you flatter me. How can I compare to those professional chefs?" Jingru slightly shook her head. "Sister Jingru, you can just call me Kerr." Being addressed as young mistress caused Kerr to blush. After dinner, Li Ro, Li Fei, and Kerr returned to their new rooms. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian and played the role of a competent bodyguard. "Jingru." Duan Lingtian called over Jingru, who had just come out of the kitchen. "Young master, is there something you need?" Jingru had a bewildered expression as she asked curiously. Jingru, you seem to be extremely fearful when mentioning the Duan clan's second master today. According to my knowledge, isn't this Duan clan's second master an ordinary person with a crippled dantian? Duan Lingtian had always been unable to wrap his head around this matter. He knew that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, had his dantian accidentally crippled by his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, all those years ago. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist with a crippled dantian was actually able to cause Jingru's expression to change. Young master, there's something you don't know. Although the Duan clan's second master's dantian has been crippled, he's still an expert at doing business. Most of the businesses under the Duan clan were single-handedly supported by him. Although he doesn't have his cultivation, he controls the Duan clan's economic lifeline. His status in the Duan clan is only beneath the patriarch and the supreme elders. When Jingru heard what Duan Lingtian said, she knew that Duan Lingtian didn't know of the Duan clan's current situation. Chapter 139. Within the spacious room, Duan Lingtian lay on the soft bed and looked at the ceiling with a flickering gaze. Jingru's words from before caused him to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. He suddenly realized that many of his thoughts in the past were still too naive. According to his previous thoughts, after arriving at the imperial city, he would directly pay a visit to the Duan clan, challenge Duan Lingxing, and kill him. In this way, the Duan clan could only suffer in silence. But now it would seem that the matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Not to mention anything else. With the current status of Duan Lingxing's father, the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, even if he openly killed Duan Lingxing, he would surely suffer Duan Rulei's crazy revenge in the dark. He wasn't afraid of it himself, but he had to consider the people around him. Looks like the matter of taking revenge on Duan Lingxing needs to be considered at length. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he thought of a countermeasure. Besides Xiong Quan, the experts by his side were only the two little pythons. If the two little pythons joined forces and caught the opponent off guard, killing a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist shouldn't be a problem. But if it was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, even if Xiong Quan and the two little pythons joined forces, they still might not be able to kill the martial artist. Duan Rulei's status in the Duan clan is so high. Not to mention a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, even a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist would probably be able to command him. The strength I control is still too weak. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed within. Cultivate. As long as he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire and become a grade 8 alchemist, then he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiong Quan. At that time, Xiong Quan's strength would recover by another third. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he should be able to barely recover to the first level of the void prying stage. If Xiong Quan was a first-level void prying stage martial artist, why would I have to be so restrained? Duan Lingtian's eyes had a piercingly cold light as he closed his eyes. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, raging python form. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body madly battered his fleshly body, unceasingly undergoing tempering. If his fleshly body was unable to complete the tempering, then he would be unable to break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. It could be said that the Berserk Python transformation had, to a certain extent, slowed down Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed. This was also the reason why it was very difficult for him to catch up to Kerr and Li Fei in terms of cultivation. There was now an additional step in his cultivation, tempering his fleshly body. That night, Duan Lingtian cultivated for the entire night. Early the next morning, he discovered that he didn't feel tired at all. Although the tempering of his body for the 4th level of the core formation stage hadn't been completed, he still noticed some changes in himself. My spiritual power, seems to have improved yet again. Just a little more and it will be comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist's spiritual power. After discovering this, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If he possessed spiritual power that was comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist, then it meant that he could inscribe an inscription of a higher grade than the Blood Crescent inscription. The Blood Crescent inscription, if used unexpectedly, could kill a martial artist below the nascent soul stage. However, it was unable to pose any threat to a nascent soul realm martial artist. If he wanted to deal with a nascent soul realm martial artist, then he must use an even higher grade offensive inscription. Scoundrel, you broke through? Duan Lingtian walked out of the main building and arrived at the front courtyard. His glowing appearance caused Li Fei to be surprised. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Only he knew what he was happy about. Between you and Kerr, who's more formidable now? Duan Lingtian forgot about Kerr, who was concentrating on her sword practice, and lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei. Li Fei smiled. After little sister Kerr's ice condensation sword stepped into the perfection stage, I'm no longer a match for her. Moreover, her cultivation should be about to step into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Li Fei wasn't jealous of Kerr's strength that surpassed her. During these past 2 years, she and Kerr got along very well, as if they were blood-related sisters. Of course, this was only limited to Kerr. Perhaps it was because Kerr followed Duan Lingtian first, and she was a latecomer. Li Fei was instead extremely vigilant towards the other women that appeared by Duan Lingtian's side, as she wasn't willing to share Duan Lingtian with a third woman. Kerr. Duan Lingtian looked at the beautiful figure in the distance with slight surprise. He never imagined that Kerr's improvement would be so great. Presently, Kerr was the same as him, already 18 years old. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, and the current Kerr was simply like a completely different person compared to the young and inexperienced little girl from 3 years ago. Whoosh! Kerr drew her sword. Origin energy suffused the sword, and an icy cold aura swept out, as if the entire sword was covered in a layer of cold air. This was Ice Condensation Sword, a high-grade profound rank sword skill. It was also a sword skill within the top cultivation method Kerr cultivated, Frost God's sword technique. The following month, the courtyard house was very peaceful. Besides occasionally teasing his 2 future wives, Duan Lingtian was bitterly cultivating. Facts prove that the improvement of concentrating on cultivation was much faster than when he was hurrying on the carriage. After all, he couldn't avoid being disturbed by some things on the road. In half a month's time, Duan Lingtian completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage and started to charge towards the 5th level of the core formation stage. Something worthy of mentioning was that his spirit serpent movement technique, which hadn't broken through for a long time, had finally stepped into the perfection stage within this month's time. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills he possessed could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage one after another. Whoosh! In the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian's body was like a spirit serpent as he directly flashed out, as if transforming into a violet bolt of lightning. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. In terms of strength, the current him was already comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. If he were to use the grade 8 spirit weapon, Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword, he was confident that there were very few people below the origin core stage that could withstand a single strike of his sword. During this month, Kerr smoothly stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Compared to a month ago, the quiet courtyard house had a bit more life. Jing Ru found 3 servant girls and 2 chefs. Everything in the courtyard house was on the right track, allowing Duan Lingtian's family to cultivate in peace. How's the situation outside? Duan Lingtian asked Xiong Quan, who had just returned from outside. Xiong Quan said respectfully, Master, although the Duan clan's second master and fifth prince's men are still searching for your whereabouts, they aren't as frequent as before. They don't know your background and have no way of finding you. However, according to what I know, no matter if it's the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor or the nephew of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rong, they seem to be Paladin Academy students of the same year as you. There are only 2 months left until the end of registration and the start of school at Paladin Academy. Master, if you go to Paladin Academy, they'll probably recognize you at the first possible moment. At that time, the Duan clan's second master and fifth prince will have their eyes on you as well. Xiaofan spoke of his concerns. No matter if it was the Duan clan's second master or the fifth prince, they both had numerous experts under them. Xiaofan knew his own limitations. With his current strength, it was difficult to deal with them. They're Paladin Academy students as well? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. I understand. I'll think of a way to deal with this matter. In the future, you continue to pay attention to the situation around the courtyard house. I don't wish for the Duan clan's second master and fifth prince's men to find this place in a short period of time. Yes, master. Xiaofan respectfully replied. He unconditionally obeyed Duan Lingtian's orders. Also, don't call me master in the future. Call me young master like Jingru and the others. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiaofan and slowly said. Yes, young master. Xiaofan replied once more before leaving. Duan clan's second master, fifth prince. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to rub his temples. If he were to face the two of them now, it would undoubtedly be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and overestimating his own ability. My spiritual force is still slightly lacking. I can only wait for a while longer. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a cold light raged within his eyes. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, spiritual force was impossible to cultivate, and could only rely on the advancement of one's cultivation to allow it to unceasingly grow stronger. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that as long as he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, his spiritual force should be able to smoothly complete its final transformation. At that time, with his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, it would be sufficient to inscribe a powerful inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. However, the higher the grade of the inscription, the more precious the materials required. Just one inscription that can annihilate a nascent soul martial artist requires materials that are worth a few million silver. Duan Lingtian realized that he had to think of a way to earn money. Xiao Lu, do you have rouge and face powder? Duan Lingtian looked at the nearby servant girl and asked. This servant girl was called Xiao Lu, and she was found by Jingru. She was quite clever. Yes. Xiao Lu hurriedly nodded. Go get it for me. Duan Lingtian said. Although Xiao Lu was curious as to why Duan Lingtian wanted rouge and face powder, she still took it out and gave it to Duan Lingtian. When she saw that Duan Lingtian had used rouge and face powder on himself, she was stunned. Did the young master's handsome face that could be broken with a snap of his fingers and caused even women to be jealous of it still need makeup? In next to no time, she was completely dumbstruck. How is it? Do you still recognize me? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. At this moment, it was as if he had completely changed his face, and it was precisely the effect of using rouge and face powder to create a disguise. Young master, you're too awesome. This is too godly. Xiao Lu looked at Duan Lingtian with a face of adoration. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, it would be difficult for her to believe that everything before her eyes was real. Only from the outside, it was impossible to discern that Duan Lingtian had put on makeup. Xiao Chui, why are you so surprised? You. Who are you? Why are you wearing my family's bad guy's clothes? Unknowingly, Li Fei also came out. When she saw Duan Lingtian in disguise, her expression changed and she scolded. "Little girl, your family's bad guy has been killed by me. From now on, this house is mine. And, you are also mine." Duan Lingtian glared at Li Fei and said fiercely. "Bad guy." Just now, Li Fei was also confused because of her concern. After a moment, she reacted and recognized Duan Lingtian. "You. This. How did you do it?" Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Li Fei could recognize him. Chapter 140. "You can ask little Chui, I have something to do so I'm going out." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even though he had a different face now, his smile was very natural and not abrupt in the slightest. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put Little Black into his sleeve before walking out of the courtyard house. After leaving the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian found a passerby and asked about the location of the Alchemist Guild in the inner city before walking over in large strides. The inner city wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Duan Lingtian shuttled through the stream of people and spent half an hour to arrive at the Alchemist Guild. Compared to the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, the Imperial City's Alchemist Guild was instead grand and ancient in style. This ought to be the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's headquarters. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Within the Alchemist Guild's hall, there was an endless stream of people entering and exiting. Most of these people were here to issue assignments. There was also a small portion of them that wore the badge of the Alchemist Guild on their chests. They were obviously alchemists, and most of them were Grade 9 alchemists. Grade 9 alchemists that are rarely seen in Fresh Breeze Town and even Aurora City can be seen everywhere here. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. At the same time, he took out his Grade 9 alchemist badge and wore it on his chest before walking in large strides. Instantly, the people entering and exiting the Alchemist Guild's entrance all stopped their footsteps, and their gazes all descended onto Duan Lingtian, Grade 9 alchemist. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this violet-clothed youth looked to be only around the age of 18. An 18-year-old Grade 9 alchemist? Everyone was shocked. Even though Duan Lingtian had changed his face through disguise, this face still belonged to a youth, and he looked at most around the age of 18. Duan Lingtian ignored the gazes of these people and directly walked into the Alchemist Guild's hall before walking towards the counter. At this moment, the people at the door finally moved. An 18-year-old youth, Grade 9 alchemist. Is this true? You believe this? Do you think that if an 18-year-old Grade 9 alchemist appeared in our Crimson Sky Kingdom and passed the verification of the Alchemist Guild, would we not know? That's right. The badge he's wearing should belong to his family's elder. I think so too. Most people didn't think that Duan Lingtian was a real Grade 9 alchemist. If Duan Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh in disdain, thinking that they were making too much of a fuss over nothing. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, 18-year-old alchemists were innumerable in the outer realm. Duan Lingtian walked to an empty counter. Just as he was about to approach the counter, a young man in blue rushed in front of him and stood in front of the counter. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. The young man didn't look for the Alchemist Guild staff behind the counter to issue and accept missions. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. The young man was around the age of 20, and arrogance was emitted from between his brows. Kid, the Alchemist Guild has a rule that only alchemists have the qualifications to wear the Alchemist Guild's badge. If someone were to casually give the badge issued by the Alchemist Guild to another person to wear, it would be considered as disrespecting the Alchemist Guild. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Your family's elder is really courageous, actually daring to give the Alchemist Guild's badge to a little kid like you to play with. Looks like he doesn't take the Alchemist Guild seriously. Duan Lingtian originally thought it was strange that this person actually didn't want to go to the counter, but instead wanted to stop him. Now that he heard what the young man said, he came to a sudden understanding and knew the reason the young man stopped him. Little kid? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed and a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth as he lightly smiled. How do you know this isn't my own alchemist badge? Or perhaps you're ignorant and feel that it's absolutely impossible for someone my age to be a grade 9 alchemist? Right at this moment, many people in the alchemist hall surrounded them. It was human nature to watch a show. Isn't this the Shao clan's alchemy genius, Xiao He? Exactly, it's Xiao He. Supposedly, this Xiao He became a grade 9 alchemist when he just turned 20, and he's publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Shao clan is really lucky to have produced such a genius alchemist. With Xiao He's natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a grade 7 alchemist in the future. This youth is a grade 9 alchemist as well? Oh my god, he looks to be only 18. Didn't you hear what Xiao He said earlier? This youth probably took the grade 9 alchemist badge from his elder and intentionally showed it off here. This youth's elder is really outrageous. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. No one felt that Duan Lingtian was really a grade 9 alchemist. After all, Duan Lingtian's age was truly too young. Moreover, in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there had never been an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Xiao He? A 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist? Such natural talent could indeed be considered as a genius alchemist within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But, wasn't he a bit too arrogant? I'm young and ignorant. Xiao He raised his head and mocked, kid. I, Xiao He, registered as a grade 9 alchemist in the Alchemist Guild when I was 20 years old last year, and was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was also personally acknowledged by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master. If you were really a grade 9 alchemist, how could I not have heard of it? So, you must be a fake. Sometimes confidence is a good thing, but you shouldn't use confidence as the basis for your arrogance. In this world, there are some people who might not be as famous as you, but their natural talent isn't inferior to yours. Therefore, this little brat is here to give you a piece of advice. As a person, you should keep a low profile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he slowly said, if you don't have anything else, please move aside. My time is very precious. Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd to have strange expressions. This little fellow is actually teaching Xiao He a lesson. Kid. You seem to think too highly of yourself. Xiao He's face sank, and his voice became colder. Xiao He, what happened? Right at this moment, an imposing middle-aged man walked out from the rear hall of the Alchemist Guild, and when he saw the group of people gathered together, he walked forward. Vice Guild Master. Instantly, the surrounding crowd respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Xiao He was no exception. This middle-aged man was precisely the Vice Guild Master of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master, Yi Luan. Vice Guild Master, this person is wearing someone else's alchemist crest and swaggering through the streets, damaging the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. I suggest that the Alchemist Guild investigate the true owner of this alchemist crest and mete out punishment. Xiao He pointed at the alchemist crest on Duan Lingtian's chest as he spoke righteously. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. Through the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man around the age of 50 was actually a grade 7 alchemist. As expected of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild's Vice Guild Master. Oh. Yi Luan curiously sized up Duan Lingtian when he heard what Xiao He said, then asked indifferently, kid, who gave you this alchemist crest? Duan Lingtian laughed. What? The dignified vice guild master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild speaks without thinking before knowing the truth of the matter? Yi Luan frowned. Presumptuous. Xiao He's face sank as he shouted at Duan Lingtian, "Kid, you still dare to deny it in front of the vice guild master?" Yi Luan raised his hand to stop Xiao He, then glanced at Duan Lingtian with interest. "Kid, could it be that this is your own alchemist crest? Is it very strange?" Duan Lingtian shrugged with a disapproving expression. "It's not strange, but you look to be around the age of 18. Are you sure that this grade 9 Alchemist Guild Master's crest was obtained by you through the certification of our Alchemist Guild?" Yi Luan's eyes lit up as they descended onto Duan Lingtian's face, as if wanting to discern something. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the slightest from the beginning until the end. "Kid, if you can't prove that you're really the owner of this grade 9 Alchemist Guild Master's crest, then our Alchemist Guild has the authority to take back this crest," Yi Luan added. Actually, Yi Luan didn't believe that this alchemist crest belonged to the youth before him. He could confirm that the youth's Alchemist Guild crest was indeed issued by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild. Because it had the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild's special symbol on it. If an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then even if it was certified in a remote little city, the Alchemist Guild in the little city would report it to their main guild at the first possible moment. So, as far as he was concerned, the possibility of this crest belonging to this youth was practically non-existent. How could Yi Luan have thought of this? When Duan Lingtian had verified his identity as a grade 9 alchemist in the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild at the age of 16, Su Mo, as the guild master, had indeed thought of reporting this matter to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. But, Duan Lingtian's careless words made Su Mo believe it to be true. He really thought that Duan Lingtian's mysterious teacher didn't want anyone to disturb Duan Lingtian's growth, so he concealed this matter and didn't report it. This also caused the main guild to be completely unaware of the existence of Duan Lingtian, this genius alchemist. Otherwise, the person that was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom wouldn't be Xiao He, but Duan Lingtian. Although a 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist was rare in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it wasn't rare either. Chapter 141. Kid, did you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove your identity as a grade 9 alchemist, the Alchemist Guild will take back the alchemist badge you're wearing. Xiao He looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with ridicule. What a joke. No matter what, he wouldn't believe that such a little kid would be a grade 9 alchemist. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even more people were waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. None of you believe that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and asked indifferently. Although no one replied, the questioning gazes of everyone explained everything. You're called Xiao He, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He, and a trace of a crafty light flashed within his eyes, but Xiao He didn't notice it. Yes, I'm Xiao He. Xiao He raised his head and was incomparably arrogant, completely not taking Duan Lingtian seriously. If I make a bet with you, do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked. Humph. I'm not interested in making a bet with you. Xiao He sneered. Although he didn't know what chin she had up his sleeve, since he was able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, he naturally wouldn't be an idiot. Huh. A 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist, the most talented alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You don't deserve your reputation. Duan Lingtian chuckled with a carefree expression, but anyone was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was ridiculing Xiao He for being a coward. Kid, don't change the topic. Didn't you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove that you're an alchemist, then you must hand over your alchemist badge. Xiao He looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that seemed to say, "Stop pretending, I've seen through you since long ago." "When did I change the topic?" "The bet I made with you was because I agreed to the Vice Guild Master's request. What I want to bet with you is that if I can prove that I'm a grade 9 alchemist, then you'll lose 5 million silver to me. On the other hand, now that I have no proof, I will also lose 5 million taels of silver to you. Do you dare?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He calmly. 5 million silver taels. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's bet was like a stone that stirred up thousands of ripples. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the Vice Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild, Yi Luan, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Could he really be a 9th grade alchemist? But if he was really a grade 9 alchemist and had passed the certification to obtain the Alchemist Guild's badge, then why didn't the Alchemist Guild he registered himself with report this matter to the headquarters? There were too many doubts in Yi Luan's heart. 5 million silver taels. Xiao He was stunned. 5 million taels of silver was nothing in his eyes. If he wanted it, the Xiao clan would definitely satisfy him. After all, he was a genius alchemist that was heavily fostered by the Xiao clan, and he would sooner or later become an existence that would become a grade 7 alchemist. However, he had only become a grade 9 alchemist for a little over a year, and even if he refined pills normally, he would accept assignments from the Alchemist Guild to earn points from the Alchemist Guild. Now, he only had the 3 million plus silver that his clan gave him. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He and laughed. So, you think I should be a grade 9 alchemist as well? Now, shouldn't you take back your words of questioning me and admit that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? At the same time, you have to admit that I'm an even more genius alchemist than you. You're the most genius alchemist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation, but you only have an undeserved reputation. Since the moment Xiao He appeared, Duan Lingtian was able to discern what kind of person he was. Xiao He was arrogant and looked down on everyone. And now, it was precisely because of this that he was forcing Xiao He to accept his bet under the gazes of everyone present. He believed that with Xiao He's arrogant personality, he would absolutely not admit that he didn't dare. Huh. What bullshit genius alchemist, you're only a coward. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire, destroying the last line of defense in Xiao He's heart. Yi Luan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this violet-clothed youth was really confident? Okay, I promise you. However, can you take out 5 million taels of silver? Xiao He finally agreed and looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of ridicule. As far as he was concerned, this youth's words earlier were surely to intentionally embarrass him. Now, he would expose Xiao He's lies. 5 million taels of silver, can you take it out? For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were also shocked by the bet that Duan Lingtian spoke of earlier. 5 million silver wasn't something that anyone could casually take out. Even if it was a grade 9 alchemist, wanting to earn so much silver would at least require tens of years of time. Are you sure you agree? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao He's words, he wasn't in a hurry to take out the silver notes. He wanted to let Xiao He completely fall into his trap. This way, Xiao He wouldn't be able to go back on his words. What, you're scared? Seeing Duan Lingtian acting like this, Xiao He naturally thought that Duan Lingtian was feeling guilty. He laughed out loud and looked at the surroundings before looking at Yi Luan. Vice President, today, you and everyone here will be the witnesses. Xiao He will make a bet with this ignorant kid. If he can prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, I will lose to him 5 million silver. If he can't prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, he will also lose to me 5 million silver. Of course, the prerequisite for this bet is that he can take out 5 million silver. As he finished speaking, Xiao He added another sentence. The meaning was that if Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, then the bet was meaningless. As far as he was concerned, doing this was enough to expose Duan Lingtian's scheme. Of course I can take out the silver. But, I'm afraid you can't. When Duan Lingtian heard Xiaohe's words, he lightly smiled. I can't take it out? Kid, I'm a genius alchemist that the Xiao clan is heavily nurturing. 5 million silver is only a matter of a word from me. I understand now, this is just an excuse. Because you can't take out 5 million silver, you deliberately said this, right? The expression on Xiaohe's face became even more serious. The last trace of worry in his heart vanished without a trace. He firmly believed that Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, and that all of this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. The goal was to make him not dare to accept the bet and make him lose face and be embarrassed in front of everyone. What, you've been exposed by me? You have nothing to say? Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, Xiaohe sneered, if you don't have so much silver, then don't puff yourself up at your own cost. If you're sensible, then don't speak any more nonsense and quickly hand over the crest you're wearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he indifferently said, as long as you can take out 5 million silver and hand it over to this vice guild master as the bet for safekeeping. I'll naturally take out my 5 million silver and hand it over to the vice guild master as well. But unfortunately, you probably can't take out so much silver. The smile on the corners of Xiaohe's mouth completely froze, and he said in a low voice, Kid, are you done yet? Fine, I'll hand over 5 million silver to the Vice Guild Master right now. Vice Guild Master, I have 3 million silver in my hand, and I'll borrow the other 2 million silver from you first. Is that all right? With a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver appeared out of thin air, and he passed it over to Yi Luan. As the genius alchemist of the Xiao clan, Xiaohe was the only person in the younger generation of the Xiao clan that possessed a spatial ring. Yi Luan's brows slightly twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. He received the silver from Xiaohe and nodded. Kid, do you see this? This is my bet, where's yours? Xiaohe looked at Duan Lingtian with his head held high as he sneered repeatedly. He was waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. Laughable. You still say you're a disciple of the Xiao clan, but you still have to borrow from others to gather a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Cut the crap, where's your bet? Xiaohe's face sank, and a desire to kill Duan Lingtian suddenly arose within his heart. This kid is too difficult to deal with. Look carefully, this is my bet. Although I'm a nobody, I don't need to borrow from others for a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian intentionally extended his hand into his bosom and took out all the silver from his spatial ring, then he passed it over to Xiaohe. Vice Guild Master, this is my bet, please help me count it. Yi Luan's expression froze as he received Duan Lingtian's silver. After counting it for a while, he nodded. Not bad, it's precisely 5 million silver. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Luan's gaze was incomparably complicated. He faintly realized that all this was a trap set by the violet-clothed youth, and he was just waiting for Xiaohe to fall into it. He'd used Xiaohe's pride. This violet-clothed youth was too terrifying, he'd completely used Xiaohe's weakness. Although he could almost confirm now that this violet-clothed youth ought to be a fish that slipped through the net of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, and ought to indeed be a grade 9 alchemist, but he still slightly anticipated the scene of the youth proving himself. F***K. It's really 5 million silver. Who's this youth? Even Xiaohe was unable to produce 5 million silver in a short amount of time, and had to borrow from the Vice Guild Master. But he withdrew 5 million silver with a wave of his hand. It's truly unbelievable. Since he's able to produce so many silver and took the initiative to make this bet, could it be that he's really a grade 9 alchemist? Things have already come to this. Do you think it's possible for him to be so kind as to give money to Xiaohe? If he's really a grade 9 alchemist, then it's too unbelievable. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist is absolutely a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Looks like we're fortunate enough to witness that sacred moment with our own two eyes. The surrounding crowd of spectators grew larger and larger, and so long as it was someone who entered the Alchemist Guild, they would all gather around. Some people who didn't know the ins and outs of the matter from the people around them, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao He with interest, waiting for the most critical moment to arrive. These two people. One was the famous genius alchemist of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chapter 142. No. It can't be. How could he possibly produce 5 million silver? Xiao He's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the stack of silver in Yi Luan's hand. He was unwilling to believe that all this was real. Now, he realized that he had fallen into the violet-clothed youth's trap. But, in the depths of his heart, he was still unwilling to believe that this youth was a grade 9 alchemist. Of course, he was even more unwilling. Only he himself knew how much effort he had put in to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. He was unwilling to believe that there was someone in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that had a natural talent in alchemy that surpassed him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He naturally noticed Xiao He's expression, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Today, if it wasn't for Xiao He looking for trouble, he would have already accepted an assignment and gone to earn money. When completing an assignment of the Alchemist Guild, one could choose between a reward of points or a reward of gold and silver. Duan Lingtian had come here precisely to accept an assignment and earn money. As for the Alchemist Guild points, when he was still in Aurora City, he'd swindled 5,000 points from Su Mo, and it was temporarily enough. Since Xiao He took the initiative to look for trouble, then he would have to pay the price. 5 million silver was the price that Xiao He had to pay. Actually, even Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would actually encounter such a pleasant surprise after coming to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. It had completely exceeded his expectations. 5 million silver was obtained without the slightest effort. He wished for nothing more than to encounter such a good thing a few more times. When he saw the gazes of everyone present descending onto him, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he raised his hand with his palm facing up. Hiss! A strand of milky white pill fire instantly emerged from Duan Lingtian's hand and slowly flickered. Silence. At this moment, the entire Alchemist Guild's hall was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes descended onto the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Grade 9 pill fire. If it was only a grade 9 pill fire, it wouldn't be enough to shock them. However, a grade 9 pill fire appearing in the hands of an 18-year-old youth was sufficient to cause them to be shocked to the point of being unable to sleep for a few days. An 18-year-old 9th-grade alchemist, what kind of monster was this? Yi Luan was the first to react. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that such an outstanding alchemist would actually appear in their Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was a true genius alchemist. Xiao He simply couldn't compare to him. Immediately after, everyone present reacted. For a moment, the entire Alchemist Association's main hall was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. It rose and fell continuously for a long time, an 18-year-old level 9 alchemist. I wonder which family he comes from. Yeah, such a genius alchemist is simply a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even our Alchemist Guild's guild master, an existence from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, supposedly only became a grade 9 alchemist when he was almost 20 years old. If that's the case, then this young man's talent is even more monstrous than the president's. His future accomplishments might even surpass the president's. The president is the one and only grade 6 alchemist in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If this kid surpasses him, then wouldn't he have a chance to become a grade 5 alchemist? Monster. A monstrous genius. The surrounding crowd of spectators weren't stingy in the slightest as they praised Duan Lingtian. Some people's gazes descended onto Xiao He, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They understood. Xiao He, the publicly acknowledged most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, at the instant the violet-clothed youth condensed a grade 9 pill fire, the genius halo above his head had already become a thing of the past, completely becoming history. This violet-clothed youth was the true genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Compared to him, Xiao He couldn't even compare to trash. Xiao He's body was trembling. Now that he'd recovered from his shock, he quickly noticed the numerous gazes of pity that were looking at him. At this moment, he only felt his heart trembling. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. How awe-inspiring was that? But now, he'd been surpassed by a youth, and even lost 500 silver to the youth. All of this caused him to be unable to show his face. As far as he was concerned, the gazes of the surrounding people seemed to be mocking and ridiculing him. Vice Guild Master, I'll get someone to deliver the 200 silver to you later. Xiao He's voice was hoarse and low as he coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze. After deeply memorizing Duan Lingtian's appearance, he left the Alchemist Guild and only left behind these words. If Xiao He knew that Duan Lingtian's current appearance was only the effect of a disguise, it was unknown what expression he would have. Everyone present understood that it probably wouldn't be long before today's matter would spread throughout the entire imperial city. At that time, Xiao He would really lose face. Kid, here's your 1,000 silver. Yi Luan privately withdrew another 2 million silver and combined it with the 8 million silver in his possession before passing it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice Guild Master. Duan Lingtian put away the 10 million silver and lightly smiled to Yi Luan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were a few greedy gazes within the surrounding crowd that were descending onto him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. Were they eyeing his money? Kid, how about we go inside and have a chat? Yi Luan looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he issued an invitation. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Alchemist Guild's main hall with Yi Luan and entered the rear hall. Kid, what's your name? Yi Luan asked Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't speak his full name, as this name was precisely his name from his previous life. Lingtian? Surnamed Ling, given name Tian. What a good name. Yi Luan praised, and his eyes were suffused with a sheen. Kid, are you interested in joining our Alchemist Guild? As long as you're willing to join, the Alchemist Guild will foster you with all its might. In the future, you'll even have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild and experience an even vaster world. As far as Yi Luan was concerned, this was an extremely great temptation, and the youth before him ought to not refuse. However, sorry, Vice Guild Master, I have no intention of joining the Alchemist Guild. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. That's too bad. Yi Luan was stunned for a moment before returning to his senses, and he didn't insist. He was able to discern that although the youth before him was young, his eyes emitted wisdom, and he was absolutely not the type of person that would change his mind. Vice Guild Master, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian said to Yi Luan before leaving the rear hall. A young man behind a counter in the main hall took a deep breath when he saw Duan Lingtian arrive at his counter, and he didn't dare be negligent in the slightest. May I ask if you want to issue an assignment or accept an assignment? Accept an assignment, let me take a look at the assignment dossiers here. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. The young man never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so amiable, and he was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly passed the assignment dossiers over to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled to the young man, then started flipping through the assignment dossiers. Most of these assignment dossiers were assignments to refine grade 8 medicinal pills. Although there were quite a few assignments to refine grade 9 medicinal pills, the rewards were extremely low. Duan Lingtian wasn't interested in the slightest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian flipped to the first page of the assignment dossiers. This was an assignment that was issued 3 years ago. Assignment issuer, Swift Cavalry Grand General, Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan. Assignment content: detoxify the Senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The Senior Marquis was poisoned by the Void Stage Demon Beast, Dark Nether Mink. Demon beasts were a type of formidable beast that stood above ferocious beasts. Just like how ferocious beasts stood above wild beasts. If it was said that wild beasts that had developed origin energy could be considered to have transformed into ferocious beasts, then a ferocious beast that had overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and broken through from the 9th level of the nascent soul stage to the void stage could be considered to have transformed into a demon beast. Dark Nether Minks normally wouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. Looks like the Senior Marquis probably took the initiative to offend the Dark Nether Mink, and was bitten back in the end. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the Dark Nether Mink. The reward for this assignment: Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the last page of the dossiers. Assignment reward: able to satisfy all the conditions of the person that completes the assignment within the Divine Might Marquis estate's ability. This generation's Divine Might Marquis seems to be that Swift Cavalry Grand General. I wonder what his status is within the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he asked the young man behind the counter. May I ask who this Divine Might Marquis, Swift Cavalry Grand General Nia Yuan is? Unexpectedly, the young man was filled with deep veneration when he heard Duan Lingtian. Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan is a figure like the god of war of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. He and His Majesty, the Emperor, each hold half of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's military authority. As for the Divine Might Marquis estate, its status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom isn't inferior to a great clan like the Shao clan. Besides that, I heard that the Divine Might Marquis himself is a void stage expert whose strength isn't inferior to the county governors of the 18 counties of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The young man slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He originally thought that the Divine Might Marquis estate was only an ordinary general's estate, but he never imagined that it had such a great background. Right, if I were to compare the Shao clan with the Duan clan, how would they fare? Duan Lingtian asked. In the Imperial City, the Duan clan is a great clan that is equally famous as the Shao clan. The young man lightly smiled as he spoke. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded as he closed the assignment file and passed it back to the young man. What? You didn't find a suitable assignment? The young man asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bid his farewells before turning around and leaving. The young man couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar. This is true poise, neither arrogant nor rash. Unlike the Shao clan's Shao He. Compared to him, Shao He's natural talent in alchemy can only be considered ordinary, and instead likes to put on airs. Chapter 143. Where's that kid? The three middle-aged men followed the violet-clothed youth all the way into a remote alley. They originally thought that they were about to succeed, but they noticed that the violet-clothed youth had suddenly vanished without a trace at the fork in the road ahead. Split up and search. The green-clothed middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, and his eyes flickered with an extremely greedy sheen, just when the three of them were prepared to split up and enter the fork in the road ahead. There's no need to search. A lazy voice sounded out from ahead, causing them to shudder as if they were jolted awake from a dream. Subsequently, they saw a violet-clothed youth walk out from one of the fork in the road. Wasn't he their target? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the three of them. He'd noticed these three people when he was in the Alchemist Guild's hall. At that time, when he put away the 10 million silver, the eyes of these three people emitted a sheen of greed and bloodthirst. Obviously, they had covetous thoughts and were eyeing the silver in his hand. As expected, after he left, he noticed that he had 3 more tails. Whoosh! 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 The 3 middle-aged men flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian tightly, as if they were deeply afraid that he would run away again. They didn't think that if Duan Lingtian wanted to run, would he still come out at this moment? However, they'd obviously been blinded by greed now. In their hearts, there was only the 10 million silver. Kid, take out the 10 million silver and maybe we brothers will leave you with an intact corpse. One of the middle-aged men licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted greed as he spoke in a low voice. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist, being able to kill such an alchemy genius in my lifetime can be considered as having accumulated good karma from my ancestors. The other middle-aged man's eyes shone, as if Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. If I give you the 10 million silver, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked abruptly. Kid, I presume your background isn't ordinary since you're able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. You've seen the faces of us 3 brothers, so we won't take the risk. So, you don't have the qualifications to talk terms with us. Today, you'll die for sure. The cyan-robed middle-aged man in the lead snorted in a low voice as his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Then there's nothing to talk about, is there? Duan Lingtian spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and smiled. The middle-aged man frowned. Duan Lingtian was still so calm even now, which made him feel uncertain. He couldn't help but feel a little gloomy, and shouted in a low voice, "Kill him, I'm afraid the situation will change." In an instant, the 3 middle-aged men moved at the same time. Above them, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, and they were obviously 3 Origin Core stage martial artists, Little Black. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he raised his hand and exclaimed in a low voice. Whoosh! In an instant, a black bolt of lightning shot out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and circled around Duan Lingtian, bringing with it 3 streaks of bright, demonic blood. Then, it fell on Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a black, single-horned python. It was flicking its tongue, as if it was asking for credit from Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 The 3 middle-aged men that were just about to make a move against Duan Lingtian instantly fell down, dead. On their chests, there was an additional tiny bloody hole that was ceaselessly gushing out fresh blood. The cyan-robed middle-aged man hadn't died completely at the beginning, and his eyes were wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed youth that was teasing Little Black. He struggled for a while before falling down in despair. Before he died, he only had a single thought. If the heavens gave him a chance to start over, he would absolutely not give away his and his 2 brothers' lives for 10 million silver. But unfortunately, it was all too late. You little fellow, you only killed 3 Origin Core stage martial artists, is it worthy of you being so complacent? Duan Lingtian rubbed the little head of Little Black, and his eyes were filled with gentleness, then he put Little Black back into his sleeve. I gave all of you a chance. But unfortunately, all of you didn't properly cherish it. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, and his eyes squinted as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When he left, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the end of the alley ahead, as if he'd noticed something, and he glanced deeply at that place before turning around and leaving. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure slowly walked out from the end of the alley, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He seems to have noticed me. How could this be possible? Even that 4th-level nascent soul stage fierce beast by his side didn't notice me. Maybe it's my misconception. But I was worried for nothing, as I never imagined that he had such a formidable fierce beast guarding by his side. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Looking at his appearance, wasn't he precisely the vice-guild master of the alchemist guild, Yi Luan? 3 years ago, he was poisoned by the dark nether mink. That assignment was issued 3 years ago. If that senior marquis was a martial artist at the void-prying stage or above, he might still be struggling at death's door. If he wasn't, he'd probably have died long ago. It's good to go ask. Duan Lingtian left the alley, but didn't return to his courtyard house. Instead, he inquired about the location of the Divine Might Marquis estate and headed to the Divine Might Marquis estate. The Divine Might Marquis estate was worthy of being an existence that was on par with the imperial cities Duan clan and Shao clan. The entire estate occupied a vast area and had an extraordinary aura, imperceptibly giving one a feeling of being boundlessly vast. At the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by 4 soldiers in light armor. That Divine Might Marquis is worthy of being a grand general. The people guarding his door are all veterans that have bathed in blood on the battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt a familiar aura from the 4 middle-aged soldiers. It was the bloody aura of slaughter on the battlefield. Who are you? One of the soldiers in light armor glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked in a stern voice. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, "Who I am isn't important. I came here to ask all of you something. Is your Divine Might Marquis estate's senior marquis still alive?" As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, so long as the senior marquis was alive, then he would have a chance. He didn't think that someone would be able to cure the senior marquis of the poison within 3 years. How could the poison of the demon beast, dark nether mink, be something that just anyone could cure? Ignorant kid, you actually dare curse our senior marquis. The faces of the 4 soldiers in light armor went pale, and the aura of slaughter on their bodies skyrocketed as they were about to make a move against Duan Lingtian. But, Duan Lingtian's following words caused them to stop in their tracks. "I'm here to cure your senior marquis of the poison." Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he slowly said. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 4 soldiers to look at each other in dismay. After the 4 of them glanced at each other, one of them turned around and entered the Divine Might Marquis estate. "Wait a moment, our brothers have already gone to inform the Marquis." One of the soldiers in light armor said to Duan Lingtian. Although he felt that the words of this youth weren't very trustworthy, he still didn't dare be negligent. If there was an expert behind this youth, then offending this youth would also mean offending that expert. If that expert could really cure the senior marquis of the poison, but refused because of their rudeness, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, he also noticed that although this violet-clothed youth's appearance was ordinary, his movements fully revealed the demeanor of an expert. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary youth. Duan Lingtian's current disguised face was indeed very ordinary, and belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. After a short while, the soldier that went to inform Duan Lingtian came out and respectfully said to him, "Young master, the Marquis invites you in." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind the soldier into the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the main hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a sturdy middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, wearing casual clothes, and a stocky build was currently pacing back and forth. "Father, didn't the soldier say that the person was only a youth? Can he really cure grandfather?" The young man with an imposing appearance was around the age of 25, and his tone was filled with doubt. "Fun, 3 years ago, when your grandfather was poisoned, even the Alchemist Guild's guild master, that grade 6 alchemist, was helpless. After that, although our Divine Might Marquis estate made a heavy promise, no one came to our door. Now, if the poison in your grandfather's body continues to drag on, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for more than a year. So, no matter what, I have to try. Moreover, how do you know that there isn't an expert behind that youth?" The stocky middle-aged man was precisely the current Divine Might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Grand General of Cavalry, Nya Yuan. Normally, even when facing the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Emperor, he would never lose his composure like this, right? There's no harm in trying. If he can really cure grandfather, then I, Xiaofan, will surely be deeply grateful. The young man nodded, and his gaze flickered. In his entire life, the person he respected the most was his grandfather, the divine Might Marquis, whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and was conferred the title of nobility by the late emperor. It could be said that the divine Might Marquis estate's glory was single-handedly established by his grandfather. Marquis, I've brought him. The voice of a soldier sounded from outside the audience hall. The divine Might Marquis, Yuan, stopped his footsteps when he heard this, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the distance outside the audience hall. Invite him in. Duan Lingtian walked into the audience hall and saw a stocky middle-aged man with an extraordinary imposing manner with a glance. He ought to be the current divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry, Yuan. Didn't they say that he's a void stage expert that's comparable to the 18 county governors? He ought to have yet to experience the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and is at most in existence at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage or half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Relying on the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the middle-aged man's cultivation with a glance. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Lingtian slowly walked in and stood not far away from the divine Might Marquis. He lightly smiled and could be considered to have bowed. Audacious. Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out from behind the divine Might Marquis. Duan Lingtian glanced over. It was a young man with an appearance that was 50% to 60% similar to the divine Might Marquis. The young man seemed to have transformed into an angry Vajra as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Junior Marquis, I wonder how I'm audacious? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he guessed the identity of the young man. You actually dare not bow when you see the divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry. If this isn't audacity, then what is? The young man said in a low voice. Junior Marquis, you're wrong. Etiquette depends on the heart. If I have disrespect in my heart, then what's the use even if I bow hypocritically? Could it be that the Junior Marquis likes hypocritical etiquette? Chapter 144. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Xiaofan was furious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words that were difficult to refute. Alright, Fan, what this little brother said isn't without reason. Divine Might Marquis Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes squinted. Little brother, do you really have a way to cure the dark nethermink's poison? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Marquis, the current me still doesn't have the ability to help the senior Marquis completely cure the dark nethermink's poison, Father, like I said, even the Alchemist Guild's guild master was helpless against grandfather's poison. How could a child like him possibly have a way? Xiaofan's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian. Fan, shut up. Yuan glared at Xiaofan, then looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Little brother, what do you mean by this? What I mean is, I can temporarily help the senior Marquis cure a portion of the dark nether mink's poison, and the other portion will have to wait until I become a grade 8 alchemist. Duan Lingtian shrugged as he slowly spoke. Grade 8 alchemist? Yuan and Xiaofan were stunned as they sized up the violet-clothed youth before them. This little fellow looked to be around 18 years old. He actually said he wanted to become a grade 8 alchemist. Even if he could become a grade 8 alchemist, when would that be? Who could afford to wait? Kid, our divine Might Marquis estate doesn't have the time to play house with you. Grade 8 alchemist. To think you dared say that. Even if you're a grade 9 alchemist, you still don't know how many years you'll need before you can. Xiaofan's face revealed displeasure, but he hadn't finished speaking when he was completely stunned and dumbstruck. Because, with a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian's grade 9 pill fire had ignited, Nia Yuan's eyes shone. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist? This youth was simply even more monstrous than the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He. If Nia Yuan knew that Duan Lingtian had teased Xiao He in the Alchemist Guild not long ago and even swindled 5 million silver from Xiao He, what expression would he have? Within 2 years, I will definitely become a grade 8 alchemist. Before that, I can neutralize the toxic poison that has invaded the Senior Marquis's internal organs, allowing the Senior Marquis to no longer suffer the pain of the toxic poison acting up. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I can completely neutralize the toxic poison in the Senior Marquis's body and recover his void-prying stage strength. Duan Lingtian's words were clear and contained great confidence. You. How did you know that my father is a void-prying stage martial artist? Nia Yuan took a deep breath and asked in a low voice. If the Senior Marquis isn't a void-prying stage martial artist, it would be impossible for him to live until now. If I'm not wrong, the Senior Marquis is already an arrow at the end of its flight. If there's still no way to remove the poison in his internal organs, I'm afraid he won't even be able to hold on for a year. Duan Lingtian said slowly. Xiaofan was slightly moved. Never had he imagined that this youth that looked to be 7 or 8 years younger than him actually possessed such ability. The fact that his grandfather, the Senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, was something that only a few people in the Divine Might Marquis estate knew about. This young man could actually make such accurate deductions. Little brother, I still don't know your name. Nia Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now, he'd practically completely believed Duan Lingtian's words. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist might really be able to create a miracle. Or perhaps, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist was already a miracle. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said slowly, and similarly, he didn't reveal his true name before the Divine Might Marquis. Lingtian. Unexpectedly, when Nia Yuan heard Duan Lingtian's name, he was instead stunned, seeming to have thought of something. After sighing, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, how about I take you to see my father now? Duan Lingtian nodded. Xiaofan's eyes flashed as he stared at Duan Lingtian for a moment, then he had a strange expression as he lightly shook his head. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw the Senior Marquis in the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The old man wore a grey robe, and because of being poisoned for many years, he seemed to be sickly, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Even so, the old man still emitted a domineering dignity between his brows, as if he was imperceptibly narrating his glorious past. Father. Nia Yuan respectfully bowed when he saw the old man. Grandfather. Xiaofan was respectful and reverent as well. Senior Marquis. Duan Lingtian caught up and lightly smiled to the old man. This is... The old man's muddy eyes abruptly lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Father, this is Brother Lingtian. He's here to cure your poison. Nia Yuan respectfully said. He'd always revered his father in his heart. Even though his father wasn't as elegant as before, he was still a towering mountain in his heart. Oh. The old man's eyes emitted a trace of surprise when he heard this. He understood his son and knew that his son wasn't the type of person who spoke without thinking. Since the youth was able to come here, it meant that his son believed in the youth. Duan Lingtian casually pretended to extend his hand into his pocket and withdrew a brush and paper from his spatial ring, then wrote down some medicinal herbs and passed it to Nia Yuan. Marquis, prepare these medicinal herbs. After the medicinal herbs are prepared, I'll refine the antidote medicinal pill for the Senior Marquis. Refine medicinal pills? The old man's eyes squinted and he said with slight surprise, Little fellow, you're an alchemist. Grandfather, don't look at Brother Lingtian's young, he's a grade 9 alchemist. Xiaofan lightly smiled. Grade 9 alchemist? Not bad, not bad. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian and nodded repeatedly, and his tone contained heartfelt praise mixed within. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist had also alarmed his heart that was as calm as an ancient well. Xiaofan followed Yuan out of the rear courtyard to prepare the medicinal herbs. Alas, Fan, if brother Ling Tian is the child of your uncle Ru Feng, how good would that be? On the way, Yuan suddenly sighed. Father, they only have the same name. Moreover, brother Ling Tian's surname is Duan, yet uncle Ru Feng's child is surnamed Duan, so he should be called Duan Ling Tian. Fan shook his head and couldn't help but recall the peerless genius martial artist of the Duan clan from all those years ago. But unfortunately, the heavens are jealous of heroic geniuses. I don't know why, but when I see him, I always have a feeling of closeness. That year, if it wasn't for me going to battle outside, how could I have allowed sister-in-law and little Tian to leave the Duan clan? But unfortunately, I've never asked Ru Feng about sister-in-law's background, and even though the Duan clan's fourth brother knew, he wasn't willing to say. I was utterly unable to trace the whereabouts of her and the child. So many years have passed, I wonder how the orphan and widow are doing. Yuan had an expression of guilt and self-blame. Father, don't worry. Aunt Ro and little Tian are blessed by the heavens, and they'll be fine. Fan consoled. Now, that child little Tian ought to have grown up, and he's probably around the same age as brother Ling Tian. Fan, do you think it's possible that they're the same person? Father, don't think too much. Why don't you think about it? Uncle Ru Feng is handsome and unrestrained, and even Aunt Ro has a drop-dead gorgeous appearance. How could their child possibly grow up to have such an ordinary appearance? It's just a coincidence that they have the same name. Moreover, brother Ling Tian's surname isn't Duan. Right, Ru Feng and sister-in-law's son's appearance is surely a dragon or phoenix amongst men. In the rear courtyard, Duan Ling Tian and the old man sat facing each other. Senior Marquis, according to my knowledge, that dark nether mink ought to not take the initiative to attack humans. Why did you have a conflict with it? Duan Ling Tian asked the old man, puzzled. Brother Ling Tian, you even know the habits of the dark nether mink? The old man was slightly surprised, and he increasingly felt that the youth before him wasn't simple. Yes, the dark nether mink wouldn't take the initiative to attack me, but at that time, I urgently needed a spirit fruit that the dark nether mink was guarding, so I could only take the risk and force it to leave. Later on, although it left, it still bit me. Fortunately, I smoothly obtained that spirit fruit. That spirit fruit is very important to you? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes, very important. If I didn't have it, my wife would be in great trouble. The old man slowly nodded. The old man didn't speak in detail, and Duan Ling Tian didn't ask any further. Everyone had their own secrets, although he was very curious about what spirit fruit the dark nether mink was guarding, to actually make the old man risk his life for it. Looks like Senior Marquis doesn't regret this matter in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. In life, there are things to do and things not to do. As far as I'm concerned, so long as my family is safe, even if I die, it's nothing. The old man lightly shook his head, extremely carefree. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but feel deep veneration. This old man was worthy of respect. Don't worry, Senior Marquis. So long as the medicinal pill is refined, it will be able to expel the toxic poison in your internal organs. At that time, although you'll still be unable to utilize origin energy, you'll be able to be like an ordinary person and won't have to suffer the pain of the toxic poison acting up. Once I step into the origin core stage and become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll be able to eradicate all the toxic poison in your body. Duan Ling Tian slowly said. Then I'll thank brother Ling Tian first. The old man nodded with a smile, and a trace of respect flashed within the depths of his eyes. Perhaps, in the Tao of martial arts, he once stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and looked down upon everyone. But in the Tao of alchemy, he couldn't help but admire the youth before him. A grade 9 alchemist at the mere age of 18, such natural talent was simply shocking. In next to no time, Nia Yuan and his son finished preparing the medicinal materials Duan Lingtian needed. Duan Lingtian didn't have any misgivings and directly withdrew his cauldron and started to refine the pill in front of the 3 generations of the Nia clan. Although the 3 of them were laymen, Duan Lingtian's familiar movements were simply as if assisted by the gods, and it broadened their horizons and caused them to feel admiration in their hearts. 2 hours later, Duan Lingtian concentrated his mind and calmed his breathing, then his hand descended and slapped the cauldron. 3 medicinal pills with flowing lights revolving around them instantly flew out and landed in his hand. What he refined this time was the spirit cleansing pill as well. The spirit cleansing pill was the lifetime effort of Samsara Emperor Wu, and it could cure a myriad of poisons. Although the poison in the old man's body was formidable, it was inferior to the vitality restriction goo that Xiong Quan was afflicted with, and only a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill was required to completely eradicate it. Xiong Quan's poison, on the other hand, required a grade 7 spirit cleansing pill to completely eradicate it. Senior Marquis consumed these 3 medicinal pills over 3 months. Chapter 145. All right. The old man smiled as he received it, then directly swallowed the medicinal pill. After a short moment, the old man's gaze abruptly lit up. What a miraculous medicinal pill. I feel much more comfortable as soon as the medicinal strength spread out. Brother Ling Tian, what medicinal pill is this? Spirit cleansing pill. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, then bid farewell to the old man before following Nia Yuan and Xiaofan back to the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall. Brother Ling Tian, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. If you have any errands in the future, so long as it's within my Divine Might Marquis Estate's ability, it's my duty. Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression as he promised. Marquis, you're too courteous. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. The reason he came to the Divine Might Marquis Estate to help the Senior Marquis cure the poison was because of this promise of the Divine Might Marquis, and he deeply knew the importance of this promise. At a critical moment, it could even save his life. Now, although he'd only been in the Imperial City for a month, he'd already made 2 formidable enemies, the Duan clan's 2nd master and the Imperial family's 5th prince. Although he'd never thought of borrowing the strength of the Divine Might Marquis Estate to deal with the former, he had no choice but to leave himself a way out. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't lightly use this layer of relationship with the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Nia Yuan ordered Xiaofan to personally send Duan Ling Tian out. Brother Ling Tian, besides my grandfather and father, I, Xiaofan, rarely admire anyone. Needless to say, you're the 3rd person that I've wholeheartedly admired. At the mere age of 18, you've already become a grade 9 alchemist, and you're even able to refine a medicinal pill that can cure the poison of the dark nether mink. Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh. He, Xiaofan, was a young genius of the Imperial City. His cultivation had stepped into the origin core stage at a young age, and coupled with his illustrious family background, he was practically an existence that could do whatever he wanted in the Imperial City. But even so, he still couldn't help but admire Duan Ling Tian. He deeply knew that a genius alchemist like Duan Ling Tian would absolutely not be limited to the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future, and would sooner or later become a formidable existence that he could look up to. Young Marquis, you flatter me. Your martial talent is also not bad. Duan Ling Tian smiled modestly. Before long, Xiaofan sent Duan Ling Tian out of the Divine Might Marquis Estate. The 4 guards broke out in cold sweat when they saw the young Marquis personally escorting the young man out. Fortunately, they didn't offend this young man before. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Brother Ling Tian, if you encounter any trouble in the Imperial City in the future, you can come look for me at any time. I don't dare speak for other places, but within the Imperial City, there aren't many things that I, Xiaofan, am unable to settle. Before leaving, Xiaofan smiled as he promised Duan Lingtian. When that time comes, I will definitely not be polite. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. He bid farewell and left. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished from his sight did Xiaofan turn around and return to the Divine Might Marquis estate. The 4 soldiers at the gate looked at each other in dismay, their eyes filled with shock. Did I hear wrongly? The young Marquis actually made such an exaggerated promise to that young man earlier. With the young Marquis's promise, he can practically do whatever he wants in the Imperial City in the future. Does the young Marquis's attitude mean that this young man is really able to cure the senior Marquis's poison? After Duan Lingtian left the Divine Might Marquis estate, he returned to his own house and removed the makeup on his face, recovering his handsome appearance with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. I didn't expect that in just a single morning, my gains would be so great. It was already noon. As he smelled the fragrance of the dishes drifting out from the kitchen, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. 5 million taels of silver was still acceptable. A promise from the Divine Might Marquis was absolutely priceless. After leaving the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian passed by the main building and walked into the rear courtyard. Compared to the front courtyard, the rear courtyard was even more spacious. Duan Lingtian had just walked over when he noticed 2 figures that were like butterflies dancing gracefully, giving others a type of magnificent visual enjoyment. Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and greeted the woman sitting inside. Mother. Tian, you've returned? A trace of doting flashed past Li Ro's eyes as she lightly smiled. Today's days were rather relaxed, not much different from when her husband was still alive. And all of this was fought for by her son. Unknowingly, the son that she had worried so much about had already grown to such an extent. Now, she had nothing else to ask for. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Together with his mother, Li Ro, he gazed at the 2 beautiful women who were cultivating martial skills in the distance. Tian, you must not let them down. Otherwise, mother won't forgive you. Li Fei suddenly spoke, her tone containing a trace of warning. Don't worry, mother. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling that his mother was thinking too much. Now, the 2 women had practically become a part of his life, and it was difficult to part with them. How could he let them down? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months had passed. Still lacking a bit. Duan Lingtian, who sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Ever since he returned from the Divine Might Marquis estate, he hadn't left the house. Besides accompanying his mother and his 2 future daughters-in-law, he practically spent all his time on cultivating. Although his advancement was swift, up until now, he was still a small step away from the 5th level of the core formation stage. Never mind, I'll let nature take its course. It's time to report to Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he walked off the bed. Duan Lingtian didn't bring the 2 women with him to Paladin Academy, and he only brought Xiongquan and the little black snake as he walked out of the courtyard house. The courtyard house he bought was near Paladin Academy, and he quickly arrived at the entrance of Paladin Academy. Presently, the entrance of Paladin Academy was bustling with noise and excitement. Some youths and the people beside them even seemed to be travel-worn, obviously having just arrived at the Imperial City. If they were a few days late and missed the time to report, even if they had the qualifications to enter, it would be difficult for them to step foot into Paladin Academy. I wonder if Xiao Yu has reported yet. Duan Lingtian thought of Xiao Yu and his brows raised as he followed the flow of people to arrive before the entrance of Paladin Academy and started to register. Certificate of Qualification. The person in charge of registering was a middle-aged man with a flat tone as he glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took out his certificate of enrollment and passed it to the middle-aged man. From the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? The middle-aged man glanced at the certificate of enrollment and was slightly surprised. Iron Blood Army's genius camp? The pupils of the youths that stood behind Duan Lingtian constricted when they heard the middle-aged man's voice. I heard that 1 year ago, only 7 people from the Iron Blood Army's genius camp passed the training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. I've long since heard that the Iron Blood Army's genius camp's test is famous for being abnormal in the 18 counties. Looks like this youth isn't an ordinary person since he was able to stand out from it. Although I'm from Swallow Mountain County, I didn't dare enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Otherwise, I might not have survived. The discussion of the youths entered his ears, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to twitch. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp is so famous in the outer counties? Duan Lingtian? This name sounds like someone from the direct line of descent of the Duan clan. The middle-aged man's heart moved when he matched the name on the certificate of enrollment with the information in his hand, but he didn't pay much attention to it. As far as he was concerned, if this youth was really a disciple of the Duan clan, then since he had the ability to pass the Iron Blood Army's genius camp's training, the Duan clan would have long since given him a recommendation spot. Why would they make him risk his life? The devilish training of the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was no different from risking his life. Slap. The middle-aged man stamped a seal on the certificate of enrollment and said to Duan Lingtian, "If you need to stay overnight in the academy, then go in and find the teacher in charge of this area to make arrangements. If you don't need it, then take this enrollment handbook back and read it. School starts 5 days later, remember to bring your certificate of enrollment." Duan Lingtian nodded, put away the certificate of enrollment, and left with Xiong Quan. Stay overnight? He didn't need it. Duan Lingtian's house was south of Paladin Academy. Presently, in a private house north of Paladin Academy, 2 young men were sitting together, and one of them had a face full of unwillingness. "Cousin, it's already been 3 months, but the people uncle sent out still haven't found that little bastard." Duan Rong had a face full of anger, and when he thought of what happened 3 months ago, a ball of fire arose within his heart. That time, the violet-clothed youth shattered his wrist bone with a finger, and although he had recovered now, there were still side effects left behind. When he executed martial skills now, the might of his martial skills had at least decreased by 20%. It can't be helped, the clues you provided were too few. A violet-clothed youth, a middle-aged man wearing a mask. In the imperial city that's bustling with people, similar people can be found all over the streets. The other young man shook his head. "Cousin, don't you know the 5th prince? That shop that sells houses is the property of the imperial family, and our Duan clan is unable to interfere. But if the 5th prince wants to investigate, it shouldn't be difficult, right?" Duan Rong seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. The young man's brows frowned, then relaxed as he said perfunctorily, "We'll talk about it the next time I see the 5th prince." He'd only met the 5th prince a few times and couldn't be considered to be familiar with him. Although he was the only son of the Duan clan's second master, he was nothing before the 5th prince. There were over 10 princes in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Besides having a temporary residence within the imperial palace, they each had a spacious estate within the inner city of the imperial city. Normally, these princes lived within the estates within the inner city. 5th prince's estate. "Cousin, it's already been 3 months, and there's still no news at all?" Tong Li, who wore red clothes, pouted and was extremely unhappy. "Li, the people I sent out have investigated for 3 months, but they've still come up empty-handed. Firstly, you don't know their origins, and secondly, you don't know their names, so it's indeed difficult to investigate. It's even to the extent that they might only be people that came to the imperial city to play, or perhaps they've already left the imperial city long ago." The 5th prince shook his head, and his face carried a smile from the beginning until the end, causing one to feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Then what should we do? Could it be that we're just going to let it go? Tong Li had a face full of unwillingness. Of course we can't just let it go. But isn't there no way to find them now? How about this, so long as there's a lead on them in the future, cousin will surely take revenge for you, alright? Chapter 146. General, Prime Minister. Duan Lingtian was attracted by a paragraph of text in the admission handbook. It turned out that students who entered Paladin Academy had to choose one of the two great factions. The two great factions were respectively, Star General Department and Star Mastermind Department. Galloping on the battlefield, able to command an army of thousands, possessing courage that is unafraid of death, able to easily take the head of the enemy's general within an army of thousands, and stepping on blood to dye the blue sky with heroism. This is the Star General. Hidden behind a curtain, possessing outstanding wisdom, able to govern the world during times of peace and prosperity, able to devise strategies and control everything during times of war, able to annihilate the enemy with a smile. This is the Star General. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. This Paladin Academy was worthy of being called the cradle of geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. If one was able to graduate from it, no matter where they went, they would be a hero and a formidable person. Choose one of the two. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he made a decision in his heart. 5 days later. Duan Lingtian brought along the little black snake and left the house alone, walking towards Paladin Academy. According to the rules in the admission handbook, students of Paladin Academy were not allowed to bring followers into Paladin Academy. Before long, Duan Lingtian arrived at Paladin Academy. At the entrance, one could vaguely see a long line formed by numerous carriages, connecting from one end of the street to the other. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Many students were either sent here by their seniors or their followers. However, in the end, only one student could enter Paladin Academy. There are actually so many female students. When Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy, he couldn't help but be surprised when he noticed that many female students had shown their admission certificates and entered the academy. Looks like the Paladin Academy's entrance examinations in other counties are open to females, unlike the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp that Duan Lingtian went to didn't accept females. If a female from Swallow Mountain County wanted to enter Paladin Academy, they must go to other counties to participate in similar entrance examinations. Where to now? Duan Lingtian noticed that after he entered Paladin Academy, he was like a headless fly, unable to find his way. Finally, with his sharp eyes, he saw a group of people walking towards the east in the distance. He quickly followed them. There was a vast field in the east, and a few weapon racks were scattered around it. This was obviously the martial arts practice field of Paladin Academy. At a glance, there were already many young men and women waiting there. These people were all around the age of 20. Compared to them, the Duan Lingtian was much smaller. Xiao Yu. Finally, Duan Lingtian found Xiao Yu in the crowd. Now, Xiao Yu was standing with another young man, talking and laughing. Duan Lingtian walked over. Soon, Xiao Yu also noticed him. He spoke to the young man beside him, and the two of them went up to greet him. Duan Lingtian, I finally get to meet you. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. I arrived at the Imperial City half a month ago, but I don't know where you are. What about you? What have you been doing for half a month? Duan Lingtian asked with a light smile. I'm at the Shao clan estate. Xiao Yu said. Shao clan. Shao clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He thought of the genius alchemist, Shao He, at the first possible moment. He was a member of the Shao clan. Could it be that Xiao Yu was related to the Shao clan as well? Or could it be that the Aurora City's Xiao clan was related to the Imperial City's Xiao clan? The facts prove that Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Yes, it's the Xiao clan. Our Aurora City's Xiao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. This time, I obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy and have already been specially allowed by the Patriarch to become a member of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. Although Xiao Yu's expression didn't change, his eyes obviously contained a sense of excitement. Becoming a member of the Imperial City's Xiao clan also meant that he had taken a new step forward. In the future, he could use this as a springboard to jump higher and further. At this moment, Xiao Yu realized that the young man beside him was being neglected, so he hurriedly introduced him. Duan Lingtian, he's Xiao Sun, a genius martial artist of the Imperial City's Xiao clan. He's also my friend. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Xiao Sun as he introduced himself. Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun returned a smile without the slightest trace of the arrogance of a disciple of a large clan. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Sun's older brother, Xiao He, is our Xiao clan's most genius alchemist. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. Xiao Yu continued. Xiao He? Duan Lingtian's face froze. It really was a small world. Any random Xiao clan disciple he met was the younger brother of Xiao He. I used to think that my brother was a rare alchemist genius as well, until 2 months ago when an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild's hall. Only then did I realize that there's always someone better out there. This is good as well, as it can reduce my brother's spirit. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. I've heard of this matter as well. I heard that the 18-year-old alchemist cheated your brother of 5 million silver. Do you hate him? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked curiously. What's there to hate? I've heard of the sequence of events. In the end, the fault of this matter lies with my brother. If it wasn't for my brother being overbearing, then the subsequent events wouldn't have happened. If I were to meet that genius alchemist, I might even thank him for allowing my brother to change and become much more restrained than before. Xiao Sun shook his head, seeming to not care in the slightest. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. Birds of a feather flock together. Xiao Yu's friends were indeed not like the ordinary profligate young masters of large clans. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian glanced over and saw a red-clothed young man walking over side by side with a robust young man. The person who spoke was precisely the robust young man. Weren't the two people who had passed through the genius camps training with them and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, Su Li and Tian Hu? After not seeing each other for a year, the two of them had obviously matured a lot. Su Li was even more steady. The original him had an oppressive spirit, but now he'd completely restrained it, and his cultivation had obviously improved by quite a bit. Su Li. Tian Hu. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu lightly smiled as they greeted the two of them. Duan Lingtian, find a chance to battle me. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian, and his sharp eyes were filled with battle intent. I'll be happy to oblige. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful. This guy, Su Li, has already stepped into the 7th level of the core formation stage. What a guy. When I met him a few days ago, he pulled me into a battle and almost killed me. Tian Hu seemed to still be slightly afraid when he spoke of what happened a few days ago. 7th level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as he was greatly astonished. It had only been a year. Su Li had broken through from the 5th level of the core formation stage to the 7th level of the core formation stage in one go? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were shocked as well. 7th level of the core formation stage. Such a cultivation can be considered to be at the top of the Paladin Academy freshmen this year. Xiao Sun praised. Yeah, there probably aren't many 7th-level core formation martial artists in this year's freshmen. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. Su Li's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he indifferently said, I don't know about the others, but Duan Lingtian is surely already at the 7th level of the core formation stage. You're so sure? Tian Hu was slightly surprised. 1 year ago, he was already at the 6th level of the core formation stage. Su Li continued. He still remembered the scene 1 year ago when he challenged Duan Lingtian after passing the final test of the Genius Camp training. At that time, he thought that after breaking through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, he would be able to battle Duan Lingtian. But who knew? Duan Lingtian directly drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to give birth to 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes, causing him to instantly feel a sense of defeat. Toward Su Li's words, besides Xiao Yu who wasn't surprised in the slightest, Tian Hu and Xiao Sun both looked at Duan Lingtian in astonishment. Especially Xiao Sun, who was secretly shocked in his heart. This youth whose name was extremely similar to the Duan clan's younger generation direct descendant looked to be around 18 years old, but he was already a 6th-level core formation martial artist 1 year ago? Even within the imperial city's imperial family and the few great clans, such a monster hadn't appeared in recent years. Such natural talent was comparable to Paladin Academy's last year's Su Qing. Su Qing was the existence that was publicly acknowledged as the genius student with the highest natural talent in Paladin Academy's past 20 years. It's you. Suddenly, a figure swiftly walked over from afar. His voice revealed a contradictory combination of anger and joy. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard the voice. The person that appeared before him was none other than Duan Lingxing's cousin, Duan Rong. I've finally found you. I didn't expect you to be a student of Paladin Academy as well. Now, let me see where you can hide. Duan Rong walked over in large strides and stared at Duan Lingtian as he sneered. Hide? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a trace of disdain on the corners of his mouth. You said I'm hiding from you? As someone who lost to me, are you worthy? Duan Rong's face changed as he shouted in a low voice, in short, you're dead. Do you believe that I can kill you right now? Being threatened by Duan Rong, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped Duan Rong, scaring Duan Rong to the point that his face went ghastly pale as he hurriedly turned around and fled. Duan Lingtian, who's he? Why does it seem like he has a deep enmity with you? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. Only a profligate son of a rich family. Duan Lingtian shrugged and spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rong, the nephew of the Duan clan's second master. Xiao Yu's gaze focused. During this half a month, he had a certain understanding of the situation of the various great clans in the imperial city and was very clear about the methods of the Duan clan's second master. Duan Lingtian, do you need help? Su Li's gaze went cold as he gazed at Duan Rong who was hiding in the distance. The sword in his hand seemed ready to be unsheathed at any moment. No need, only a clown. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't take Duan Rong seriously in the slightest, even if the person behind Duan Rong was the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. If he was afraid, then he wouldn't have entered Paladin Academy with his true appearance when he clearly knew that Duan Rong was also a student of Paladin Academy. Chapter 147. Xiao Sun's brows raised. Just like Duan Lingtian and Su Li, he didn't take Duan Rong seriously either. Duan Rong was at most a branch family disciple of the Duan clan. In terms of status, far inferior to him, I didn't expect that there would be so many female students. Tian Hu's gaze fell into the distance. On the other side of the spacious martial arts practice grounds, a group of female students were gathered there, and it was extremely lively. As for the group of male students, they were gathered on Duan Lingtian's side. Do you know why we're gathered here? Duan Lingtian asked the people beside him. I don't know. We followed the crowd here. Tian Hu shook his head. He and Su Li were obviously the same as Duan Lingtian, following others here. Xiao Sun lightly smiled. We're gathered here now precisely for the sake of making it easier for us to choose a faction. In a while, when almost everyone has arrived, a teacher will come over. At that time, we'll have to face an important choice in our lives. Paladin Academy. The two great factions walked on completely different paths. And Paladin Academy's teaching for the two great factions would be completely different as well. Speaking of choosing a faction, have you guys decided which faction to choose? Tian Hu's eyes lit up as he asked Duan Lingtian and the others. Xiao Sun and I both choose the Star Mastermind Department. Xiao Yu lightly smiled. Xiao Sun nodded as well, and a wisp of a sheen of wisdom flashed within his eyes. Then you guys are different from me. I've decided to choose the Star General Department. Tian Hu grinned. I can tell. Duan Lingtian sized Tian Hu up with a glance before laughing loudly. Are you for real? You wouldn't be giving advice after the fact, right? Then tell me, what faction will Su Li choose? Tian Hu asked again. Is there even a need to ask? Naturally, he'll choose the same Star General Department as you. Duan Lingtian said as a matter of course. Su Li was like a sharp sword with an oppressive sharpness. If such a person were to enter the battlefield, he would absolutely be a killing machine that could cause the enemy to tremble in fear. Su Li, you wouldn't really choose the Star General Department as well, right? Tian Hu asked. What? You have an opinion? Su Li's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Tian Hu. What can I say? I'm just a little surprised, Tian Hu smiled awkwardly. If it was said that he could still compete with Su Li when he had just arrived at the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, the current him had already been left far behind by Su Li. Duan Lingtian, what about you? You should be the same as me and Su Li, choosing the Star General Department, right? As Tian Hu spoke. The gazes of Su Li, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun all descended upon Duan Lingtian. Under the gazes of the four people, Duan Lingtian slowly spat out three words, Star Prime Minister. Star Mastermind Department? They were a little surprised. They felt that with Duan Lingtian's strength, it was a waste for him to enter the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled at their surprise. In his previous life, he was a powerful weapon specialist, and the set he learned was no different from the set of Star General. In this life, if he were to choose the Star General Department, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he chose the Star Mastermind Department. The teachers of Paladin Academy have arrived. Duan Lingtian's sharp eyes noticed two middle-aged men walking over from afar. At the same time, near the group of female students on the other side, two young women walked towards them. They were obviously teachers of Paladin Academy as well. Hello everyone, I'm a teacher of Paladin Academy's Star General Department. My name is Niu Mang. Between the two middle-aged men, the robust man with a curly beard had a voice that was like a thunderclap, causing the eardrums of some of the students near him to hurt. This Niu Mang should have cultivated a martial skill similar to the lion's roar. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Within the offensive martial skills, there was a type of unorthodox martial skill called sound attack martial skills. Normally, only martial artists at the nascent soul stage and above were able to display the true might of a sound attack martial skill. In actual combat, it could catch the opponent off guard and cause them to lose focus for an instant. When two people fought, sometimes, the instant they lost focus was enough to decide the outcome. Hello everyone, I'm a teacher of the Star Mastermind Department, Sima Changfeng. Compared to Niu Mang, the other middle-aged man seemed to be extraordinarily refined. He was dressed like a scholar, wore a silk headband on his head, held a feather fan in his hand, and had a graceful bearing. Now, students who have chosen to enter the Star General Department, come behind me. Students who have chosen to enter the Star Mastermind Department, come behind teacher Sima. Niu Meng spoke once more and went straight to the point. Instantly, the group of male students started moving. See you later, the three of you. Tian, who greeted Duan Lingtian's group of three, and Su Li nodded to the three of them as well. The two of them left together and went behind Niu Meng. As for Duan Lingtian's group of three, they glanced at each other before going behind Sima Changfeng. There are so few people in the Star Mastermind Department? Duan Lingtian glanced at the Star General Department, then glanced at his surroundings and was slightly surprised. There were a total of 160 students in Paladin Academy this year. Amongst them, there were around 100 male students. Currently, there were more than 80 male students in the Star General Department. As for the Star Mastermind Department that Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun were in, there were less than 20 people. Sima Changfeng and Niu Meng were obviously not surprised by this result. Students who have chosen the Star Mastermind Department, follow me. Under Sima Changfeng's call, Duan Lingtian's group of three and the other 10+ Star Mastermind Department students followed Sima Changfeng's footsteps. As for the Star General Department students, they stayed where they were. Even if you choose the Star Mastermind Department, you still won't be able to escape death. Within the group of Star General Department students, Duan Rong was shockingly among them. His eyes focused as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Duan Lingtian's group of Star Mastermind Department students were brought into a spacious classroom by Sima Changfeng. Within the classroom, tables and chairs were all available. Sit. Sima Changfeng walked up to the podium and lightly nodded to the 18 people that followed him in. Duan Lingtian followed suit and sat down. Sima Changfeng's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and the others as he slowly said, "From today onwards, I'm the teacher of this year's Star Mastermind Department students. I'll teach you all how to become a qualified Star Mastermind. Now, which one of you can tell me what a Star Mastermind is?" As Sima Changfeng spoke these words, his calm gaze abruptly changed, becoming incomparably wise and far-sighted. And at the instant Sima Changfeng finished speaking, a student stood up and said, "A Star Mastermind is hidden behind a veil, possessing outstanding wisdom. During times of peace and prosperity, it can rule the world. During times of war, it can devise strategies and control everything. It can annihilate the enemy with a smile." Including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of the other 17 students all descended upon this student. Too shameless. Aren't these the words that introduce the Star Mastermind Department in the student handbook? This is possible? Many students were speechless. Sima Changfeng pressed down with his hand, allowing the student to sit down, and said indifferently, "Correct, just like these words on the student handbook. Outstanding wisdom and devising strategies are the foundation of a Star Mastermind. In the following days, what I'll teach you all in the Star Mastermind Department is how to become a qualified Star Mastermind. You all must remember, a Star Mastermind can allow a general to be invincible in battle, and can also annihilate a general. Sometimes, a single decision of a Star Mastermind will determine the life and death of a general." As he spoke to this point, Sima Changfeng's expression became serious. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Sima Changfeng's words. If it was said that a general was a martial artist's four limbs that could be used to execute martial skills and dodge attacks, then, a Star Mastermind was a martial artist's eyes that could see through everything, and was especially important. Today, the first lesson I'll give you all is how to deal with one of the situations on the battlefield. Sima Changfeng's gaze was filled with wisdom as he slowly asked, "If the enemy is strong while I'm weak, and the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light. Besides the most straightforward sneak attack, what strategy can be used to cause the enemy to collapse?" The enemy is strong while I'm weak, and the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light? Besides Duan Lingtian's eyes that flickered as if he had a card up his sleeve, the remaining students all muttered to themselves as they ceaselessly pondered. Sima Changfeng's gaze quickly descended onto Duan Lingtian. He'd noticed this student long ago. A youth around the age of 18 was especially conspicuous within a group of 20-year-old youths. Now that he saw the youth's performance, his heart jerked. Could it be that he thought of a strategy so quickly? Student, looking at your appearance of knowing everything, have you already thought of a strategy? After a short moment, Sima Changfeng's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked. For a moment, all the students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, looked at Duan Lingtian. He can think of a strategy? You're joking, right? He looks like a young brat, what strategy could he have? Some of the students glanced at Duan Lingtian and disapproved. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood up and said bluntly, if I encounter such a situation, I'll use the strategy of crossing the ocean by deception. I'll intentionally use disguises to confuse and deceive the enemy over and over again, causing the enemy to lower their guard. Then I'll suddenly take action, thus achieving the goal of obtaining victory. If there were people from China from his previous life here, they would be able to react in an instant. What Duan Lingtian said now was precisely the first strategy of the 36 stratagems, crossing the ocean by deception. Sima Changfeng's pupils constricted. Actually, he didn't think that this violet-clothed youth would be able to come up with a good strategy. But now, the strategy the violet-clothed youth spoke of happened to coincide with his thoughts in some areas, causing him to be unable to help but be slightly shocked. Is this really only an 18-year-old youth? Crossing the ocean by deception. Brilliant. Brilliant. After Xiaosun finished listening to what Duan Lingtian said, he carefully pondered over it for a moment and was the first to react. He couldn't help but praise this. Some of the students who previously looked down on Duan Lingtian were stunned as well. They had to admit that this was indeed a brilliant strategy. After all, anyone who was deceived over and over again would lower their guard. This was human nature. Good, good. What a crossing the ocean by deception. Chapter 148. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to Sima Changfeng as he replied. Duan Lingtian? Sima Changfeng's brows raised as he was slightly surprised. You're a direct descendant of the Duan clan? Besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, a few other students who had a good understanding of the imperial city's Duan clan looked at Duan Lingtian as well. The direct descendant of the Duan clan's younger generation was of the Ling generation. However, everyone, including Sima Changfeng, felt that it was slightly strange. If Duan Lingtian was really a member of the Duan clan, then he shouldn't be a nobody. Not to mention the stratagem he spoke of earlier, it was sufficient to prove that he was resourceful. Being able to enter Paladin Academy at the age of 18 was extremely rare. I'm not. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So what if the blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flowed in his body? He disdained that cold and indifferent clan. Sit down. Sima Changfeng nodded. If Duan Lingtian wasn't a disciple of the Duan clan, then it would be understandable. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's territory was vast, and there were many people with the surname Duan, so it wasn't surprising. The other students heaved a sigh of relief. Like I said, if he was a disciple of the Duan clan, then his name would probably have spread throughout the imperial city long ago. However, even if he isn't a disciple of the Duan clan, being able to pass the Paladin Academy's entrance exam at such an age in all 18 counties is truly monstrous. Many students glanced at Duan Lingtian with slightly fearful gazes. Not only is this Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao strong, his mind is also so nimble. The stratagem of crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens, to be able to think of it. Xiaofan glanced at Duan Lingtian, and a feeling of admiration instantly arose in his heart. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered. Although he was surprised by the stratagem that Duan Lingtian spoke of, when he thought of the various miracles that Duan Lingtian repeatedly created in Aurora City, he felt at ease. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a little monster. At this time, Sima Changfeng's voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian's crossing the sea by deception plan can be considered to be flawless. Even the plan that I came up with was partially based on the essence of the crossing the sea by deception plan. Overall, it can't compare to his crossing the sea by deception plan. Whoosh! Sima Changfeng's words caused a stir in the classroom without any suspense. None of them had imagined that a dignified Star Mastermind department teacher of Paladin Academy would actually display an attitude of feeling inferior to a new student. However, when they thought about it, they felt relieved. Duan Lingtian's plan of crossing the sea by deception was indeed admirable and impeccable. This teacher is quite interesting. Duan Lingtian stared at Sima Changfeng, slightly surprised. Generally speaking, a teacher would want to maintain their reputation to a certain extent. It was impossible for them to admit that they were inferior to a student in certain aspects. Sima Changfeng, however, appeared magnanimous and didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Such a demeanor was worthy of admiration. Very quickly, an entire morning's time passed amidst Sima Changfeng's long speech. It had to be said that Sima Changfeng's lectures were rather interesting and had a lot of interactions. Not a single one of the 18 new students present had been absent-minded throughout the entire morning. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel admiration for Sima Changfeng's profound knowledge. When it was close to noon, Sima Changfeng put away the proof of enrollment of Duan Lingtian and the others and gave each of them an exquisite little command token. The front and back of the token were exactly the same, and besides some patterns on the sides, the two words Paladin were inscribed in the center. This is Paladin Academy's student command token. You can use this command token to enter and leave Paladin Academy in the future. When Sima Changfeng spoke up to hear, his wise eyes abruptly became somewhat fierce. However, if someone uses this command token to bully the good and commit crimes outside as a student of Paladin Academy has the right to take back the command token and expel the person from Paladin Academy. Sima Changfeng's warning caused some of the students present who originally intended to show off with the command token to dispel the thoughts that had just arisen. They had spent a tremendous amount of effort to be able to enter Paladin Academy, and only they themselves knew the hardships involved. Now that they had become students of Paladin Academy, they would receive even more attention and bring honor to their family. If they were expelled from Paladin Academy, then they would really lose all face. Paladin Academy is divided into a total of 6 years. You are all first-year students. First-year students attend classes for 5 days and rest for 2 days. According to the Academy's regulations, Star Mastermind Department students attend classes in the morning, eat lunch in the Academy's cafeteria, and have free time in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. You can discuss the martial Dao with others, and you can also spar with others, but you cannot harm your life. After Sima Changfeng finished speaking, he left. Let's go eat. Xiaofan stood up and called out to Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu. The three of them arrived at the cafeteria, found an empty table, and sat down around it. The cafeteria within Paladin Academy was similar to the restaurants outside. After a short while, an attendant walked up and respectfully asked, what would the three young masters like to eat? The three of them ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. That teacher Sima from today has profound knowledge and is admirable. Xiao Yu sighed with emotion. Indeed. Duan Lingtian agreed. Xiaofan glanced at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. Duan Lingtian, I don't find it strange that Xiao Yu said he admires teacher Sima. But you, a student who was able to think of the crossing the ocean by deception plan and made teacher Sima feel ashamed of his inferiority, would still admire teacher Sima? The more he thought about the crossing the ocean by deception plan that Duan Lingtian talked about in class today, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unfathomable. This plan could not only be used on the battlefield, it could be used in many other areas. It was an extremely practical plan. Hearing Xiao Sun's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up in embarrassment. The crossing the ocean by deception plan wasn't something he thought of himself, but rather copied from the 36 stratagems from his previous life. Now that Xiao Sun said that he thought of it, his face couldn't help but heat up. Soon, more and more students arrived at the cafeteria. Among these students, there were new students around the age of 20, and there were also senior students who were a little over 20. After a short while, the spacious cafeteria was filled with people. Some students could only stand at the side and wait. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice came from afar. It was Tian Hu and Su Li. Although the table wasn't big, 5 people could still squeeze in. Why are you guys so late? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Don't mention it. There are a lot of people in our Star General department, and we were divided into 2 other classes. We were also unlucky to be assigned to Niu Ben's class. That Niu Ben is a freak. In the classroom, he only said a few words about the way of a general before dragging us to the martial arts practice field to run. After running for an entire morning, I'm exhausted to death. Tian Hu cursed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that Tian Hu's clothes were drenched in sweat. Tian Hu, it's you who can't do it, right? I see that Su Li's face isn't red, nor is he panting. It doesn't seem to be as exaggerated as you said. Xiao Yu glanced at Su Li, who was leisurely and composed, and laughed in ridicule. Can I compare to him? He's a freak. Tian Hu was just about to say that Su Li was a freak when he noticed Su Li's gaze that was like a sword looking at him, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. So to speak, our Star Mastermind department is actually more relaxed than you guys. We spent the entire morning enjoying ourselves in the classroom. Xiao Sun laughed. If I knew earlier, I would have chosen the Star Mastermind department. Tian Hu said with slight regret. Are you cut out for that? Su Li snorted coldly as he spoke in disdain. Duan Lingtian and the others started laughing. If Tian Hu were to really be the mastermind that came up with strategies, it would indeed be quite difficult for him. After a short while, the steaming hot dishes were served. Duan Lingtian asked the attendant to add 2 more pairs of bowls and chopsticks. The 5 of them had just picked up their chopsticks and were about to start eating. Hey! The few of you, leave the money for this meal and you can leave. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice broke the temporary silence at Duan Lingtian's table. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a young man around the age of 20, and behind him were 3 other young men of similar ages. According to Duan Lingtian's guess, these 4 people ought to be the old students of year 2. Is there something wrong with you? Tian Hu stared with his pair of eyes that were as large as gongs. He wasn't afraid in the slightest as he stared at the person in the lead. Kid, I told you to put down the money and F***K off. Didn't you hear me? The face of the young man in the lead sank. At this time last year, when faced with the threats of the senior students, as a new student, although he was indignant in his heart, he still obediently put down the money for the meal and scram. Now, a group of new students had come to the academy. He originally thought that he could show off his power as a senior student, but who knew that he actually encountered a tough nut to crack. He couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Didn't you hear that I told you to scram? Remember to put down the money for this meal. Take it as being filial to us. In the future, we'll protect you in the academy. What are you looking at? Scram. The other few young men spoke out as well, and all of them seemed to have transformed into glaring Vajras. Duan Lingtian looked at the surroundings and noticed that many new students were facing a similar situation. Most of the new students chose to swallow their anger, put down the money, and leave, giving the table of good wine and dishes they ordered to the senior students who threatened them. These days, there are such annoying flies everywhere. It's really annoying. Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. He directly picked up some food and started eating, treating the 4 senior students as heir. Tian Hu, who was originally in a rage, was stunned for a moment when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, then he couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I didn't expect that flies these days would be so poor. They actually don't even have money to eat. If it were up to me, it's fine if you don't have money. Kneel down and sing a little song. Maybe if this grandpa is happy, he'll reward you with a few pieces of silver. Hearing Duan Lingtian and Tian Hu's words, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun burst into laughter. They didn't pay attention to the 4 senior students who were glaring angrily at them, and they minded their own business and started eating. As for Su Li, he swept through the food on the table with a cold expression and didn't have much fluctuation in his emotions. You all. Chapter 149. Good. Very good. All of you wait. Although the young man in the lead was furious and wished for nothing more than to immediately put down the 5 new students in front of him, he didn't dare to make a move within the cafeteria. This cafeteria was a business under the name of a vice dean of Paladin Academy, and the group of attendants within the cafeteria were the vice dean's eyes and ears. If he dared to make a move within the cafeteria, even if he was lucky enough to not die, he would still lose a layer of skin. He might even be expelled from Paladin Academy. In Paladin Academy, the dean almost never showed his face. Even among the 6th grade students, only a few had seen the dean in person. Normally, it was the 2 vice deans who were in charge. The vice deans had absolute authority. The 4 senior students quickly left Duan Lingtian's table and walked towards a nearby table. After making the new students at that table leave their money and scram, they directly sat down and ate their food in large mouthfuls, not forgetting to occasionally stare coldly at Duan Lingtian's table. It was as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian's group of 5 would disappear before their eyes. Duan Lingtian's group of 5 didn't pay any attention to them, minding their own business as they ate their food and drank their wine, feeling extremely satisfied. So full. After a while, Duan Lingtian was full and burped with a satisfied smile on his face. Xiao Yu and the others were full as well. Let's go out for a walk and digest. Duan Lingtian was the first to stand up, and the 5 of them slowly walked out of the cafeteria. As expected, the 4 senior students who had long since wolfed down their food followed the footsteps of Duan Lingtian's group of 5. After exiting the cafeteria, they surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 5. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised that they were surrounded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Since you new students don't know the rules, as your seniors, we'll properly teach you the rules today. The face of the young man in the lead seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and the cold air was oppressive. The other 3 young men also stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian's group of 5. F***K off. Su Li hugged the sheathed long sword. His eyes narrowed and his voice was cold and detached. It was as if it came from an ice cave, causing one's mind to tremble. The 4 youths were stunned, and then their faces were filled with anger. No matter what, they were still second-year students. Now, they were actually being trampled on by a first-year student. If news of this were to spread, how would they be able to maintain a foothold in Paladin Academy in the future? Brat, you're courting death. The face of the young man who was close to Su Li sank as he flew into a rage. His figure flashed as he charged towards Su Li. Above him, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He knew that this senior student was going to be in trouble. Boom. The young man struck out with his palm, condensing his origin energy and emitting a scorching hot aura. It was as if a layer of origin energy flames had enveloped Suli. Hao Ji's mystic flame palm is indeed worthy of being a high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. His origin energy is almost condensing into flames. Humph. This first-year student dares to be arrogant and act cool in front of us? He's courting death. The other two youths that surrounded Duan Lingtian and the others sneered. But in the next moment, the smiles on their faces completely froze. Whoosh! They didn't see how Suli moved, but a strand of sword light whistled out before instantly returning to its sheath with a clang. And right at this instant. Ah! The young man who executed the mystic flame palm to deal with Suli abruptly emitted a shrill and miserable cry. Chi! A strand of fresh blood shot out from his wrist, the origin energy in the weak palm strike dispersed completely, and the young man's body was carried out by inertia. With a bang, he fell onto the ground in an extremely sorry state. The other three youths subconsciously retreated a few steps, and their expressions were extremely unsightly. 10. The strength of 10 ancient mammoths. 7th level of the core formation stage. A trace of terror appeared in their eyes as they gazed at the 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes that gradually dissipated above the cold young man. At this moment, they all felt that they had really hit the jackpot. Amongst the grade 1 students, there were only a few that had a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage. However, it just so happened that they encountered it. Although they were grade 2 students, in their year, they were only at the bottom of the batch of students. Even though they had already been at Paladin Academy for a year, they were still stuck at the bottleneck of the 6th level of the core formation stage and were unable to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Some of the students that came out to watch the show, no matter if they were new students or old students, were all stunned. 7th level of the core formation stage. And they were new students. Their gazes all descended onto the cold figure that held the sheathed sword. Su Li's sword skill is even faster. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. The speed at which Su Li drew his sword earlier was completely not inferior to his sword-drawing arts, and when executed with a cultivation at the 7th level of the core formation stage, it moved like thunder and was swift like lightning. Except for Tian who wasn't surprised in the slightest. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes slightly constricted and their faces were filled with astonishment. They never imagined that Su Li would be so strong. Based on Su Li's sword strike from before, Su Li's strength could be considered to be at the top even amongst most 7th level core formation martial artists. Didn't the three of you want to teach us the rules? Why did you all retreat so far? What, are you afraid? Tian who looked at the three young men that retreated and laughed complacently. The three young men's expressions were as unsightly as they could be. They lowered their heads in shame, helped up the injured young man, and left dejectedly. Su Li, you let him off too easily. I originally thought you were going to break his hand, but I didn't expect that you only injured his flesh. This isn't like your style. Withdrawing his complacent gaze, Tian who looked at Su Li and shook his head as he spoke. Humph. Su Li coldly snorted and coolly walked forward, not paying any attention to Tian Hu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Tian Hu, in your eyes, a severed hand tendon can only be considered a flesh wound? He clearly saw Su Li's sword strike from before. That young man's hand could be considered to be completely crippled. Severed hand tendon? Tian Hu was dumbstruck on the ground. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were shocked to the point that their eyes constricted. To a martial artist, a severed hand tendon was no different from having an arm chopped off. Su Li stopped in his tracks and turned around to glance at Duan Lingtian. Battle intent rose in his eyes. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian actually clearly saw his sword strike from before. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Duan Lingtian's strength had improved once again. Duan Lingtian and the others walked away in large strides, leaving behind a group of new students and advanced students looking at each other in dismay. Traces of fear appeared in their eyes. I didn't expect that such a ruthless person would appear among this year's new students. Remember that person well. Don't provoke him. They had a lingering fear in their hearts. What are you all doing here? Right at this moment, a red-clothed girl walked out of the cafeteria. The red-clothed girl's eyes contained insufferably arrogance as she condescendingly asked the group of students outside with a superior appearance. Every student that was able to enter Paladin Academy was a proud and arrogant person, so no one paid attention to this red-clothed girl. The red-clothed girl's face instantly sank. Hey! Big Sister Li is asking you all a question. Are all of you mute? Do you all know who Big Sister Li is? Behind the red-clothed girl, a brown-clothed girl glared angrily at the surrounding group of students. Let me tell you all, Big Sister Li is the niece of concubine Ling, the cousin of the fifth prince. The cousin of the fifth prince? The group of male students present shuddered and their eyes shone. When they looked at the red-clothed girl again, their faces were full of flattery. Each and every one of them seemed to have become a different person. So it's Miss Li. I've long heard that Miss Li has a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. A male student with a wretched appearance said flatteringly. Yeah, Miss Li's natural beauty is truly a peerless beauty. Seeing Miss Li today, I know that the ancients didn't deceive me. An appearance that outshines the moon and shames the flowers, an appearance that captivates the birds and beasts, actually does exist. The students that didn't pay attention to Tong Li earlier were now like bulls that had eaten aphrodisiac and were extremely excited. They all wanted to follow Tong Li's lead and climb up the social ladder. Tong Li's originally gloomy face eased up slightly and she snorted coldly. This miss is asking all of you, what are all of you doing here? And that pool of blood should have just been left behind. What happened here? Immediately, the surrounding male students began to talk at once about the ins and outs of the matter. New student? 7th level of the core formation stage? Tong Li's beautiful eyes focused and a trace of a strange flowing light flashed within. Actually, with her natural talent in the martial Dao, it was practically impossible for her to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties and enter Paladin Academy by herself. The reason she was able to enter was because she relied on her connections to obtain a recommendation from the imperial family. And the main reason she came to Paladin Academy was to find a son-in-law. Her heart was loftier than the heavens, and she swore to find a peerless man. Now that she heard of the young man that used a sword, although she hadn't seen him with her own eyes, she still felt a trace of interest. She wanted to get to know him. At this moment, the Suli that Tong Li wanted to get to know had already arrived at a bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy with Duan Lingtian and the others. This time, when faced with Su Li's challenge, Duan Lingtian agreed. And he didn't display an even stronger strength to make Su Li retreat in the face of difficulties. He decided to limit his strength and battle Su Li with a strength that was equal to Su Li's. Su Li's sword skill aroused his battle intent. The bamboo forest was quiet and secluded. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu stood at the side as spectators. Duan Lingtian and Su Li stood facing each other. Duan Lingtian stared fixedly at Su Li. At this moment, in his eyes, Su Li seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that would whistle out at any moment. Compared to a year ago, not only did Su Li's cultivation increase rapidly, even his cultivation had increased by quite a bit. Duan Lingtian, be careful. Su Li spoke in a low voice, and in the next moment, his entire body moved, as if he had transformed into a sharp sword that flew out and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out. Come at me. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he followed Su Li and moved. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure trembled as he also displayed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. His entire body seemed to have transformed into an agile serpent as he moved forward to meet Su Li. In terms of speed, both of them had attained the perfection stage in their high-grade profound rank movement techniques, and there wasn't much difference between them. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed astonishment. Chapter 150. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanying the two incomparably swift figures crisscrossing past each other, two sword howls sounded out at almost the exact same time, in almost an instant. Clang! Two swift swords that seemed to have the help of the gods collided together before abruptly separating. Duan Lingtian and Su Li exchanged positions and once again stood in confrontation. In their first confrontation, they were actually evenly matched. Two freaks. Tian Hu muttered when he saw this scene. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but be moved. Xiao Yu never imagined that Duan Lingtian's strength was already strong to such an extent. Xiao Sun was even more surprised. He could practically confirm that among the 7th-level core formation martial artists of the Xiao clan's younger generation, there was absolutely no one that was a match for the two people in battle. Their swords were too swift. A violet sword light and a red sword light could be vaguely seen flashing past, and with a clang, there was no more movement. Su Li, since your sword is a spirit weapon, why don't you use the amplification of your spirit weapon? Duan Lingtian stared at Su Li as he asked. Aren't you useless as well? Su Li replied with a question. I want to see your strongest strength. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he slowly spoke. Understood. Su Li nodded as he stomped on the ground. His entire body was suffused with origin energy, as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that whistled out, sweeping up dust that filled the sky. A strand of red sword light followed like a shadow as it flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Instantly, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Li. The extra strength of the ancient mammoth was precisely the amplification of the grade 9 spirit weapon in Su Li's hand. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as his body moved, exploding out with the strength of 10 ancient mammoths as he instantly met Su Li's attack head-on. His nimble, flexible, and tough body was like a spirit serpent. And when he met Su Li's attack head-on, another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Lingtian out of thin air. 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Clang! The two of them clashed again. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Su Li's other hand struck out with a palm strike. Raging yuan power wrapped around it and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. It was actually another high-grade profound class martial skill at the perfection stage. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian quickly activated his defensive martial skill. He did not expect that other than Su Li's astonishing sword skills, Su Li had also cultivated another set of martial skills. Moreover, the power of that martial skill was extraordinary. Su Li's palm landed on Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier. Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shook, causing Su Li's palm strike to tremble slightly. In an instant it was countered by Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's defensive aura shield also cracked. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move, and his other arm abruptly swung up before directly swinging out. It was like a python swinging its tail. Boom! Su Li's internal organs were already shaken by the counterattack of Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, greater teleportation. Now, the sword in his right hand was blocked by Duan Lingtian's sword. Facing Duan Lingtian's sweeping arm, Su Li was unable to dodge and was directly blasted flying. Luckily, Duan Lingtian withdrew his strength in time, so Su Li wasn't heavily injured. Su Li's body flew out and was barely able to stand firm, and he felt the vital energy and blood in his body roil. Su Li didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly withdrew a 9th-grade gold injury pill and consumed it. Only then did he recover slightly. Duanling Tian won? Tian, who had a dumbstruck expression. Earlier, he originally thought that Duanling Tian would at most be on par with Su Li. When he saw Su Li's palm strike towards Duanling Tian, he thought that Duanling Tian was about to lose. He never imagined that Su Li had always been concealing his strength. Besides his sword skills, his martial skills were extremely shocking as well. But the scene that happened next caused his mood to be like a roller coaster, rising and falling continuously. Duanling Tian executed a defensive martial skill to block Su Li's palm strike, then swung out his arm to blast Su Li flying. Seeing Su Li's current expression, he understood that Su Li had lost. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun glanced at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Duanling Tian's strength is actually so strong. Xiao Sun sighed in admiration. I also never imagined that after not seeing him for just over a year, his strength would have increased by so much. Xiao Yu's gaze was complicated. It could be said that he'd watched Duanling Tian grow up step by step. From when Duanling Tian revealed his talent at the Genius Gathering, to when Duanling Tian defeated him to become the first in the Hidden Dragon list, to when Duanling Tian was in high spirits in the Genius Camp. Duanling Tian repeatedly created miracles, causing him to be almost numb. Unknowingly, the youth whose strength was only slightly superior to him had now reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. Duanling Tian, I never imagined that after a year, I'm still inferior to you. Su Li lightly sighed, but he wasn't discouraged, and the battle intent in his eyes didn't decrease in the slightest. However, I'll take you as my goal. There'll be a day when I'll defeat you. I'll wait and see. Duanling Tian lightly nodded. Su Li was the martial artist with the strongest disposition he'd ever seen in his entire life. Not discouraged despite being defeated, and becoming more courageous as the battle progressed. Of course, within the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there were also many similar figures. All of those figures were existences that had created a world that belonged to them. They were all great figures that were renowned throughout the world. Duanling Tian firmly believed. So long as Su Li's tenacious martial Dao heart was eternal, then in the future, he would surely become an expert that was renowned throughout the world. What's the arrangement of your Star General Department for the afternoon? After putting away the violet myrtle flexible sword, Duanling Tian looked towards Su Li and Tian Hu as he asked. Tian Hu slowly said, Niu Ben only said to be at the classroom on time. As for the rest, I don't know for now. What about you guys? We're free to move about in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. When the time is up, we can leave the academy. Xiao Yu smiled. Your Star Mastermind department is really cool. Tian Hu had a face full of envy, but unfortunately, he wasn't cut out for it. Duanling Tian's brows raised. It's about time now. Let's go. Walking out of the bamboo forest, Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun headed towards the martial arts practice field. As for Su Li and Tian Hu, they headed towards their Star General Department's classroom. After arriving at the martial arts practice field, Duanling Tian noticed that there weren't many people. Besides their first-year Star Mastermind Department students, there seemed to be a few other years Star Mastermind Department students. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were full of interest as they discussed the martial Dao and compared notes with others. Duanling Tian was lying on a large tree outside the martial arts practice field, snoring loudly. When he woke up, he noticed that most of the people in the martial arts practice field had already left. Duanling Tian, you're really carefree. Sleeping for the entire afternoon. Let's go get a drink. At some point in time, Xiao Yu arrived under the tree. He raised his head and looked towards Duanling Tian as he asked with a smile. Another day. I've been out for the entire day. My family is probably worried. Duan Lingtian refused. Before he came today, he didn't know that Paladin Academy students were not allowed to leave the academy at noon and had to stay at the academy for lunch. The beauties at home were definitely worried. Okay. Xiao Yu didn't insist and left Paladin Academy with Xiao Sun, returning to the Xiao clan. Duan Lingtian returned to his own courtyard house. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The three girls at home were all worried about him. He'd only just entered the house when the three girls started asking questions. Only when he explained the reason did the three girls heave a sigh of relief. That night, after eating dinner, Duan Lingtian continued cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. He kept feeling that he was about to break through, but seemed to lack some sort of opportunity. Never mind, I'll take it slow. There's no rush. Perhaps it was because of his mentality. After falling into a deep sleep, Duan Lingtian, who cultivated according to his usual routine, didn't persist on breaking through in his heart. But right at this moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be overjoyed appeared. Bang! His origin energy broke through the bottleneck as if it had the help of the gods. Instantly, his cultivation broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. This works too? Needless to say, to Duan Lingtian, this was an extremely pleasant surprise. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was able to sense that his spiritual force had undergone a change along with this. Now, when he sensed the things in his surroundings, they seemed to be even clearer. This is the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly shone. Young master, it's time to eat. Ker's voice sounded out from outside the room. Ker, you two eat first. I'll come out after I finish putting on my clothes. At the same time that Duan Lingtian was putting on his clothes, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu ceaselessly flashed within his mind. What he needed to do now was to select an inscription that could be inscribed with the spiritual force of a nascent soul martial artist from Samsara Emperor Wu's innumerable memories of inscriptions. There were many inscriptions of this level, and offensive inscriptions occupied the vast majority. As for the other inscriptions, Duan Lingtian didn't study them. The silver in his possession was at most sufficient to buy the materials required to inscribe 3 inscriptions that were sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. He wouldn't waste it on other inscriptions. Only offensive inscriptions were the foundation to protect his life. After putting on his clothes, Duan Lingtian arrived at the rear courtyard. Normally, he, his mother, Li Ro, and the 2 little girls would eat here. As the owner of the house, Duan Lingtian had personally issued a confinement order. Besides their family, only Xiongquan and Jingru were allowed to enter the rear courtyard. Tian, what are you so happy about? Li Ro noticed Duan Lingtian's flushed face and asked curiously. Mom, it's nothing. I just had a breakthrough in my cultivation. Duan Lingtian casually said. What he cared about wasn't the breakthrough in his cultivation, but the breakthrough in his spiritual force. The breakthrough in his cultivation only allowed him to gain the strength of an ancient mammoth, and it wasn't much. But the breakthrough in his spiritual force was sufficient to allow him to inscribe an inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. Scoundrel, I heard from Xiongquan that there's a piece of news that's been spreading like wildfire in the inner city recently. It said that 2 months ago, an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Alchemist Guild. It ought to be you, right? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. She still remembered that 2 months ago, Duan Lingtian had disguised himself and left the house. That incident seemed to have happened on that very day. Since you've already guessed it, why are you still asking? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Li Fei, then his gaze moved down to descend onto Li Fei's full pair of jade peaks. His lower abdomen felt a burst of heat and had a reaction. Now that he thought about it, it had been some time since he'd taken care of this little girl. Chapter 151. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian suppressed the desire that arose within his heart, and after finishing his breakfast, he left the rear courtyard. Xiong Quan. After finding Xiong Quan in the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian took out a brush and paper, and with a wave of his hand, he wrote down the names of a large pile of materials. Gather these materials for me as soon as possible. Here's 10 million silver, take it. At the same time that he passed the paper filled with materials to Xiong Quan, Duan Lingtian withdrew all the silver from his spatial ring, a total of 10 million silver, and passed it all to Xiong Quan. Yes, young master. Xiong Quan respectfully replied, and after Duan Lingtian left the house, he left as well. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department classroom, he noticed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were already there. You two are really early. Class hadn't started yet, so the three of them gathered together and whispered as they chatted. Right, Xiao Sun, you're a disciple of the Xiao clan. Do you know what cultivation level a void stage expert in the Crimson Sky Kingdom is? According to my knowledge, some void stage experts aren't at the true void stage, but are only at the half-step void stage, and their cultivations are still at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he asked Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. Others might not know, but I just happen to know. Actually, the void stage experts that are widely rumored in the Crimson Sky Kingdom are very different from the void stage experts that are rumored to be able to fly. For example, the county governors of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the guard commanders of the 3 great merchant groups, and the void stage experts of our Xiao clan. They're all only martial artists at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, which is the half-step void stage you spoke of. They can at most float in the air for a while, but are unable to truly fly. Xiao Sun slowly said. Duan Lingtian nodded. As expected, it was just as he thought. The Divine Might Marquis, Nia Yuan, was also in existence like this. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there ought to be a true void stage expert that can fly, right? Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the Divine Might Marquis Estate's old marquis, that old man. Although the old man was poisoned by the dark nether mink and his origin energy was suppressed, he was still a true void stage powerhouse, an existence at the void prying stage. Of course. Xiao Sun nodded, and his gaze revealed reverence. According to legend, there are 3 true void stage experts in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Imperial family has 1, the Divine Might Marquis Estate has 1, and the Ghastly Shadow has 1. Ghost Shadow? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He didn't find it strange that the Imperial family had a true emptiness realm expert. After all, that was an existence that stood at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's pyramid. But that Ghastly Shadow, a mere assassin organization, actually had a true void stage expert holding down the fort? Right, it's enough for the 2 of you to know about this. Try not to spread it out. These are the secrets of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If it wasn't for me pestering my grandfather that day, he wouldn't have told me. Xiao Sun finished speaking and added another sentence. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu both nodded, indicating that they understood. And how many people know that the void stage experts that are widely spread outside are practically only half-step void stage experts, and not true void stage experts? Xiao Sun lightly sighed. In the following idle chatter, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the distribution of powers within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the power that stood at the peak was undoubtedly the Imperial family. The void stage expert within the Imperial family was said to be the strongest existence within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even the void stage experts of the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis Estate were inferior to that person. The 2 great powers that were only inferior to the Imperial family were the Ghastly Shadow and the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Every one of them had a true void stage expert holding down the fort. The next 6 great powers were respectively the 3 great clans of the imperial city, the Duan clan, the Shao clan, the Su clan, and the 3 great trading companies that included the Violet Tulip Trading Company. Within these 6 great powers, there were many half-step void stage experts. Behind them were the 18 county governors' estates under the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and every single one of them had a half-step void stage expert. Divine Might Marquis Estate. The current Divine Might Marquis Estate is probably inferior to the 3 great clans and 3 great trading companies. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He understood that the glory of the Divine Might Marquis Estate originated from the Senior Marquis. The Divine Might Marquis Estate was still like the sun in the midday sky, and it was all because the Senior Marquis was still alive. Even though the Senior Marquis was poisoned by the dark nether mink, no one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Just like a tiger, even if it was sick, it was still a tiger, and was far from something a kitten or puppy could compare to. Of course, if the Senior Marquis were to pass away one day, then the Divine Might Marquis Estate would completely decline. Unless the Divine Might Marquis Estate was able to produce a true void stage expert. Unknowingly, everyone in the classroom had arrived, and the teacher, Sima Changfeng, had also arrived. However, for the entire morning, even though Duan Lingtian was in the classroom, his heart had flown off somewhere. He was constantly thinking about Xiong Quan going to gather materials, and he wondered how Xiong Quan was doing now. The offensive inscriptions I can inscribe now are sufficient to annihilate a nascent soul stage martial artist, and 90% and above of them are unable to pose a threat to a half-step void stage expert. Only a few inscriptions are sufficient to annihilate a half-step void stage expert. However, those few inscriptions each require an extremely precious material, and it would probably be extremely difficult to gather them in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian's thoughts drifted as he pondered for a moment. Never mind, why am I thinking so much? Could it be that the 5th prince and the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Roulé, are able to order a half-step void stage expert to deal with me? Thinking up to this point, Duan Lingtian laughed in self-ridicule. Even though there were many half-step void stage experts in the imperial family and the Duan clan, not just anyone could order them around, not to mention being sent out to deal with a youth like him. Overall, his gains today were not bad. At the very least, he had a certain understanding of the various powers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. At noon, Duan Lingtian and the others gathered together to eat. Humph! Suddenly, one of the youths that walked into the cafeteria from afar shot an incomparably icy gaze at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this Duan Rong looks like he won't let this go. Be careful. Xiao Yu recognized this person and frowned as he spoke with a serious expression. It's fine, he's just a clown. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. It's better to be careful. The wife of the Duan clan's 2nd master is famous for being vicious and merciless. There was once a servant girl who called her fat woman in private, and she heard it. Guess what happened? As Xiao Sun finished speaking, he started to speak in riddles. Killed by her? Tian who guessed. No. Xiao Sun shook his head. Alright, stop keeping us in suspense. Speak, what happened in the end? Xiao Yu scolded with a smile. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed a trace of being unable to bear it. In the end, she ordered someone to pour water into that servant girl's stomach. Continuously pouring water for a day and night, it finally caused that servant girl's stomach to burst open. Supposedly, her intestines flowed all over the floor. F***K. You're talking about this when we're eating. Tian whose face went cold. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. The wife of the Duan clan's 2nd master, the mother of that Duan Lingxing. As expected, they were jackals of the same lair. Their entire family was so vicious and merciless. Young Miss Li, he's the person who severed the tendons in the hands of the grade 2 student yesterday. Suddenly, a flattering voice sounded out from afar, and a young man with a wretched appearance arrived before Duan Lingtian's table and stretched out his hand to point at Su Li F***K off. Su Li's gaze went cold, and his voice was cold like ice. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any ill intentions. It's just that young Miss Li wants to get to know you. The young man with a wretched appearance was terrified to the point his face went pale. He'd personally witnessed Su Li's ability at noon yesterday, and didn't think that he was a match for Su Li. Su Li frowned and looked behind the young man with a wretched appearance. A red-clothed young woman was walking over while being escorted by another young woman. It's her. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused when he saw the red-clothed young woman. The person that appeared before him now was none other than the young woman he'd taught a lesson in the restaurant in the outer city that day. She was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, and at the same time, the cousin of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 5th prince. Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, Duan Lingtian noticed that because of the angle, the young woman didn't seem to have noticed him. Moreover, the young woman seemed to only have Su Li in her eyes now. Hello, I'm Tong Li. Before Su Li, Tong Li actually put away her usual arrogant appearance, and her face revealed a trace of a light smile. Su Li. Su Li indifferently nodded to Tong Li. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. It can't be, this young woman is actually interested in Su Li? Too absurd. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu all glanced ambiguously at Su Li, as they'd noticed an inkling. Su Li only glanced at Tong Li before withdrawing his gaze and indifferently said, "If there's nothing else, don't disturb our meal." Tong Li's gaze focused and a trace of rage appeared on her face. Are you going to flare up? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. As expected, a leopard can't change its spots. Su Li, what do you mean by this? This young lady greeting you is your honor. You, don't be unable to tell what's good for you. Tong Li completely flared up and recovered her true nature as she shouted with a stern voice. As far as she was concerned, she'd already given Su Li enough face by humbly greeting him, but Su Li having such an attitude caused her to be unable to endure it. Her attitude from before that was normal in the eyes of others, in her own eyes, could already be considered to be humbling herself. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu were stunned. The current Tong Li was simply like a completely different person from the Tong Li from before. It's said that women are fickle, but isn't this change a bit too exaggerated? F***K off. Su Li's face sank, and his gaze went slightly cold as he shouted in a low voice. You dare tell me to F***K off? Tong Li's face went pale. Besides that violet-clothed youth who didn't know what was good for him, there was actually someone who dared to shout at her like this. Chapter 152. Miss Tong, do you want to use the whip in your hand to teach Su Li a lesson now? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Tong Li with a spurious smile. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream. When she slightly turned her head around, she noticed that the person at the same table as Su Li was precisely the violet-clothed youth that had given her over 10 slaps in the restaurant in the outer city 3 months ago. Instantly, her face went ghastly pale. You. It's you. She never would have imagined that she would encounter this violet-clothed youth here. As far as she was concerned, this youth was a devil. Perhaps normally, she wished for nothing more than to kill this youth as soon as possible. However, when the youth really appeared before her eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The scene in the restaurant 3 months ago had already left a shadow in her heart. What? Is Miss Tong very surprised? Duan Lingtian grinned as if he was greeting an acquaintance. You know her? Su Li's brows raised as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly strange gaze. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who also looked at Duan Lingtian. They noticed as well. When this Tong Li saw Duan Lingtian, she was like a mouse that saw a cat. They faintly guessed that something that they didn't know of must have happened between Duan Lingtian and Tong Li. Tong Li took a deep breath, and only now did she realize that this was Paladin Academy, and she was very safe. Instantly, her eyes went cold as she stared at Duan Lingtian. This miss has been looking for you for 3 months, but I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me. Let's see where you'll hide this time. You're dead. I'll get my cousin to catch you, and I'll personally tear you into 1,000 pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. What? Could it be that Miss Tong thinks that I don't dare touch you in Paladin Academy? Hearing Tong Li's threat, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. So what if I do? Tong Li coldly snorted as killing intent flickered in her eyes. She would never forget what happened 3 months ago. Only if this purple-robed youth died in front of her, would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. Whoosh! A purple light flashed past. Pa! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had left his seat, returned to his seat. Since the other party wanted to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust, there was no need for him to be courteous. You, Tong Li, who had a palm print on her face, had an icy cold gaze. This purple-clothed youth had actually hit her again. And in front of so many Paladin Academy students, how could she continue to maintain her foothold in Paladin Academy? Her eyes were completely shrouded in anger and hatred, and the hand holding the black whip began to tremble, but she didn't dare to make a move. Because she knew that once she made a move, she would suffer even more terrifying revenge. Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were stunned. They also realized that between Duan Lingtian and this red-clothed girl, there seemed to be a deep and irreconcilable hatred that was difficult to resolve. They had also heard the red-clothed girl's ruthless words earlier. She actually hated Duan Lingtian to such an extent. The girl behind Tong Li didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would dare hit Tong Li. After staring blankly for a moment, her expression changed, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she fiercely shouted, "You're dead. Do you know who she is? That's right, you're dead. You even dared to hit Miss Li." The wretched-looking young man also looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Who is she? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then looked at Tong Li again. Isn't she the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, the cousin of the 5th prince? Miss Tong, am I right? The daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? The cousin of the 5th prince? The Paladin Academy students present probably didn't care much about the first identity. But the second identity was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone besides Duan Lingtian to change. The 5th prince was a member of the imperial family, the son of the current emperor. The nobility of his status was something that not many people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. The expressions of Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who greatly changed. They never imagined that this red-clothed girl would have such an identity. She was actually the cousin of the 5th prince. Su Li's brows raised, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of coldness. You know this young lady's identity, yet you still dare hit this young lady? Tong Li stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she was looking at a madman. If I didn't hit you earlier, would you let me off? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. How could that be possible? This young lady will surely return the gift you gave me that day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. Wanting this young lady to let you off is simply the ravings of a fool. Tong Li sneered, feeling that Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different than a dead person. Isn't that fine? If I didn't hit you, you wouldn't let me off. Then why should I be afraid of you? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. Whoosh! His figure moved once more. Slap! 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 Slap after slap sounded out clearly. Before long, Tong Li's face had once again turned into a pig's head like 3 months ago. You! A burning pain came from her face, causing Tong Li to be almost numb. But she seemed to be unable to feel the pain now. She only felt incomparably ashamed, and her eyes were filled with malice. I what? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his eyes squinted with awe-inspiring killing intent. This Tong Li had a high and mighty appearance at that time, as if everyone was only an ant before her. Later on, when he taught Tong Li a lesson, he originally thought that she would repent, but the facts proved that his education of Tong Li at that time was a failure. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't have come before him and threatened to tear him into pieces, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. As far as he was concerned, since Tong Li had long since hated him to the bone, and what was done couldn't be undone, then what harm was there in teaching her another lesson? In any case, he'd never thought that Tong Li would be able to shake hands and make peace with him. Why not be more carefree and do whatever you want? If you can't stand the sight of it, then beat you. Beat you until you don't dare be complacent. Beat you until you don't dare be arrogant. Beat you until you don't dare talk back. Tong Li took a deep breath, yet didn't dare say another word. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak again, this violet-clothed young man would not hesitate to make a move against her. She chose to endure. When she noticed the strange gazes that were looking at her from the surroundings, her heart was trembling and warping. The hatred in her eyes had practically reached the limit. In this lifetime, if she existed, then this violet-clothed young man wouldn't exist, and if this violet-clothed young man existed, then she wouldn't exist. You'll regret it. Tong Li finally couldn't help but leave behind these vicious words, and then she turned around and left, not daring to look back. The young woman who was originally following behind Tong Li and had been scared silly since long ago finally reacted. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear, and then chased after the direction Tong Li left. In the spacious cafeteria, the corner Duan Lingtian was at was deathly silent. All the people who didn't recognize Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with terror. This violet-clothed young man was actually not even afraid of the fifth prince. Who the hell was he? Being stared at by so many people, Duan Lingtian frowned and swept his cold gaze over. Instantly, these people withdrew their gazes and didn't dare look at Duan Lingtian again. The shock in their hearts was difficult to calm down for a long time. Only then did Duan Lingtian return to his seat. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant, actually daring to beat up the cousin of the fifth prince, and even to such an extent. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Xiao Sun frowned. He was a member of the Xiao clan and had a rather good understanding of the fifth prince. He knew that the fifth prince was an ambitious and ruthless person, and not a simple figure. It was even to the extent that the fifth prince might become the next emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, you and that Tong Li had an irreconcilable enmity from before? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian. This was also the question that Xiao Yu and the others had in their hearts. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Tong Li from 3 months ago. So that's how it is. Looks like even if you didn't beat her today, she wouldn't let you off. Tian Hu came to a sudden understanding. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came to an understanding as well. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian and Tong Li were like fire and water. In this way, it wasn't a big deal for Duan Lingtian to teach Tong Li a lesson today. In this way, it was she who came looking for a beating this time. Su Li's eyes were suffused with coldness. You can say that. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a face full of indifference. Alright, let's not talk about her anymore. Talking about her too much is bad luck. However, even though he didn't care, it didn't mean that Xiao Yu and the others didn't care. Duan Lingtian, why don't you stay overnight with me and Su Li from today onwards? Even though that fifth prince has a respected status in Paladin Academy, he doesn't dare act rashly. Tian Hu suggested. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, I think Tian Hu is right. You stay overnight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun spoke to Duan Lingtian as well. Su Li also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could notice that Su Li's cold eyes revealed a rare trace of concern, causing him to feel warm in his heart. I know you guys have good intentions, but I have my own plans. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His eyes congealed and a fierce light flashed within. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, a black bolt of lightning flashed out from under Duan Lingtian's long sleeve and directly leaped onto the table. It was precisely the little black python that Duan Lingtian carried with him at all times. The little python stuck its head out and sucked the soup from a plate of meat dishes with great relish. This is... The gazes of Xiao Yu and the others were all attracted by the little python. What a peculiar snake! The golden-veined patterns on its body seem to be ancient characters. There's even a single horn on its head. What breed is this? I've never seen or heard of it. Xiao Sun's gaze fell upon the little python as he exclaimed in a low voice. Duan Lingtian, this is your pet? Tian Hu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even he was able to realize that this little python wasn't simple. Not to mention anything else, just the speed at which the little python scuttled out just now was something he couldn't catch in the slightest. He only felt a black bolt of lightning flash past and the little python appeared out of thin air. Yes. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it. He also didn't expect that this mischievous little fellow would run out. He swung his palm over and scooped it back into his long sleeve. Hiss hiss, the little python swiftly flicked its tongue, as if it was protesting Duan Lingtian's actions, but unfortunately, its protest was ineffective. After the little python's disturbance, the atmosphere at Duan Lingtian's table eased up a bit, but Xiao Yu and the others were still very worried about Duan Lingtian. Chapter 153. After sleeping for an entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian yawned and walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After separating from the two of them, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and a trace of a bright light flashed past his muddy eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shrugging, Duan Lingtian didn't directly return home, but instead walked towards a remote street on the other side and entered a small alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian walked into the small alley, two extremely swift figures flashed out from behind him, and they blocked his path one after the other. When did members of the Duan clan start to be the lackeys of branch clan disciples? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, seeming to not be the slightest bit surprised by the appearance of these two people. When he'd just walked out of Paladin Academy's entrance, he noticed a gloomy gaze watching him from afar. He only glanced slightly before noticing Duan Rong, who was concealed at the side. Beside Duan Rong were two other people. Relying on the anti-tracking experience from his previous life's weapon specialist, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and his current spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, Duan Lingtian roughly sensed the cultivations of the two people beside Duan Rong after a short moment, and they ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Now, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, it caused the faces of the two middle-aged men to sink. They never imagined that this youth would actually guess their identities. A bad premonition suddenly arose within their hearts. This youth is actually still able to be so composed at a time like this. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Or perhaps, he has an expert protecting him? The two middle-aged men subconsciously observed the surroundings for a while. According to their knowledge, this youth seemed to only have a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist protecting him. Moreover, that 7th-level origin core stage martial artist didn't seem to be present today. After not noticing any clues, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Are all members of the Duan clan so cowardly? The cold smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth became even more brilliant, and his words were filled with ridicule. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The eyes of the middle-aged man behind him turned cold and he said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other middle-aged man and nodded. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the bodies of the two middle-aged men shook, as if they had turned into two extremely fast lightning, and rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above them, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared respectively, two 9th-level origin core martial artists. That Duan Roulé really thinks highly of me. When faced with the pincer attack of two 9th-level origin core stage martial artists, Duan Lingtian seemed to not care in the slightest. He stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his voice was incomparably calm. Although the two middle-aged men felt that the young man's reaction was a little strange, they had no way to back down now. Die! The two people's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Their fists and palms bloomed with essence force, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the other members of the Duan clan out of respect for my deadbeat father. However, since all of you are assisting the tyrant in his evil deeds, then go to hell. Then go to hell. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's speed of speech sped up. In the next moment, he raised his hand. Whoosh! A black flowing light flashed out from beneath his sleeve, swift like a bolt of lightning, like a death god's scythe that whistled out. Spirit serpent movement technique. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's feet shook, and he instantly dodged to the side. Bang! Along with the black-colored lightning passing through their chests, the origin energy on the bodies of the two middle-aged men that attacked Duan Lingtian from the front and back completely dispersed, and the inertia brought their bodies to collide together, fiercely falling to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Whoosh! The black-colored lightning flashed to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss hiss, the little black snake flicked its tongue as it licked Duan Lingtian's face, and its pair of small eyes spun about, incomparably quick-witted. Duan Lingtian squatted down and searched the two corpses for a while. So poor, the two of them added up to only a little over 500,000 silver. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, every bit counts. After putting away the stack of silver into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake from his shoulder and held it in his palm as he lightly smiled. You little fellow, you've done well. When we return, I'll get someone to make something delicious for you. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it lightly nodded as its quick-witted body swayed, and it was extremely happy. As expected, nascent soul stage ferocious beasts are already able to understand human language to a certain extent. However, Little Black and Little White have only just reached the nascent soul stage after all, and they still need some guidance before they can completely understand human language. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he continued forward, and after turning a few corners, he returned to his own courtyard house. Within the spacious courtyard house, Duan Rong sat with his legs crossed as he enjoyed the massage of the servant girl, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he chewed on an apple. When he thought of how he wouldn't be able to see that violet-clothed youth again from tomorrow onwards, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Who asked you to offend this young master? I reckon you won't even know who asked them to kill you until you die, right? The more Duan Rong thought about it, the happier he felt in his heart. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to be happy for long. That night, an unexpected guest arrived at his courtyard house. Duan Lingxing. Cousin brother, why have you come? Duan Rong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingxing arrive, but his eyes were filled with a smile that didn't stop. You seem to be rather happy. Duan Lingxing slowly spoke. Of course, when I think of how I won't be able to see that arrogant kid again tomorrow, I feel a burst of joy in my heart. Right, cousin brother, why have you come looking for me so late at night? Because the light was dim, Duan Rong didn't notice Duan Lingxing's slightly gloomy face. I'm afraid this matter won't go according to your wishes. Duan Lingxing's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Cousin brother, what do you mean by this? Duan Rong finally felt that something was wrong, and his heart jerked as the smile on his face completely froze. Could it be that something went wrong? It shouldn't be. That violet-clothed youth was by himself when he left Paladin Academy today, and even if he wasn't by himself, the masked middle-aged man by his side was only a 7th-level Origin Core stage martial artist. Under the hands of 2 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists, he ought to be dead for sure. The 2 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists my father sent to you didn't return to the Duan clan estate to report the results to my father until dark. So my father sent another group to search for a while, but who would have thought that their corpses would actually be found near Paladin Academy? Duan Lingxing's expression was incomparably gloomy. Who exactly did this cousin brother of his offend? No. Impossible, impossible. Duan Rong hurriedly shook his head with an expression of disbelief, unwilling to believe that all this was true. Didn't you say that he only had a 7th-level Origin Core stage martial artist by his side? Duan Lingxing frowned as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know either. At that time, there was indeed only a 7th-level Origin Core stage martial artist by his side. This was something that our branch family's 8th elder saw with his own 2 eyes. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. Humph. Looks like the background of this enemy of yours isn't so simple. The 2 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists my father sent to you were both killed with a single strike by a sharp weapon that pierced through their hearts. The person who killed them acted decisively. I can almost be sure that it was surely a nascent soul stage martial artist who did it. In other words, the person you want to kill has a nascent soul stage martial artist protecting him. Duan Lingxing grunted coldly, then looked at Duan Rong. You better not expose yourself in this matter. Otherwise, if he finds out that it was you who did it, your life will be difficult to protect. Duan Rong was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingxing. He never imagined that the violet-clothed youth actually had a nascent soul stage martial artist by his side. After all, even in the Duan clan branch family he was in, there were only 2 supreme elders that were existences at the nascent soul stage. Cousin brother, how has uncle decided to deal with this matter? I feel that person will suspect me sooner or later. Why don't I return to the Duan clan estate with you for a period of time? Duan Rong's voice slightly trembled. He was afraid. Don't worry, no matter who he is, since he dares to kill a member of our Duan clan, he will surely die. Duan Lingxing's gaze was suffused with a trace of coldness. Duan Rong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Duan Rong said. You better keep a low profile during this period of time and don't cause trouble for me, understand? Duan Lingxing glared at Duan Rong, causing the latter to hurriedly nod without daring to hesitate. Within the room, Duan Lingtian spread out most of the materials Xiong Quan gathered today, and his brows raised. I never imagined that Xiong Quan would be able to gather more than half of the materials I need in only a day. It's enough to inscribe 2 inscriptions. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then raised his hand and withdrew the violet myrtle flexible sword. At the same time, he removed the spatial ring on his hand. The offensive inscription he planned to inscribe was called the Bone Corrosion inscription. Once the bone corrosion inscription was activated, it would emit bone corrosion energy. Unless it was an expert at the half-step void stage or above, it would be impossible to dodge or neutralize it. Once struck, the bones in one's body would be corroded into ashes in an instant, and only flesh and blood would remain. One would be deader than dead. Although a person struck by the bone corrosion inscription would die in an instant, at the instant of death, the person would have to endure extreme pain. It was pain that penetrated the heart, pain that penetrated the marrow. A pain that was impossible for an ordinary person to imagine. It wasn't until late at night that Duan Lingtian finally completed the 2 bone corrosion inscriptions, inscribing them onto the violet myrtle flexible sword and the spatial ring. After all, it was a high-grade inscription. Besides being able to be inscribed onto the spatial ring, it could even perfectly exist with the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. After completing these 2 inscriptions, Duan Lingtian's strained spiritual force relaxed, and exhaustion instantly swept over him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he still felt extremely exhausted, and his complexion was slightly poor. "Tian, are you all right?" Li Ro had a face full of worry when she saw her son's complexion. "Scoundrel, what did you do last night?" "Yeah, young master, why is your complexion so poor?" Li Fei and Kerr had faces full of worry as well, and their hearts ached endlessly. "I'm fine, I only inscribed 2 inscriptions. Don't worry, I'll be able to recover when I return from the academy today." Chapter 154. In the classroom, Sima Changfeng stood at the lectern and slowly spoke about the Tao of Xiang. Below the lectern, the violet-clothed youth was snoring on the table, forming a sharp contrast with the other 17 students who were listening attentively. "Duan Lingtian, this fellow, didn't sleep last night? He slept for the entire afternoon yesterday. Even if he really didn't sleep last night, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was deeply asleep, with astonishment. "Alright, all of you carefully think about what I said earlier," Sima Changfeng said to the other students, then walked to Duan Lingtian's table and lightly knocked on the table. "Duan Lingtian, come out with me for a moment." Duan Lingtian raised his head and rubbed his dry eyes. After seeing Sima Changfeng, he smiled embarrassedly and obediently followed him out. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Sima Changfeng called him out because of him sleeping in class, unexpectedly. "You're an inscription master?" Sima Changfeng's eyes were suffused with wisdom as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and with a quiver, he instantly sobered up. He deeply glanced at Sima Changfeng. "Teacher Sima, why do you say that?" Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. "I've studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit. According to what I know, the exhaustion of essence, energy, and spirit is divided into many types, and your exhaustion is obviously caused by the exhaustion of your spiritual force. Only an inscription master would have such a situation." Sima Changfeng spoke as if he was very familiar with it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although Sima Changfeng only said that he had studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit, Duan Lingtian knew that he was being modest. Not to mention anything else, just what he said now was something that an ordinary inscription master wouldn't be able to say. Obviously, this teacher Sima was an experienced inscription master as well. "I never expected that teacher would be an inscription master as well." Duan Lingtian smiled, but he did not deny the fact that he was an inscription master. Since Sima Changfeng could see that he had used up too much of his spiritual force, it was obvious that he had already confirmed that he was an inscription master. Even if he didn't admit it, Sima Changfeng wouldn't believe him. "I can be considered to have dabbled a little in the Tao of inscriptions. You're only at the core formation stage, so your spiritual force is limited. There's no need to spend too much time on the inscription technique. Once your cultivation increases, your spiritual force will naturally increase as well. You can spend more time on the inscription technique in the future. That's the right way to go. Sima Changfeng's expression became serious as he patiently guided him. Obviously, he thought that Duanling Tian had studied the art of inscriptions for too long, and that was why his spiritual energy was exhausted. Yes, teacher. Duanling Tian nodded slightly. He knew that Sima Changfeng had good intentions, so he didn't explain further. At your age, concentrating on improving your cultivation is the right way to go. In the future, if you're really interested in the inscription technique, even though the inscriptions I possess are limited, I can still guide you slightly and allow you to take fewer detours, Sima Changfeng continued. Sima Changfeng continued. Obviously, he took great care of his student, Duanling Tian. Guide me? The corners of Duanling Tian's mouth twitched. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, and the reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription technique could absolutely be said to be unparalleled in the world. Not to mention this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if it was in the entire Cloud Continent, there might not be anyone who could compete with the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the inscription technique. Thank you, teacher. However, Duanling Tian still thanked Sima Changfeng. No matter what, Sima Changfeng had good intentions. Although with the inscription arts he mastered, it was more than enough to be Sima Changfeng's ancestor. Let's go back. Under Sima Changfeng's call, Duanling Tian followed him back to the classroom. Before long, the morning class ended. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun moved closer to Duanling Tian, and their eyes revealed an ambiguous look that all men understood. Duanling Tian, you're still young. There are some things that should be done in moderation, so as to avoid harming your body, F***K. What are you two talking about? Duanling Tian glared at the two of them. How could he not know what these two filthy fellows were thinking? Look at you, you're angry from embarrassment, right? We're all adults, isn't it normal for us to have sex? Xiao Sun laughed. Exactly. Otherwise, why would you be so sleepy today, and even be called out by teacher Sima for a lecture? Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, as what he said was reasonable and well-founded. I can't be bothered with you too. Duanling Tian rolled his eyes at the two of them before heading directly to the cafeteria. When the three of them arrived at the cafeteria, they noticed that Su Li and Tian Hu had already occupied a table. Su Li, Tian Hu, the two of you are actually earlier than us today. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. That fellow Niu Meng seemed to have something to do today and left early. Tian Hu smiled, then his expression became slightly serious. Duanling Tian, that fifth prince didn't look for trouble with you, right? Duanling Tian shook his head. Even if the fifth prince really wanted to look for trouble with him, he probably wouldn't make a move so quickly. A person like the fifth prince who grew up in the deceit and deception of the imperial family was undoubtedly the most sensitive. Based on his attitude towards Tong Li yesterday, so long as the fifth prince didn't completely investigate his background, he would surely not touch him. After all, the attitude he displayed yesterday seemed to have something to rely on, and he wasn't afraid of the fifth prince in the slightest. This was something that many people had seen at that time. It's that Duanrong again. Tian Hu's gaze looked towards one of the two people that were walking over from afar. Duanling Tian, this Duanrong seems to be slightly different today. Why do I feel that the gaze he looks at you with is completely different from yesterday? It's more like he's afraid of you. Did you do something to him? As Xiao Yu spoke, he looked at Duanling Tian with a face filled with bewilderment. But he noticed. Presently, Duanling Tian's gaze was fierce like lightning, and traces of dense bloody killing intent even extended out from his body. Although the killing intent wasn't targeted at him, it still caused his heart to tremble. The faces of Su Li, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu went pale as well, as they were all affected by Duanling Tian's killing intent. Their gazes simultaneously descended onto the young man beside Duan Rong in the distance. It's him. Xiao Sun recognized the young man with a glance. The son of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would actually meet Duan Lingxing, this person that he hated to the bone, in Paladin Academy. His heart trembled. The scene of Duan Lingxing flaunting his prowess and heavily injuring him, and Li Xian was still vivid before his eyes. Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's voice revealed boundless coldness, and his hand had already touched the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist. Now, as long as he willed it, he would swing out his sword and kill Duan Lingxing. Suddenly being enveloped by Duan Lingtian's bloody killing intent caused Duan Rong's face to go pale and his legs to tremble. At this moment, he felt as if he was a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, with the danger of capsizing at any moment. This feeling was too unbearable, almost to the point of suffocation. He knows, cousin. Duan Rong took a deep breath and forcefully resisted this bloodthirsty killing intent. His face was ghastly pale as he stared at the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He noticed that the violet-clothed youth that he hated to the bone seemed to hate his cousin to the bone as well. What's going on? Who can tell him? The instant Duan Lingxing was enveloped by the bloody killing intent, he felt that this killing intent was slightly familiar. At the same time that he circulated his origin energy and forcefully resisted this killing intent, he looked towards the source of the killing intent, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. 2 years had passed, and the violet-clothed youth from before had obviously matured a lot. But he still recognized him with a single glance. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted, and his eyes emitted a dense killing intent that was difficult to suppress. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually appear in Paladin Academy. To be able to appear in Paladin Academy, there was only one possibility, and that was that Duan Lingtian had become a student of Paladin Academy. If he didn't guess wrongly, this Duan Lingtian seemed to be only 18 years old today. At the age of 18, he passed the entrance exam of Paladin Academy in the 18 counties and entered Paladin Academy. Such natural talent was even more monstrous than the Duan Rufeng from all those years ago. There was only one thought left in his heart. This Duan Lingtian must die. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian didn't die, then he would surely be a great calamity in the future. Duan Lingtian, I'm really surprised. Not only did you inherit your short-lived father's natural talent, you even surpassed him. You entered Paladin Academy at the mere age of 18. Duan Lingxing arrived before Duan Lingtian's table, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I'm also very surprised. The son of a cripple is actually in Paladin Academy as well. If I'm not wrong, you ought to have obtained the recommendation of the Duan clan to be able to enter Paladin Academy, right? The son of a cripple is trash as expected, needing to go through the back door to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he confronted Duan Lingtian. A shapeless aura shot out from the two of them, ceaselessly colliding with each other. Everyone else present could feel the tension in the air. You dare humiliate my father? Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and the dense killing intent in his eyes couldn't be any stronger as he spoke in an incomparably low voice. Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian sneered fearlessly. The surrounding group of Paladin Academy students, including Su Li, Xiaoyu, and the others, were all dumbstruck. They'd also noticed that since the moment Duan Lingxing appeared, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a completely different person. That gaze was as if he'd seen his life's greatest enemy, and wished for nothing more than to pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. And when Duan Lingxing saw Duan Lingtian, he similarly seemed to be filled with bloodthirsty hatred. These two people seemed as if they were born to be mortal enemies. Cousin. Cousin, he. Who is he? Duan hid behind Duan Lingxing and barely avoided the killing intent that swept towards him from the front as he asked with difficulty. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that this violet-clothed youth is a member of the Duan clan as well? Chapter 155. Short-lived ghost? Duan Lingtian's gaze became even more icy cold. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was his father after all, and also the husband of his most respected mother. How could he allow this Duan Lingxing to blaspheme? Duan Rong was stunned. Duan Rufeng? He'd heard of this name before. Duan Rufeng, the former peerless genius of the imperial city's Duan clan, a figure that rose like a comet. Ever since he went missing 18 years ago, there had been no news of him. Even so, there were still many people who deeply remembered him. If Duan Rufeng hadn't gone missing, then he would be the third master of the Duan clan. No, if Duan Rufeng hadn't gone missing, then so long as he was willing, the position of patriarch of this generation of the Duan clan would be his. Duan Rong never imagined this. This violet-clothed young man that he hated to the bone was actually the son of Duan Rufeng. At the same time that Duan Rong was stunned, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian. Especially Xiao Sun, whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian was actually really a member of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the son of Duan Rufeng, the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Yu and Tian who had more or less heard of Duan Rufeng. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such an identity. And he was even a direct descendant of the imperial city's Duan clan. Duan Rufeng? Su Li's eyes shone with a strand of a surprised flowing light as he deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. This youth is actually the son of Duan Rufeng. I never imagined that Duan Rufeng still had a descendant alive. This youth was obviously not recommended by the Duan clan. To be able to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties at such an age and enter our Paladin Academy, his natural talent is truly monstrous. Some of the Paladin Academy students whispered to each other. Duan Lingxing, the reason I came to the Imperial City and entered Paladin Academy was to kill you and return the gift you gave me 2 years ago. Now, I officially challenge you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare accept? Duan Lingtian suddenly sat up from his seat. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his voice was extremely cold, as if it came from an ice cave. He couldn't wait to kill Duan Lingxing. However, he also understood that with his current situation, he couldn't be impulsive. He had to kill Duan Lingxing in an open and above-board manner so that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the people present on the scene. Is this Duan Lingtian an idiot? Duan Lingxing is a grade 4 student. Supposedly, he's already stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if this Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad, he's only around 18 after all. Moreover, he's only a grade 1 student. Many of the Paladin Academy students were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Xiao Sun's face went grim as he hurriedly dissuaded Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was strong and believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Duan Lingxing in the future. But now, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly still slightly inferior to Duan Lingxing. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. Although it wasn't bad, it was only slightly stronger than Su Li and could be said to be invincible amongst the 7th level of the core formation stage. But if he were to encounter an 8th level core formation stage martial artist, it would be strenuous, not to mention that this Duan Lingxing was in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Xiao Yu and Tian who also found out about Duan Lingxing's cultivation from the surrounding discussions, and their faces went grim as they tried to dissuade him. Only Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian, whose eyes flickered with a cold light and the corners of his mouth curled into an arc. He seemed to be lost in thought and didn't try to dissuade him. You challenge me? Or a battle of life and death? Duan Lingxing felt it was slightly inconceivable when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The moment he laid eyes on Duan Lingtian, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, this was Paladin Academy, and the consequences of killing someone for no reason was something that even he, the son of the Duan clan's second master, couldn't bear. But if a battle of life and death was set up, then it would be a different story. If a battle of life and death was set up, then even if he killed his opponent, Paladin Academy wouldn't interfere. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian sneered. Just when Duan Lingxing was about to open his mouth and agree, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Cousin. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and his eyes emitted a trace of fear as he said in a low voice, "This Duan Lingtian is the violet-clothed youth that injured me 2 months ago. Didn't you say last night that we can't act rashly and that we should first clearly investigate his background before asking Uncle to send people to deal with him?" What? He's the violet-clothed youth you spoke of? Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. The reason he came to the cafeteria with his cousin, Duan Rong, was to meet his cousin's enemy. He never would have thought that his cousin's enemy would be Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Rong nodded and said with a face full of fear, "Cousin, this Duan Lingtian took the initiative to issue a challenge. This matter is strange. You must not agree." When he heard that Duan Lingtian was the son of Duan Rufeng, he was afraid. Although Duan Rufeng had been missing for almost 20 years, no one had ever been able to confirm that he was dead. It was even to the extent that some people said that it was very likely that Duan Rufeng was still alive. If Duan Rufeng was really alive, this Duan Lingtian would have a great backer that no one in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Humph. I have my own plans. Duan Lingxing's eyes narrowed. Would he refuse Duan Lingtian's challenge? The answer was no. When he heard what his cousin, Duan Rong, said, his killing intent towards Duan Lingtian in his heart increased even more. This Duan Lingtian actually had the protection of a nascent soul martial artist by his side. He had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity, then wanting to kill Duan Lingtian in the future would be even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Ha ha ha. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rong and Duan Lingxing whispering for a long time, then he couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and unruliness. Duan Lingxing, as expected of the son of the Duan clan's trashed second master. You don't even dare accept the life and death challenge of an 18-year-old youth. Coward! Coward! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the gazes that the Paladin Academy students present looked at Duan Lingxing with became strange. Duan Lingxing wouldn't really dare accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge, right? Is he a man in the end? A senior year 4 student wouldn't dare accept the life and death challenge of a new year 1 student. Moreover, the latter is only a youth. This Duan Lingxing probably won't be able to hold his head up high in Paladin Academy or even the Imperial City in the future. Some students spoke out one after another, as they wished for the world to be in chaos. When these voices entered into Duan Lingxing's ears, they were like needles piercing into his heart. His gaze went cold and his face was covered in frost as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're simply even more arrogant than your father all those years ago. Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. I accept your life and death challenge. Duan Lingxing replied very straightforwardly. Cousin. Duan Rong's face went pale. He kept having the feeling that something was wrong, and he was slightly flustered in his heart. Shut up. But after being glared at by Duan Lingxing, Duan Rong instantly didn't dare make another sound. He knew that what this cousin of his had decided on wasn't something he could interfere with. Meanwhile, the people at the corner of the cafeteria where Duan Lingtian was at grew more and more. Suddenly, I never imagined that I would encounter such an interesting matter while eating. Since you all want a life and death challenge, then this old fellow will join in the fun and bear witness for all of you. An aged voice sounded out from above the cafeteria pavilion. The cafeteria pavilion wasn't open to Paladin Academy students. At this moment, a gray-robed old man slowly walked down from the pavilion. Vice Dean! Vice Dean! Instantly, all the students respectfully greeted the old man one by one. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. The gray-robed old man had a thin figure and an ordinary appearance. Although he was old, he seemed to be in high spirits, and his eyes even flowed with a bright light. This was a powerhouse. At least, to the current Duan Lingtian, the old man was an expert. Vice Dean! Even the arrogant and unruly Duan Lingxing respectfully bowed when he saw the old man. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to the old man as well. You all want a life and death challenge, right? The old man's brows raised, and a trace of a smile of anticipation appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then I'll be your witness. But, do you want to notify your elders to come? This matter is no small matter, and you may die at the slightest move. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Notify the elders to come? He could imagine that if his mother came, she would surely not agree to his life and death challenge with Duan Lingxing. What about you? The old man looked at Duan Lingxing and asked. Duan Lingxing's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he slowly said, I don't need it either, since the one who dies won't be me anyway. Duan Lingxing's words were filled with confidence. Let's go to the martial arts practice grounds. The old man nodded, and with a flash of his body, he seemed to have vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already more than 10 meters away. What a swift speed! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted and he had a face full of surprise. The old man's speed was much faster than Xiaofan's, and it could even be said that they weren't on the same level. Of course, this was also because Xiaofan hadn't recovered his strength. Once he stepped into the Origin Core stage and refined a Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill for Xiaofan to consume, Xiaofan's strength would surely recover to the Void Prying stage. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would give birth to the 4th True Void Stage expert. The group of students in the cafeteria, no matter if they were eating or waiting for their food to be served, all gushed out of the cafeteria and followed up. A life and death challenge. Such a bustle didn't happen every day. They could skip the meal, but they couldn't not watch the show. He's called Duan Lingtian. A red-clothed woman with a long black whip in her hand followed him, escorted by another woman. Her eyes flickered with an eerie chill. It was precisely Tong Li. Miss Li, that Duan Lingtian, a new student, actually dared to challenge a grade 4 student, and it's even a life and death challenge. He's dead for sure this time. This time, there's someone helping you vent your anger. The woman following behind Tong Li lightly smiled. Humph. But unfortunately, he can't die in my hands. But, even if he's killed, I won't let his corpse go. Since I said I'll tear him into pieces, then I'll do as I say. Tong Li's voice was filled with bone-piercing coldness. Chapter 156. Under the lead of the old man, the group of Paladin Academy students majestically walked towards the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Xiao Yu walked beside Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice. Xiao Sun and Tian who looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Now, what was done couldn't be undone, and they understood that they couldn't change anything. They only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive this life and death battle. Have a little confidence in me, okay? At the critical moment, it's still Su Li who supports me the most. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled. He had a calm appearance that didn't seem like a person who was about to undergo a life-and-death battle. Xiao Yu's group of 3 looked at Su Li, and only now did they notice that Su Li was as calm as Duan Lingtian. They heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. Could it be that Duan Lingtian still concealed his strength during the battle with Su Li last time? In the distance, Duan Rong walked beside Duan Lingxing. His gaze occasionally flashed past Duan Lingtian and noticed the indifference on Duan Lingtian's face. His heart jerked, and he felt even more uneasy in his heart. "Cousin, I think that Duan Lingtian seems to be very confident, you." Duan Rong looked at Duan Lingxing with a face full of worry. "Humph." Duan Lingxing coldly snorted and interrupted Duan Rong. "He's called confident? That's called insolence. This Duan Lingtian is just like his short-lived father, arrogant to the point of being out of control. Today, I'll let his blood dye Paladin Academy. In this way, not only can I take revenge for you, I can also solve a great problem for my family." Actually, the reason why Duan Lingxing was in such a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian. Besides hating Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, for crippling his father all those years ago, the most important reason was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would return to the Duan clan. Although Duan Lingtian had left the Duan clan that year, his name remained in the Duan clan's direct line of descent, and he was still a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. If the other members of the Duan clan were to discover Duan Lingtian's natural talent, they would surely bring Duan Lingtian back to the Duan clan. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Therefore, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and get rid of all future troubles. Duan Rong was silent. In fact, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's finger attack had almost crippled one of his hands, making it difficult for him to recover. Before long, the spacious martial arts practice grounds was filled with people in a formidable array. The gray-robed old man stood in the middle of the crowd as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing, then he raised his hand and withdrew a piece of paper from his spatial ring. This was Paladin Academy's life and death contract. If the students of Paladin Academy had irreconcilable enmity that would only be resolved by death, they could sign a life and death contract. In this way, Paladin Academy wouldn't pursue the death of any one of them. "Press your fingerprints onto it." The old man raised his hand and casually tossed the life and death contract away. A gentle force guided the life and death contract to descend before Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingxing stretched out his hand and directly received it, then he bit open his thumb and pressed it onto it. After that, he snorted coldly and tossed the life and death contract to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian pressed his fingerprints onto it as well. Life and death contract formed. The old man took back the life and death contract and his eyes focused as he said in a low voice, "Since the two of you have signed the life and death contract, the following battle will be a battle to the death. The two of you can rely on spirit weapons during the battle, but you can't use other external forces such as inscriptions." "Can't use inscriptions?" Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered, but he didn't plan on using inscriptions. 9th level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingxing wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a cultivation. "We can use spirit weapons?" "I heard that Duan Lingxing has a spirit weapon, gold silk gloves, and it's a grade 8 spirit weapon." "It can't be, right? This Duan Lingxing has a grade 8 spirit weapon?" "Actually, it's not strange. Duan Lingxing's father is the second master of the Duan clan, so getting a grade 8 spirit weapon for him isn't a difficult matter." "That's true. However, this way, Duan Lingtian will be in even more danger. Even if Duan Lingxing doesn't have a grade 8 spirit weapon, do you think Duan Lingtian has any hope of surviving?" Not many of the Paladin Academy students that were watching the show looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian whose faces all went grim. Damn it, if I knew there would be this life and death battle earlier, I would have borrowed my brother's grade 8 spirit weapon this morning. Xiao Sun's face sank. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian's flexible sword is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke. Huh? Xiao Yu's group of 3 couldn't help but be surprised. How did you know? A few days ago, a few notches were cut into my sword by his sword. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched, and he felt slight heartache. Xiao Yu's group of 3 came to a sudden realization. Su Li's sword was a grade 9 spirit weapon, and since Duan Lingtian's sword was able to cut into Su Li's sword, it ought to be a grade 8 spirit weapon without a doubt. Looks like he didn't display the full might of a grade 8 spirit weapon that day. Tian Hu gasped as he spoke in astonishment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun deeply agreed. Only Su Li's brows raised, but he didn't comment. That day, he suspected that Duan Lingtian might not have utilized the strength of a spirit weapon. Today, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingxing, and even more so revealed his strong confidence. He realized that his suspicions weren't wrong. Remember what I said earlier. If any of you utilize external forces other than a spirit weapon, I will directly make a move and kill you. The voice of the gray-robed old man, who was also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, abruptly went cold, then returned to normal as he said in a clear voice, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Duan Lingtian, I'll send you to hell right now and let you chase after the footsteps of that short-lived father of yours. Duan Lingxing had already put on the gold thread gloves, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as a cold light shot out from his eyes. Do all trash like to talk big? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he sneered. You're courting death. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him trash again, Duan Lingxing went completely berserk, and his figure flashed before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Whoosh! Duan Lingxing's figure flashed out with a swift speed, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived near Duan Lingtian. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He used his full strength the moment he attacked. Bang! Duan Lingxing's palm tore through the sky, and his origin energy skyrocketed as it descended with a bang, enveloping Duan Lingtian. This palm strike seemed to be able to suppress everything. Above Duan Lingxing's head, the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths was added, and this was the amplification of strength from a grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingxing's palm strike contains the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The gazes of some of the spectating Paladin Academy students focused, and their hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats, as if the person facing this palm strike wasn't Duan Lingtian, but them. Facing Duan Lingxing's palm strike, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate it. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he followed suit. He took a step forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a flexible spirit serpent, barely dodging Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, 9th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. He never would have thought that Duan Lingtian was also a 9th level core formation martial artist. He suddenly had a feeling that he was tricked. How could this be possible? This little bastard is only 18 years old. How could he be a 9th level core formation martial artist? No. Impossible. Duan Lingxing's heart was in chaos, unwilling to believe that all this was true. And right at this instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were stunned. This scene was simply unbelievable. This Duan Lingtian, a mere 18-year-old youth, a grade 1 student, he was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. What natural talent was this? Didn't that mean that he had a chance of stepping into the origin core stage before the age of 20? Such natural talent surpasses his father, Duan Rufeng. A trace of a bright light flashed within the vice dean's eyes. At this moment, a trace of regret arose within his heart. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he would surely have stopped this life and death duel. But unfortunately, what was done couldn't be undone. Now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, as he wasn't willing to see such a genius fall. Duan Lingtian is at the 9th level of the core formation stage? And at almost the same time, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who were shocked as well. As expected. Su Li's eyes focused and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian had obviously concealed most of his strength when he battled with him the day before yesterday, otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. Impossible, how could this be possible? Tong Li had a face full of disbelief when she saw this scene. This youth that she hated to the bone was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. Cousin. Duan Rong's face was ghastly pale. He suddenly realized that the worry in his heart wasn't without reason. Everyone's reaction happened in the blink of an eye. On the martial arts practice grounds. Even if you're at the 9th level of the core formation stage, do you think you can dodge my palm strike like this? Duan Lingxing's voice revealed boundless iciness. At the same time that Duan Lingtian dodged, the palm strike that descended with a bang actually suddenly changed directions and continued to envelop Duan Lingtian, as if it wouldn't stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingxing, this sword strike is for Li Xian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingxing, whose figure flashed and was about to be caught up by Duan Lingtian, suddenly spoke. His voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Within the iciness, it was filled with killing intent that shook the mind. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand flashed past his waist as he drew his sword. Sword drawing arts. The sword drawing technique was all about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out, and in an instant, 2 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The strength of this sword strike was equal to the strength of Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Both of them contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's spirit weapon is also a grade 8 spirit weapon. The surrounding crowd of spectators emitted a wave of continuous exclamations of surprise. Do you think this sword strike of yours will be able to injure me? Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Duan Lingxing's sword strike that seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that flashed over. He twisted his hand. Chapter 157. When he saw Duan Lingxing actually wanted to block his violet myrtle flexible sword, Duan Lingtian sneered. He spun the violet myrtle flexible sword and used its blade to intercept Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Duan Lingxing's face went grim. He dared to slap down the body of the sword with his palm, but even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare slap down the blade of the sword. Although he wore the grade 8 spirit weapon, gold silk gloves, on his hand, it was impossible for him to go head-to-head with a sword that was similarly a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you think this will work? With a flash of light, Duan Lingxing sneered, but he didn't stop and continued slapping out with his palm while circulating his defensive martial skill at the same time, a high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. Instantly, a layer of defensive chi suffused the surface of his gold silk gloves. His large hand descended, opened and closed, and actually directly grabbed onto the violet myrtle flexible sword that Duan Lingtian swung out. The gold silk gloves were already extremely tough and durable, and it was difficult for ordinary swords and blades to damage them. Now with the addition of the defensive chi, Duan Lingxing relied on the strength of 14 ancient mammoths to forcefully block Duan Lingtian's sword strike that contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The strength of the two cancelled each other out. Right when the corners of Duan Lingxing's mouth revealed a savage smile, and he intended to use this opportunity to launch an attack at Duan Lingtian. An icy cold voice entered into his ears. Do you think I only have this little ability? In the next moment, Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. Oh my god. What did I see? Another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Lingtian, and adding the 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes from before, a total of 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared, the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. No. Impossible. How could he possibly possess a grade 7 spirit weapon? How could this be possible? Duan Lingxing's face went ghastly pale, and his voice contained boundless terror. His first thought now was that the spirit weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't a grade 8 spirit weapon, but a grade 7 spirit weapon. After all, if a 9th level core formation martial artist wanted to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, they could only rely on a grade 7 spirit weapon to achieve it. A 7th grade spirit artifact could increase one's strength by nearly 30%. How could he possibly know? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was utterly not a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form, and after completing the tempering of his fleshly body at the 4th level of the core formation stage, it allowed Duan Lingtian to possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths that were comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. Yesterday morning, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. Now, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian was still able to exert the strength of 13 ancient mammoths. Once he used a spirit weapon, the strength of 15 ancient mammoths would be at his fingertips. And at the same instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were all stunned. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian actually has a grade 7 spirit weapon. Even the Duan clan probably doesn't have many grade 7 spirit weapons. Where did this Duan Lingtian get it? Their thoughts were the same as Duan Lingxing's. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was relying on a grade 7 spirit weapon to be able to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Grade 7 spirit weapon? The corners of Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, and Tian whose mouths twitched as they revealed bitter smiles. They all felt that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength too deeply. Even Su Li's gaze slightly flickered and was slightly surprised. How could he possibly have a grade 7 spirit weapon? Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly, and the hand that held onto the black whip tightened. Cousin. A wisp of distress appeared on Duan Rong's face when he saw this scene. On the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingxing's body trembled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something terrifying, and his gaze descended onto his right hand that held onto Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword. His pupils constricted and his heart trembled. He was instantly terrified and wanted to withdraw his hand. What? Regretting extending your hand to grab my sword? How could Duan Lingtian not know what Duan Lingxing was thinking when he saw Duan Lingxing's expression? Duan Lingtian sneered as the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand moved along with Duan Lingxing's movements. Whoosh! The strength of 15 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Duan Lingxing's strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingxing's defensive qi barrier was torn apart by Duan Lingtian's sword strike. The gold silk glove shattered in response. Ah! At practically the exact same moment, accompanied by Duan Lingxing's shrill cry, Duan Lingxing's palm was forcefully split into two, and the other half of his palm crashed onto the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his eyes were filled with terror. That sword strike from before was for Li Xian. Li Xian, you ought to remember him, right? The little fatty that used his body to block your palm strike for me 2 years ago and saved my life. Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingxing. At that time, if it wasn't for little fatty Li Xian blocking that palm strike for him, he would have already been killed by Duan Lingxing, and it would be impossible for him to stand here. He'd once sworn that he would definitely take revenge for Li Xian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and as if transforming into a spirit serpent, he approached Duan Lingxing and struck out with his sword once more. How could Duan Lingxing, who didn't have a spirit weapon and was injured, dodge this incomparably swift sword strike of Duan Lingtian's? Instantly, Duan Lingxing let out another shrill cry. One of his legs was forcefully chopped off by Duan Lingtian, and his entire body lost its support and crashed onto the ground. His body violently trembled as he struggled, and his eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, how he wished that everything before his eyes was a dream, but unfortunately, intense pain unceasingly came, causing him to realize that this wasn't a dream, but reality. This sword strike was for Kerr. Do you still remember Kerr? That young girl that was injured by you when you wanted to kill me and brandished her sword at you. Duan Lingtian walked step by step towards Duan Lingxing, and his tone contained a breathtaking coldness mixed within. The scenes of the past appeared vividly before his eyes. That time, he was almost killed by Duan Lingxing. The vice-dean of Paladin Academy, the grey-robed old man, looked at the bloody scene before him, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of interfering. A life-and-death battle that was signed with a life-and-death contract would only end when one party died. As a witness, he had to set an example. Moreover, he'd discerned that Duan Lingxing had actually made a move to kill Duan Lingtian in the past. He came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Duan Lingtian hated Duan Lingxing so much. So it turned out that there was a life-and-death enmity between them. So it turns out that this Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing had already formed an irreconcilable enmity in the past. No wonder they fought to the death the moment they met. They're both direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan, but the gap between the two is too great. Duan Lingtian is only around 18 years old, whereas Duan Lingxing seems to be already 23 years old this year. Duan Lingtian defeated a direct descendant disciple of the same clan that's 5 years older than him. His natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying. As expected of the son of Duan Rufeng. Compared to him, this Duan Lingxing is simply worse than trash. At this moment, not a single one of the Paladin Academy students present took pity on Duan Lingxing. Smiles appeared on the faces of Xiao Yu and the others. Duan Lingtian had won. Duan Rong's body trembled violently as he watched the scene before him, and his face went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely make you die. Tong Li glanced at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with an icy cold gaze, then she turned around and left. On the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingxing barely managed to use his origin energy to stop the blood from gushing out from his wounds, and his face was completely devoid of blood and was ghastly pale. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian, who held the blood-stained flexible sword and walked towards him step by step, Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and terror and despair appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, you can't kill me. I'm your clan brother, we're all direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan. You can't kill me. Duan Lingxing was stunned when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, then he started laughing. Clan brother? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 2 years ago, when you intended to kill me at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Not to mention 2 years ago, just now, when you intended to kill me, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Now, when you see that your advantage is gone and you're at death's door, you consider yourself my clan brother and want me to let you live. Don't you think it's laughable? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was still dripping blood onto the ground. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed onto the ground. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian arrived before Duan Lingxing, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand was slightly raised. Duan Lingxing seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian wouldn't fall for his trick, and his expression instantly changed as he roared in a stern voice. Duan Lingtian, if you dare kill me, my parents will absolutely not let you off. You're dead for sure. That cripple? Duan Lingtian laughed and didn't mind. That strength my father controls far exceeds your imagination. If you're sensible, then you won't kill me. Duan Lingxing made his final struggle. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. This sword is for myself. Under Duan Lingxing's despairing gaze, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled down and swept past Duan Lingxing's throat. Hua! Instantly, blood gushed out. Duan Lingxing stared with a pair of despairing eyes as he collapsed weakly onto the ground with a bang. It turned out that the wound that he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding had also started to spurt out fresh blood. Duan Lingxing, dead. Clang! Duan Lingtian put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the corners of his mouth held a trace of a smile. This was a smile of relief from a heavy burden. During these 2 years, there wasn't a moment when he wasn't thinking of killing Duan Lingxing to take revenge for the enmity of the past. Now, everything had ended. Ha ha ha. Feeling a wave of satisfaction in his heart, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his laughter spread throughout the deathly silent martial practice grounds. Besides the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy and Xiao Yu's group, the other Paladin Academy students looked at the nearby violet-clothed youth with a trace of fear in their eyes. This youth was too terrifying. He was already like this at the mere age of 18, and when he grew up in the future, who knew how heaven-defying he would be? Come, let's go eat. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood, then walked towards Xiao Yu's group with a brilliant smile on his face. The others were speechless. They glanced at Duan Lingxing's corpse on the martial practice grounds, and their hearts trembled. Now, this Duan Lingtian still had the appetite to eat? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.